welcome back to Wasted Wednesday here on the Low Energy Video Network, part of the Low Energy Video Empire, patent pending. We are joined once again, and for the first time in a while, Drunken Crow. Hiya, Crow.
Hey, how's it going?
He does not wish to have his camera on tonight, so this his very badly cropped crow image that I scrambled to get at the last minute will do nicely. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Here,
I'm
go on.
I'm on my first beer, so
Technically, me too. I'm drinking Zebeka Cerveza Sud. So I guess that's white beer. Zebekia. Originality 1931. It's Convesa per compartimera. Right. I don't think this comes from America land. But it's actually it's very smooth, and it's a liter of it, so you can't go wrong. Anyway, tonight I have an announcement to make, and I'm sorry to say, because it will count as technically false advertising. I looked, and I looked. I could not find a goddamn drop of Mountain Dew in the whole village. I checked 2 places, and that's like nearly half the places we have here. Like, we have a population of like a low number. That low number you're thinking is probably too low, but then raise 2 more people, and then that's it. We are very small and very isolated, so as a result, we have very limited access. Plus, there's a little thing called Mountain Dew sucks. You know? Mountain Dew kind of sucks. So, no one's clamoring for Mountain Dew. Although we used to get it. But yeah, so no Mountain Dew drinks, so no Cobes drinks. Instead, I have beer and gin, and I will do shots for donos. I also picked up some Peroni, just because I love how Cobes says the word Peroni. Peroni!
Peroni is it's a lager.
Yep.
What is it? An Italian lager?
Yep. Which between them and the Mabiri or Mumbari fucking sucks. I gotta be honest, I do not think the Italians make good beer. I think they make great wine, but there's just something overly gassy about their beer. And this is coming from someone who kind of likes Dutch lager, which is very gassy. No Dew, no Cobes drinks. But we'll still do shots for donos with Beefeater's Zesty Lemon Gin. We've also got a 6-pack of Kerpaki as well. So I'll get drunk tonight. Don't you fret. As for the topics tonight, we're playing it by ear. We'll probably watch some Cobes, but we'll also watch... I want to have a look at this clip that John Morgan sent of Modern Medusa, and we have to ask the age-old question, fart or shart. And, you know, there's other major things in our lives. But first, let's get the shilling out of the way, shall we? As you see, we have a goal up there. Very much appreciated if you can help it out. I had a whole thing tonight where I would have made one of his drinks for a $5, but as it is, any shock, I'll do a dono of the gin. Beyond that, we have the watch party on the 30th. So if you become a subscriber over on Twitch, sorry, then we will be able to partake of the you'll be able to join the Discord. Well, you're already joining the Discord, which is free anyway, but you can join the watch party on the Discord. Also, don't forget that tomorrow, Burnt Toast and Alan Reyes will be there for Bearded Ramblings. And next week, we have the live stream from Ballymote Castle. I'll be doing that pretty early by you American standards, so you better fucking wake up early. And if you want to catch it live. And then on the Thursday, we've got a bunch of people coming in for Bearded Ramblings and 3 drinks minimum. That'll be pretty goddamn fun. But yeah, that's the shilling done. Oh, and of course, like, share, and subscribe, and check out the other links down below. So, oh, question of the ages, Crow. Have you seen Oppenheimer, Barbie, or the new Mutant Ninja Turtles movie?
Probably not gonna watch Barbie. Well, actually, I know I'm not gonna watch Barbie.
Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, maybe. Oppenheimer is on my list.
Okay. Those last two, all 3 of them, I really enjoyed. Barbieheimer was a great experience back to back. I really loved it. Because both are tonally different at first, but then you look back at it and go, wow, they actually talk about similar themes. That's kind of weird. And as for the Mutant Ninja Turtles film, I watched that last night, and it was surprisingly good. Except for the references, so many goddamn references. I could not. That's gonna date this film so. Like, at one point, they have a BTS song in it where like they're trying to sing it. They try to make it their own, but it just eh. On the plus side, they actually act like teenagers. That's pretty cool. I like that. I liked how for once they're being teenagers. They're like TikTok teenagers, so they're obnoxious and dorky as fuck. But you buy that they're actual kids, rather than sort of like catchphrases, dude. Of course, that's how I grew up with the Turtles. I imagine you did the same back in the original show.
Yeah, like you said though, it kind of dates them though.
Well, the thing about that is it dates them fine because they weren't trying to like spring up new catchphrases. They created their own catchphrases. But the the new Turtles film, like they have so many like references to so many different current things and just things. Hey, do you know about this? How about this? It just I like the style of it though. It has the new Spider Verse animation style, 25 frames a second, I think it is, and it's also it kind of looks like almost like Rocco's Modern Life or something like that with the art style. Real monsters. All the characters are very stylized. It's very cool. I liked it. It's dumb, and it's fun dumb, and it's fun way to kill like an hour 40 or something. Um, let's see. Code Red Mountain Dew is the greatest creation on God's red earth.
I agree with that statement.
Oh, I don't know if I ever tried Code Red. Like I said, it's not easy to get Mountain Dew over here. They tried to market it when back in the 80s over in the UK, and it was a fucking disaster. Not only now it came back, and it comes back in the energy drink form. So, uh, I've heard nothing but like whatever. Like I think it more as a meme drink, almost like LaCroix, you know, or White Claws.
Well,
Only I like White Claws. So fuck me, I
I
guess.
still have half a bottle of Code Red Mountain Dew right next to me.
Damn. You're lot. You've been bought off by Big Do. How much are those Canadians paying you? Yeah, gonna have to constantly quantify it because it's in Canadian dollars.
Whoa, Mountain Dew's Canadian?
Yeah, wasn't it? Wasn't it originally Canadian?
I didn't know that.
Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew stylized Mountain Dew carbonated soft drink. PepsiCo was invented in 1940 by Tennessee. Okay. Marin, Virginia. Oh, you're right. Where did I hear that it was? Where the hell did I hear it was Canadian? It's Virginia. Huh. Um. Oh, it's a reference. Mountain Dew's a reference to old moonshine whiskey. That's cool.
There's another off-brand Mountain Dew called Mountain Lightning.
Oh, I
That's
thought you were gonna
the
say Mountain Holla. Have you ever seen the art for that?
I
That
have
is.
not.
Um, I was so stoned the first time I saw this image that I couldn't stop laughing. Look at this! Look at this motherfucker! Mountain. Hold on, hold on. I've shown this on stream enough times now, but it never gets old. Mountain Holla! I love the fucking sun. I had him as a screen for my phone for like 2 months until I replaced it with a bunch of cats. Then it, which I think is a superior choice, but not by much. Like, he looks so. I don't know why. I look at him and he's like one of those sort of like 10 terrible franchise ideas, you know. But if you ask me why he's a terrible franchise idea, I ain't got a fucking clue. I couldn't tell you. Just look at it. I'm like, is this mildly racist? I'm getting a vibe of it. But why? It's just a sun with a fucking set of shades on, you know?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it, but yeah, it is different,
Right?
but I still kind of want to try it.
Oh yeah, me too. It's probably just gonna taste like sugar water. But yeah, you want to give it a go. It's like you've been drinking 7 Up all your life, and then Sprite showed up, and then you try it, and you're like, wow, this is totally different. Is it? Is it really? It's just more fucking carbs. Is that fuck? Is the fuck is Mountain Holla? Mountain Holla. Look at this dude. That's a bright face. They rechanged the face, and now he looks like a fucking Kevin Smith character. I don't know. I like him.
That's like late 90s kind of like dude bro.
Oh, that's Smash Mouth. Or yeah, like an MTV All Access or something like that. Totally live background character. He's one of Guy Fieri's like bros at the man cave. um, the original one doesn't look bad, but even look at the fucking sun there. That looks what?
Oh yeah,
Look at
that's
that
even
fuck.
more.
Yeah, that's more suspicious. Are we drinking your piss, Mr. Sun? No. We're drinking your piss, aren't you? Are we? Yeah, no. Mountain Holla. I would love to try a Mountain Holla. Oh, I want a at one point, I actually had a Mountain Holla. I want chat to buy me a Mountain Holla baseball cap. And I had that down as a how about Mountain Holler merch? Nope. Oh man. Mountain Dew, Holla soda. Yeah, because I've seen people with the hats and shit. They exist. There. Look at it. Knockoff drink name rank. I want it. It's so gaudy. It's so ugly looking. I want it.
I would burn that thing in a fire.
It looks so wrong. You know what? I would love that and a fucking Hawaiian t-shirt that also is the Mountain Holla.
Jesus Christ. That'd be over the top.
Oh, and I would just act like I have these huge shades on, and I'd look like Slurmus McKenzie from Futurama. I'd just be like, "Yeah, what's up, man? What? What are you talking about? What, mate? What? Hawaii? What? You don't like Hawaiian shirts? It's not that we don't like Hawaiian shirts, man. What? You like baseball caps? Well, what's the big deal? What? I've got matching clothes on. You know, it's asymmetry going on." It's so stupid looking. See, I don't know why this makes me laugh. It's just one of those things. Oh, this screams white guy energy right now. Ladies, you see this dude pointing at me. Walk up to your fella and slap him on the ass wearing a full Mountain Holla regalia, some cargo shorts with Mountain Holla all over them. Maybe have some socks and sandals that are also Mountain Holla.
No Crocs.
Oh, Mountain Crocs, Mountain Holla Crocs, and they look like cans. Yes. I would be one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. You know that. I would have peaked at that point. I would just, yeah. This is our goal. If I can like commission somebody, assuming it's not illegal, to get a Mountain Holla like full decaled outfit from top to bottom. Oh, I need a fanny pack as well. Like with just his face on it, the Mountain Holla one, and inside will be little shots of Mountain Holla. I'll just be a Mountain Holla fucking executive. I'll be the European department, the whole European department.
Imagine a NASCAR car that was sponsored just by Mountain Holler.
Oh god, you'd be able to spot it in the dark. Like if they did an all-night one, you just see this radioactive glowing thing driving by. This thing's a fucking war crime, and I love it. All right, we move on from God, look at that shit. Look at that shit. Boo. Return to tradition. Dr. Pop. Don't even get me started on Dr. Pop. Mountain Lightning? They're not even trying. At least give us some I actually respect its blandness. Of when you want to be healthy. Mountain Breeze. Yeah, no, I could go down this. Wait, is that a red? Red Howl. That's like a metaphor for a woman's period.
Yeah, my wife's been kind of cranky lately. She's on a red howl.
It's just called beverage industry. Whoa, what the fuck is this website? Not even any art for it. Lame. Yeah, this is. There is no God. And if we did, he was killed by the Mountain Holla sun. It reminds me of the son from the Hellraiser comics. A dude who ends up killing his family ends up becoming the son of hell. And you see all the Xenobites like having casual strolls through their gardens, and you just see this screaming sun. It's like the screaming sun from Rick and Morty comes up every morning on Tiny Planet, but yeah, it's the Mountain Holla. It is the deity we deserve, not the one that we want. So yeah, moving away from that tangent. Fuck. What even is? We've got some stuff to look at tonight. And we might as well start with the most obvious one, which is the one that John Morgan posted. Mr. Flav. No more rabbit hole. No more. We can be at this all day. But we will look at the clip that John Morgan posted in the Discord, which I need to see because I've been holding off on it for this very moment. Clip not available.
Oh, I can message John about that. I don't know if he took it down or it got flagged.
So apparently, Modern Medusa was like live streaming and shit, and well, I don't want to spoil it, but
Oh, all we need is a timestamp. We can, unless she took her video down. As far as I know, she didn't. But
all right. While we wait, we'll look at. How about we start off with some sausage? Ordinary sausage. See if he's got anything. As always, whatever one I pick, Crender will be angry that we picked it because, well, we didn't pick because he wanted to watch it. Let's see. Skittle steak. Steak boiled in Skittles. Oh, yeah.
We need to go harder on sugar steak.
He's making Skittle Brow, but with steak instead of beer. Don't make Skittle Brow, by the way. It tastes like ass.
Hear them sizzling. It's starting to stink. What kind of fumes you think's coming off of that? Here's hoping it's not poisonous. Is this gonna be enough Skittles? Hold on, we need a Skittle refresh. Hey, who's got two thumbs and now thinks that this is a bad idea? It's your mom. It was her the whole time. And now we're gonna take this severely discounted filet mignon and throw it in there. All right, good luck, everybody.
It was doomed anyway.
Like artificial sweeteners to smelling like the liquid.
Alright, before I continue, I've actually got a grind my gears moment. I was up in the shop today. Reduced aisle. 5 chicken fillets going for €2. They were going off today. What a fucking waste. No way in hell I could have brought them back. They would have been... I could have eaten them today and stuffed my face with 5 pieces of chicken. Or I could have had maybe some today and some tomorrow. But I couldn't have had, like... I couldn't have spaced them out evenly over the course of a week. Because, well, you're not going to have chicken... like 5 days after it's out of date, even if it's like freezing cold, right? Like even if it's like tossed it into the freezer, I would not chance that shit. Because chicken you don't really fuck around with. You can, but you know. Hi kids, you like salmonella? No, good. You've been taught well. It's such a waste of good food. There was so much meat in the reduced area today, but all of it was going off today. It was a whole thing of pork just sitting there, and it goes off tomorrow. This thing could feed like a family of 6, and it was going for £4. What the fuck? What a fucking waste. Food waste pisses me off so much.
oh yeah, working in the food industry, I see that often. Okay.
What, did you find it?
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes in.
Okay. Did you post a link? And just post it in the our chat, and I'll bring it up. The value of not having your screen up is that I don't have to constantly move shit around.
At the bottom of a dumpster. Hear that sizzle? It may have seared itself at the bottom of the pan. I think this thing's ready to go. It looks expensive. Let's cut into it. Oh, a medium rare. Here
Ooh.
we go. It is not good. Tastes like beef jerky with like ammonia. It's got some sort of chemical aftertaste that's hospital visit worthy. So this steak is like a 1 out of 5. However, we do have a ton of this melted Skittle left. I want to see what we can do with it. Right up the butt here. Check it, chow.
An
I think
apple?
this might actually work. There we
Oh god! Like caramel.
I'll say that's properly shellacked. Skittle candy apple. Here we go. This too is also bad. That chemical flavor is the main star of this show. Well, that's also getting a 1 out of 5. So, thanks for letting me waste your time.
Always, brother. Right. So here's Medusa. Well, actually, here's a blank
Honestly,
screen.
like, okay, I tolerate women.
Might have to turn it up a little bit.
No, no, we heard it. We heard it. I'll go back. I'll go back. Holy shit.
I started doing videos. I thought I started 2013, but I could have started a year later. I don't remember. But yeah, I have not grown at all. So honestly, like, okay, I tolerate women. That's it. That's the statement. I really don't like women.
No, 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 Medusa, no. You have to acknowledge what happened. You don't just toss it away and say, you could see in her face she was not expecting that, which is weird. I don't know about you, but I got some fucking control in my sphincter. I know when I got a toot, and if it's a video, you just hit pause.
And I don't know if the skin tight suit that she was wearing accentuated that fart or if it was just that gnarly.
A bit of column A, a bit of column B, you know? Those of you who don't know, Medusa is a long-time creator of numerous things, big on Drunken Peasants for a short time, and then hung out with Animancer, and apparently he's doing stuff for Oni Plays now, according to their Instagram, their animation, and does like artwork. We were going to have Modern Medusa on early on, and they were going to be on with Pitmonk until Pitmonk and Shabisky came in and was like, no. And they explained shit, and I was like, oh. Then we told Medusa. Medusa wasn't cool with it, and even made a response video. And that's where we left it. I have no feelings one way or another towards her, except that maybe she should think about if that was natural. A, why shouldn't have a little bit more self-control? And B, why did she keep this in? Unless she was making a point. Which I don't think she was. That is not how... If she did, then she's a better... I thought she was a better actress in this. Like, she does porn from time to time. So, but she do, like, be better acting it out. It just... Yeah. That's not the worst. Like, I watched Jared videos and shit. Or that girl who's obsessed with, like, the size queen dildo girl who talks about the things that she sticks up her ass on endless occasions. Like, she's sitting on her bed that's full of stains. It's pretty fucking grody. But, like, this isn't so bad, but it is unexpectedly bad from her. I don't know. Medusa, the waitist. Animancer, holy shit, yeah, we got Moon Mist here. Hiya, Shabuski. Oh, did you ask him there, Crow?
Yeah, and he's like, or I messaged him yesterday, or this morning, or whatever, and I messaged him again, like 5 minutes ago, and saying that he should join us. I'm like, hey, I'm live with Lev, and he's like, oh, should I join? And I'm like, yes. And then I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Do you want to join there, Shabby? We'd be happy to bring you in. I didn't put you into the title of the stream because you have a bad habit of going, yeah, cool, bud, I'll be there. The fucking Sahara Desert of responses. I'm looking around desperately for a response. Moth. Hi, Moth. Bye, Moth. That was weird. Like one just flapped right down in front of me. Like just yay or nay? We'd love to have you. We haven't had you on in ages, and I have been poking you with a stick for an answer. There you are. Do you want to come on? Do you want to drink some brewskis with us? Watch some shiat. Talk about stuff. Shab and Jean are gonna take a shower. Well, they always take a shower. Normally while touching each other and having one leg over another. in very sort of very sort of not erotic but tender ways, you know. Not together. No, Billy. Together. It's not erotic. It's just bros helping bros. How the hell do you get to those hard to reach places unless you basically tackle each other and fondle each other's naked, wet forms?
Even in that case, the John and Shabisky relationship, they're just bros. It ain't gay.
Yeah, it ain't gay, you know. Just because sometimes they get hard-ons and they bat each other like two inflatable arm men, like batting each other in the breeze. You know, there's nothing gay about that. Nothing gay.
Yeah, if a finger slips in somewhere, or yeah, it ain't gay.
If one of them screams "Call me Albert" over and over again, it's okay. It makes them think back to their Uncle Albert, but that's because they have to go to therapy because they've got shit they haven't resolved yet. I think into a dark place.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked.
I always go back to Qui-Gon. There's always a bigger fish. I posted an open verse challenge, and you guys need to remix and rap on. And rap on it. Oh, do we? Do we have to? Because I don't sing and I don't rap. Now, Crow, that could be your wheelhouse. I don't know.
No, I'm white. We're both white. We can't rap.
I'm technically from the source of white people, Europa. Unless, of course, you listen to a Hotep, in which case we all came out of a cube's brain. Good old Hoteps. Actually, for those of you who don't know, I want to show everyone, apparently, according to Hoteps, this is where all white people came from. Hotep. Yakub. Hotel Jacob. No. There we are. Behold. The creator of all white men, according to a lot of racist black people. Not a lot of them. And most of them have like some sort of like mental issues. But wait a minute. Did I hit the wrong? I did. Did I go back to her? No, yeah, I used the wrong. I've got 2 tabs open. Hold on. Paste and go. Is he not beautiful? Our Lord and Master. He didn't get fucked by the queen of all African women. So he got angry and created white people as demons to punish the African race.
Is that Black Megamind?
Yes. Right down to him being an incel simp. Yeah, if you don't know, a Hotep is a... you know who Gazi Kodo is?
I do not, but I'm familiar with the Hotep kind of...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
This is their version of Satan. He's basically the creator of white people as demons to punish after he was rejected and scorned. He used his great mind to create white people. How to put this? It's bat, but also shit. But it's as a result, it becomes fucking hilarious when you realize people believe this shit. It's like when you find out the secret of Scientology and shit. You know, like wait.
Oh, that it's fake?
Well, obviously it's fake, but when you like you pay enough and they let you into the secret inside of all things, and it's the weird fucking ramblings of a failed sci-fi author who was suffering from syphilis. You're like, oh, wow, I put millions of dollars into this thing, and it's utter trash.
He was suffering from syphilis? That makes way more sense. I thought
Oh,
he was
yeah.
just like a failed writer.
He was a failed writer, started his cult, but on board his ship, he had his little harem, and a lot of STDs floated around because it was the 60s and 70s. And he started to like gibberish and shit, and his mind started to fail, and yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes way more sense why Scientology is as fucked up as it is.
100%. And completely, like, mockery. The reason they hide it now isn't because it's some sort of deep secret that controls everything. It's because they know they'll be lambasted, except by people who are crazy enough to spend enough money to justify the secret.
We better not talk too much about that. Both of us might be dead tomorrow.
Oh no, they do something far worse. They send lawyers. They don't have hit
Yeah.
squads because they're not that powerful, but they do know how to wind to the courts. So we might get a cease and desist. And unlike South Park, we don't have the financial power to fight back. Curse you, capitalism! Curse you, Yakub! You caused all this. You set this shit into motion. Why couldn't you use your awesome powers to create a harem of women rather than create us dopey white fucks who can't rap? Especially you, Shabisky. You're the whitest of us all, and you're out in the fucking desert. What's your excuse? Where did Yakub go wrong? So are you coming in or what, man? Like, Shabby, because if that's the case, I'll bring you in, and if not, no worries. But either way, answers. I like the school the school textbook in the background there. Oh, because they're they're Caucasians and they come out of Caucasia. That was the original demons that like were the first humans, the first white people, I should say.
Oh, so like white people came from the Caucasus Mountains, like trolls or something?
Yeah, basically, and that's where our ancestors of trolls came from because Nazis are obsessed with as if Hoteps aren't just black Nazis. They're obsessed with trolls and Nordic mythology. Well, Yakub is the reason behind it. There is so much you could write on that fucking forehead. You know? I'm actually thinking of a switch. You know that image of the little white girl surrounded by the black guys?
Oh yeah.
And now imagine your cube in the middle, surrounded by all these like all these white like all these trolls everywhere, all surrounding your cube, and he's in the center. Oh, this is the great thing about like ethno-nationalists and shit. At the core of it, no matter what race it is, they're all fucking wrong. And they're hilariously wrong. All right. We move away from Yakub and his infinite forehead.
Cocoa Puff pizza.
Let's have a look at that one. Oh, yep. That means we get the Play-Doh sausage tomorrow.
Alright, that Fruit Loop spaghetti worked out so well, I figured that we'd expand on our cereal experiments.
Someone got hippocampus.
Yeasty boys. And salty boys. And water boys.
Water Boys! Pauly Shore's only film I liked. That includes Biodome.
Pretty sure it's not supposed to be shaking this much. If that doesn't look like the biggest piece of poop you've ever seen.
That doesn't look like... Actually, it looks like a dung beetle's ball that they roll.
Alright, we're gonna let that proof for 2 hours.
Wow, that 2 hours sure really did something.
One solid piece of Cocoa Puff. You better believe we're putting tomato sauce on this.
Oh.
That's a lot of cheese. And what pizza wouldn't be complete without a little pepperoni action? Looking good.
I love how it...
Well,
Oh no.
shucks. Hold
Yep.
on, I got an idea to fix this. Gonna add the cheese right back on top. A couple more pieces.
Very Chicagoan of you there, sir.
What problem?
A fucking
Fire
flamethrower.
salt. It almost looks alright.
Oh, it's so
That's a thick
squishy.
slice of pizza. Here we go. It barely tastes like Cocoa Puffs. It tastes like really doughy pizza. As doughy as that pancake thing we did before. You can barely taste the Cocoa Puffs in this. All that being said, it's a whole lot of work for just an average outcome. So I'm gonna have to give the Cocoa Puffs pizza a 2 out of 5.
Well, it could have been worse. That's a lot of cleanup afterwards. Both of these are going to be a bitch to clean up. Um, trying to see which. I'm looking at the stuff that we have here. I don't want to step on our toes for tomorrow. Oh. Yeah. This is a good one. This was from the. This is from the Tim Pool studio. Apparently there was like a fight and like security had to be called because he was reaching for one of Tim's rifles.
I'm trying to catch the queen. I know, but okay, the queen's cool.
I swear to God, bro.
I'm not even trying. I know, but I mean, the queen is best friends with Jimmy Savile. I mean,
I swear to God, bro.
No.
Hang on. Sorry. We had a technical issue. I'll be right back. There we go. Can you hear you now? Hello? Hello? Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. Sorry, we had my computer basically just froze up for a few seconds there. On your guys' end, to answer your question, yes, Jimmy Savile is the guy who for years was like a well-respected person in on British media. My ma almost met him when she was like a little girl. He did a show called Jimmy Can Fix It, and she broke her bike, and she was on a short list to get a new bike. And as it turns out, had she gone, she probably would have been molested by him because she was a little blonde girl, and he liked little blonde girls. But we only found that out after his death. So, yeah, that was pretty horrific. So they're implying that Jimmy Savile was good friends with the Queen, which, yeah, kinda. Well, not kinda, but like Jimmy Savile knew who the fuck she was. Like he got a knighthood and shit. Yes, John, we just covered the Medusa shard. We had my takeaway on it is it wasn't planned, but all she had to do was just reshoot that bit. That's it. And she didn't. And she also has to ask herself why did it come out so smooth? You know, like that was a little bit too OP for just a unexpected toot. As for whether it was a fart or a shart, no real way of knowing, right?
If I was her, I would have wiped just in case.
Oh, you know that leotard thing's going into the wash as soon as that stream was over. I should cover the tweet chat I had with her. If you've got some screenshots, yeah, sure, I can post it. Right, so.
I'm trying to catch the queen. I know, but okay, the queen's cool.
I swear to God, bro.
I'm not even trying. I know, but I mean, the queen is best friends with Jimmy Savile. I mean,
I swear to God, bro.
No.
So, yeah, security has to be called because, according to Vosh, who was at Tim's studio a few times, he has like a little compound. Like the guy has his own like 2-man security team. He has they're all contracts, of course. He has his own underground skate park thing, and he has his obviously the studio there, which I think they've also even got a backup studio. In some respects, it's bigger than what Joe Rogan has out in Texas. And another case having bidets in America. True. At least you fuckers use baby wipes, but I mean, bidets are the superior choice. Okay, we already actually watched this one. Get rid of it. This is, what's this? Twitch's CEO Dan Clancy agrees that you only need to shower twice a week. What?
I think it's fine. I was gonna say you don't have to shower.
You think so?
No, that's normal.
You hear
As
that,
in, when I
Chet?
say normal, no, that's healthy.
You
What?
hear that?
Yes.
I'm helping.
Daily,
this
daily
this is
shower
another
is
case
not
of an
what-
eccentric billionaire and his wild beliefs. I mean, there's like rich people that like, oh, I don't clip my nails. I just let them fall off. Like, no, that's
Howard
weird.
Hughes, that shit, yeah. Just like I wonder how many of them wipe. I wonder how many billionaires out there actually have their own wiper when they realize that ancient kings had their own wiper.
Or they just hire some Honduras guy or Honduran guy to
Oh, you
wipe
know
them.
that there's a service out there. It probably ties into like some sort of prostitution thing, and then they're just like, oh, for a little bit extra, would you wipe my ass? It's not a sex thing. I just don't want to do it. Yeah, I mean, like, first of all, at least they're catering to the audience, right? Twitch. Second of all, this is kind of a big deal. Because you're so rich, you can start getting away with whatever the fuck you want. And usually if you're that rich, you came from money. So you're already kind of isolated from the wider world. So you've got some weird ass habits. Like, I remember hearing about like this billionaire guy who would just like let his food and drink fall to the floor because there'd always be someone to clean it up after him. Wherever he went, he would just make a colossal mess, like a trail of trash wherever he'd go, and there would always be someone like right behind him snagging it up, throwing it away. Like, because they don't think about this. They've always got someone else to do it, you know. Like Lewis
I don't
Black,
like that I don't like that mentality.
ball washer just extend stain to their anus. You know that there are health benefits to only showering a couple of times a week. Benefits are small. Bathing often doesn't really have health benefits. Poor courtesy. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, are you gonna walk up to a billionaire and go, "You fucking stink"? You could. But you're terrified about what they're gonna do. At the very least, you're gonna be kicked away. That's courtesy being thrown back in your face. Like, people can be too polite, you know. It's like when all those like Paris Hilton and Paris Hilton knockoffs showed up with like the little dogs in the purse. Sorry, no. Okay, here we go. Working now. Right. We're having some tech issues tonight, it seems. Perfect. Pardon me a moment while I go and reset my audio.
Did your stuff crash again?
Yep.
Okay.
When that happens, all I can say is just please wait. I know what the problem is. I was gonna say Honest Red. Honest Red's the last person I go for help. Red Eye said that it's either my OS. When I got my computer, it was very basic, and it's either my operating system needs to be updated because I got a brand new, very high grade graphics card, but I don't have any other system to support it, and everything is struggling to make it to work. Plus, on top of that, I think my memory could do with a bit of a flush. What are we doing in terms of my memory right now? Stop this. Here, local disk. That would be less of an issue, but it couldn't hurt. 2 out of 3 of my my drives are pretty stacked. I could do with a bit of spring cleaning. Do that tomorrow before the stream, so we don't have this problem. But yeah, the like billionaires they don't care that much, and there's not much you can do about it, and it's just an example of somebody who is like raised wealthy. They feel like they're better than you, and if you push them to shove, they'd be like, no, I'm not. But some of them would turn around. Elon would turn around and say, I'm better than you. Trump Easily. It wouldn't take too much for Trump to think that I'm better than you. He'd actually, like, he wouldn't outright say, he said, like, well, I'm the one that became president. I'm the greatest businessman of all time. I'm just saying, you know? If the pieces fit, it's fucking, it's royalty. It's the exact same thing as nobility used to do. As for people who had nothing and reached to the top, they are far less likely to act like that because they had a level of like understanding what it's like. But that's so few people in the world. There are so few people who are like shining shoes that are now like CEOs. They exist. I guarantee you they treat people with a little bit more respect. They're still CEOs. It's like having a woman CEO. They're still going to fire you once the bottom line is questioned, but it's just, you know, it's pure trash. I sent you the DMs. Brushing your teeth isn't necessarily for health either. If you eat a natural diet, but unlike showers and deodorant, actually aid in oral health. Yeah, you don't want to. Isn't it like mouthwash better for your health? Okay. Shabby didn't get back if he was on board or not. He showed up. He said something about the reventing.
I just messaged him. Apparently he went to take a shower and he's almost ready.
Oh, we are. All right, cool. So we're unless he bugs out at the last minute, we're gonna have a Shabuski in the chat. Oh God, John, I don't. This is how many pages? 1, 2, 3, 6,
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14. John, I don't want to turn this into the John Morgan show, okay? You've already got one. Don't steal mine.
I've gone through the whole chat, but look, she says like 5 different things, and he says one sentence, and then she replies with another 5 different things, and he's just like, okay, and then another 4 things, and then he's just like, okay.
All right. I'll read. I won't read them out, but I'll give them a one over. Oh, I called Medusa out, by the way, when she basically was laughing at a woman who had a miscarriage who she was having a fight with. And I said, wow, that was kind of a schizo thing to do. And we had just started talking to each other. And it's like, fuck you, man. I'm like, no, Medusa. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had bipolar. But that doesn't justify that shit, okay? And we kind of backed each other down, but I'm like, yeah, no. That's actually what got me started on figuring out who she was. Because then that's when John and Shabby showed up. Yeah, so, yeah, basically what's happening in every one of these screenshots, John is replying to her with usually about one like line of sentences, and then she just has a wall of text. Lots of comments. Lots. You hear me about clicking? Opening, closing, opening, closing. There's lots of. I'm saving you guys fucking a lot. All right, but Jesus Christ, why block troll? Boo fucking who? I said the N-word. Oh no. Wow. Yeah, no, schizo. I forgot how much of a I'm again, I was saying this about Minnie Manson and some of our guests that we're never having back on. I don't want schizos. Okay? And I'm glad we didn't have Medusa on, because she's giving me strong bipolar schizo vibe right now. Where you say that's not fair. I don't give a fuck. You can call this a safe space or an echo chamber all you want, but I want to be able to actually have a good night's sleep and not have to deal with drama directed towards me. This shit is fucking unhinged. Just so you know, the reason I'm not bringing this up isn't because I think that like John is I'm just gonna automatically side with John or whatever. Like I kind of knew he was like this. It's been so long since I even thought about Medusa outside of like my Instagram. It's it's just it's a good reminder why we never had her on. She's not the most fun person.
Yeah, there was a lot of homophobic slurs in that conversation.
Yeah, yeah. She likes the old insults. That's for sure. The good old ins. This is what drunken peasants and the old community of drunken peasants was like. I used to call this the era of when I first joined the backward swastika. To get into the chats would like swastikas would just always be posted backwards in massive troll lines. Old DP's Discord, the first one they made, was a fucking minefield of shit. They even had to paywall it for a little bit just to keep out the worst elements of it. And that's what it was like. It was just sort of like slur, 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 slur. Now here's the thing. You can use slurs. I use retard because I myself am on the fucking spectrum, and sometimes there's no word better for it. I don't use the F word, I use the N word because they don't apply to me. I don't know the context for it, and I will not go up to I won't go up to Cobes and call him a fucking retard in the way that he's terrified people will call him. Because that would be mean. Everyone can tell there's something wrong with him. But sometimes he will have a take that he's heard from another person, and I'm like, oh, come on, man, that's fucking retarded. Like, he will just listen to anyone he hears, and he will just immediately think that's correct. Unless it's directed towards him as a form of criticism. With Medusa, she is just blurting out, like, anything she wants, whatever the first thing off her head, and it's just all this high manic energy. And no, like it's what the community used to be like, and it's why a lot of people on the left, like the gatekeepy sort of tanky motherfuckers, think this part of the internet, which is for the most part pretty fucking progressive and on the left, pro-choice, pro-weed, UBI, Medicare for all, gun control can be a little bit iffy, up and down, whatever. Like we have, and very pro-queer, very pro trans, very pro gender fluid. Some of the most like out there takes that make a lot of sense the more you think about it, I've heard from this sort of part of the internet, not from the super lefty side. But they will turn to us and call us like bigots because of people like Medusa, who will just come up and go like, hi, N-word. Who fucking does that in real life? No one. You don't go up to a black person and just call them that unless you're gonna start shit. Hitmonk gets the pass, but he always asks for it, and he never fucking, like, he never would say that to someone's face in the way that we're now thinking of, like a bunch of black guys on like a street corner just fucking talking to themselves, and then Pimp Monk waddles across the street and goes, "Sup, Matt?" You know, like, "Sup, my neighbors?" No. Although he could pull that shit off because he is Pimp Monk.
Yeah, and he is from the South, so I mean, if I was black, I'd probably give him a pass.
Well, here's the thing. Hannibal Monty have two different takes on it because black people aren't a monolith, and Pimp Monk knows this. So he wouldn't just assume that one black guy at one time saying, yeah, sure, it's okay if you say it, would mean that all black people suddenly are okay. Like, what? I'm okay if anyone calls me Paddy. That was a slur. That was a genuine slur for years. With not the same level of implication, but also not too far off from it at times either, especially in places like America or London. But if someone calls me Paddy, call me fucking Paddy. No one has done that in a long while, and no one's ever said it as an insult.
Well, there is, you've heard the term paddy wagon, right?
Well, yeah, because that's what because the cops would be Irish and the people in the back of it would be Irish.
Yep, and the people in the back would be drunker than a skunk.
Yeah, for God's sake, what's one of the most popular songs, music, since the 90s for Christmas? The bells are ringing out on Christmas Day. That's sung from the drunk tank in New York by an Irishman. That's the whole premise of that. Like which apparently was based off one of his experiences, of him just waking up on Christmas Day in the drunk tank. Like it's trash. Like it's a trash. It's a trash thing. But like at the exact same time, context is key. You know. So when I called Medusa schizo, it's because honestly she came across as schizo and she is bipolar. I wasn't gonna call her bi because that would make her super confused. Like, what's my sexuality have to do with anything, right? And I wouldn't insult anyone ever for being bi. Maybe to call them a slut, but I'm a slut. I'm not bi, but I'm a slut. You can be both, or you can be individual. No slut shaming. Admired as a mark of pride. And
Oh yeah, that's one thing that she said in the conversation with John. She's like, she equates fat and the term slut equally,
that
and
says
no
more
one,
about her than it does about anyone else.
no one called her a slut in any conversation that I know about.
Well, she's either manic depressive or I think she told me she's either manic depressive or she is bipolar. Yeah. It's why she has those sort of bah slur, bah hope you die sort of moments. But then she expects people to go, "Aw, you're just having a bad day." No, fucking call her out on that shit. I didn't let Ryby get away with this shit and she has the exact same issues. I fucking loved Ryby. But you know, Ryby's doing fantastic these days, but she doesn't fucking talk like that anymore. Doesn't act like that anymore. You can grow past this shit. Those elements, those, what do they call them? Intrusive thoughts. You know, everyone has intrusive thoughts, and they can be pretty fucking horrific at times. You know what you do? You just acknowledge them for what they are. They're her intrusive thoughts. You just let them go as quickly as they left. You don't fixate on them. You don't think maybe they make a lot of good points. Like pushing an old lady out in front of a bus. That's going to cause you a more hassle than her, because it'll hurt her for a second and then it won't hurt anymore. But why even do it? Have you thought about that? Have you thought why do it in the first place? Why throw the cat into the blender? I remember talking to a kid in school who said, like, you ever wanted to throw a cat into a blender? And I was like, no! What the fuck? Years later, he realized he had post-traumatic stress for being abused as a kid. He's doing really great for himself now. But like, those are giant red flags. And I don't know Medusa's details. I don't plan to know Medusa's details. I hope she's getting help. I hope she goes to therapy and they talk through this. But John, just because she has those issues doesn't mean anything you said there was wrong. You were just being John Morgan. You were like, what? What's wrong with you? Why are you acting this way? Yeah. Well, I did. I was just more blunt about it. Like, you're a fucking schizo. I was pointing a finger at her. Like, you didn't. That's all the difference was. She gave the same response, too, to me. A big wall of text. Drunken slob. I feel like the first two are independent of each other. Right? Jared is a slob, but he doesn't get drunk. Cobes is a drunken slob. I'm a drunken slob.
Same.
Right? But we both know you can be a drunk and be very talk to any mother with a wine problem. Any mother with like a drinking problem, and look at her house and you'll see this like immaculate home. And can you call her a slob? No, if anything, she's doubling down while getting smashed. It's kind of like the gender fluid argument. You can have, slob fluid. Are we prepared as a society to have the slob fluid argument? We should have, yeah, Troy. We should have a Spartacus moment where we stand up and go, "I'm a drunken slob. I'm a drunken slob." Or a stone slob. Everyone has this idea that stoners are like a bunch of lazy fucks. Yeah, a lot of them are. Especially like body highs will make you like just sit down and go, pretty colors on the TV. I want pizza rolls shoved into my face. It sounds pretty great, but you're not going to get it done. But I know, especially women, I found this. When they get stoned, they can get shit done. My bestie Elf gets stoned. Obviously not since working in her new place. But she was sometimes working in prior places and would make manager. Like, really quickly. While doing a bong rip. Like, it was impressive. This shit got done. She got results. I really respect that. That's not how weed works with me, but or my I had an acquaintance slash friend in. We were quite friends. We hung out sometimes, but in Dublin when I first moved out of my home, and she would supply me weed, and she'd get absolutely stoned. She's now a bodybuilder, and not just a bodybuilder. She's going for like Miss Universe. And she would like get really stoned, but the workout routine while still doing her job. And she came out of fucking Poland as a former police detective.
I get tired on weed.
Same. I don't want to interact with the outside world. I think I'm gonna have some weed that day. I go outside and I get all my shopping done. I do all my errands of the day first. And then I come back, and sometimes I even turn my phone off. Like, I want to just watch stuff. If I've got friends with me, even better. And that's all the socializing I need. I don't need to go anywhere. I don't need to do anything when stoned. But I know people who get stoned are like, woo, I want to start dancing at the club. What the fuck? What strain are you smoking? Like, what is this blend? This metabolism and shit. An inebriated slob. Weed makes me fall asleep, so I just do other stuff. Makes me more productive. Yeah.
I had a girlfriend that when she smoked weed, it got her horny, and that was probably the best sex I've had.
That was the first time I ever heard of that stereotype was from a sort of Skinamax film back in the day, and then I met a girl who, well, she did get horny when she was stoned, and yeah, it's fucking great. Like, weed is like that. It's like all the different types of drunks out there. You got the happy drunks, you got the sad drunks, you got the me, which is this day in my life is when I get super drunk, I get super sleepy. I mean, alcohol eventually knocks you out like a cake because it's a depressive and eventually will just drag you. It feels, I don't know about you, but it feels like those weights. Do you remember in the Christmas Carol, all the ghosts that Scrooge sees of his former colleagues? They've all been weighed down by like weighing scales and like safes on chains, and they're all going around. Yeah, that's how I feel more and more, just getting weighed down. But I'm being dragged more and more towards my bed, like which is a shame because I want like I felt like this when I was a teenager and when I was in my 20s, and people were like, "Woo, let's party all night." Hey, me. We're heading off to this house party. Do you want to come on? I'm like, I want to go to bed. And it's like
well,
midnight.
That's why I drink at home. I don't like the whole like crowd, atmosphere. I don't like, oh, hey, we're gonna do this. I'm drunk. I'm young. No, I just want to fucking sit, get drunk, and like play video games or watch a movie or I want to do what I want. I don't give a shit about what you want to do.
Skep is right. It is very situational. I do not drink when I'm in a bad mood because it'll just make me feel sadder. Which, as a lot of people point out, proves that I'm not an alcoholic. If not, then I'm the next thing down. But I do like socializing. And there's one time I really like socializing when I'm drinking, and that is when I'm on vacation or on a holiday or a trip or whatever. If I'm in the next town over, I will go to the busiest pub, and I'm an introverted guy with on the autistic spectrum. Like I've got some severe, like, hell, I even have a little bit, I think, of agoraphobia. This week coming, like, I found excuses to stay at home again and again and again every single day just to go out and get milk. And I had to go out today. I ran out of excuses. I went out. I was like, what's the fucking big deal of that? I could have done that. I could have done that any time during the week. But like, I still will rush to like a big bar. I look for like, where's local music playing? Comedy nights. I haven't gone to a good comedy night in ages. A fucking a fucking magic show while getting drunk. You ever done that? I did that once. That was great. It was like a proper magic show, like sawing the woman in half and all that. Actually, what he did was he made her vanish with a ring. He jumped through it and she didn't come back out.
Well, what?
Yep. That was some good shit. It was all optical illusions. In fact, I was talking to a guy at the bar, and he was like, "I was here last month," and I talked to the guy, and he said, "It's all just sort of like panel mirrors that they've hidden around." And he pointed to one of the curtains in the corner. I could just see a panel mirror sticking out of it, and I'm like, "Oh, that's clever." But of course, as the Prestige pointed out, no one wants to know how you do it. You want to believe. And for a brief time, I watched it. I was like, yeah, this is all right. It's all right, you know. I had a great night out. Or a play. I remember one time I was watching it was like a Dutch play about this girl who was basically she was the town bike and she was balancing all the guys in town, but it was all translated into English and set in Dublin. And we were just getting smashed watching that. Point is, I love a spectacle, and I have never been to one, but I have been to ones where we watch it on the TV. A fight night. I would love to be at like a ringside fight night. That would be cool.
Boxing or MMA?
Yes.
Or WWE, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, anything goes. Like, hell, get me the guys in the octagon dressed as knights. Have you ever seen those? They were gimmick stuff, but people tried to get them going.
It's not gimmick stuff. That's actually real fucking. No, that kind of stuff actually happens, and they do it like full scale. It's like 20 versus 20, and it's all these people that make their own metal suits and their weapons and everything. They're dulled down.
Of course.
But yeah.
I've got it here, but I want to see if there's any copyright. I don't think so. Alright, we'll watch this now. By the way, guys, if you can help out the stream goal, throw some donos. I will do a shot of gin, and Shabisky will be joining us when he feels like, apparently.
I haven't heard back from him.
You see, this is why I didn't put him in the thumbnail. Like wrangling cats with that man. Which is weird, because he was ironically our very first guest that showed up on time. He was like guest number 4, and he showed up on time. Anyway, let's cross our fingers this doesn't get us in trouble with the copyright gods. Let's see the chat. Alcohol, God damn it, I love Crow. Let's speak the truth. Alcohol enthusiast. Drug Skyrim. Oh yeah. As of late, Billy, what I do is I watch when I play Skyrim, I role play as a character that isn't really like the world saving motherfucker. At most, I'm like a legionnaire or something fighting for the Empire, but more likely I'm just in off the boat. I use the Live Another Life mod, and I just kind of listen to the audiobooks from the game as I'm slowly like building up a fortune via mining or maybe doing basic bounty missions. But I set myself goals like I couldn't pick up all their armor, so I only pick up a handful of weapons, and any like money they might have on them, like valuables, rings and shit, because that's what looters would do. It's why we have so many like swords and shit, because you try to carry back 5,000 swords. It might be worth a lot, but how do you do it? So you just gotta leave that shit there. And I had to play roleplay while I get absolutely smashed, and I do that for a little bit. It's very dorky, and I love it.
Lev, I am gonna step out for a cigarette, so you are on your own for probably about 7 to 10 minutes.
Okay, when we come back, we'll watch this.
Oh no, I'll still be watching on my phone. You can go ahead.
Nah, I want to hear your own commentary too. You work away. I can keep the chat down. I am a master of the chat. So how are you doing, chat, anyway? Make myself nice and big energy. Wait, hold on. Do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? I got the timing wrong. I feel like Ego in Guardians of the Galaxy. Hey, y'all doing? Want me to join? Great timing, Shabby. Yep. Bro just stepped away for a little bit. I'll bring you in now. Good. Just went out to get a cigarette. Good old cigarette fire, even though it's killing them and you shouldn't smoke. Of course, you don't know a damn thing about smoking that, do you there? Do you there, big balls? I made some fake chicken sandwich, nice. Ignore the man behind the curtain. I would recommend getting Smash playing Fallout 4 with realistic shot damage mods. Like playing Arma while drunk. I like playing Fallout 4 to build settlements and build up my character to make him look like a fucking deathcore Kriegs guy with my mods. Fucking mods, man. Give me a few minutes, I'll join. Okay, take your time there, Shabby. Lev looked like the ending boss to an early 90 game. Yeah, all we need is like some fucking 8-bit music playing. Fireballs coming out. Boink, boink, boink. You have defeated the Video King. An early promo for like an early version of Gex. I don't think graphics for gaming moved faster than it did in the 90s. Like if you look at game graphics in 1990 to like 2000, the difference was wild. And that's all down to CDs. Like 70s to 80s was impressive, but you know, a few extra pixels and colors compared to hell, like how many bits do you have in terms of like Sega versus fucking Nintendo, and then out of the fucking blue comes the goddamn PlayStation, forged from Nintendo's hubris. Not the first and last time they fucked themselves in the foot. I have to say, this Zebexa shit, it's lasting. I was starting to drink this before we went live. Andros. Do a barrel roll. No, I don't think I will. Is that the series that includes the beautiful furry pinup, also known as Crystal Fox? I need to do a fucking Star Fox anime. Like and they have to make it both ridiculous and gritty in equal measure. I'm talking about like Rogue Squadron for the N64 level of like real like serious TIE fighter shit. I admire Nintendo's commitment to never improving the graphics. They thought cartridges were always going to remain. N64, great. Seriously great, because it was the last time they ever outsourced until recently. The fucking Switch. Alright. I'm going to go and finish this tea and grab the other big bottle, which is a Peroni. But don't forget that if anyone throws any money, I will do a shot of cider. Also got a 6-pack of Karpacki in there, which is a very generic Polish beer. It's alright for Polish beer. Lumps is better. Used to be a bar in Dublin. It's gone now. It's called the Czech Bar. Or Czechia Bar. And it was geared towards people, Slavic persuasions and shit. Everyone spoke all manner of Balkan, Polish, whatever numerous languages the final girlie speaks. Yeah, it was great. And they had a beer there that was, it was the original inspiration for Budweiser. It wasn't Budwehr either. But that's, again, something people can say about. My console is better because it has slightly more powerful CPU, one useless feature, I don't want an exclusive title. Hey, if you don't have Sonic and Knuckles cartridge that opens up, you can put the game in, the first game, and play a game of specialized pinball. No, sorry, the first one didn't give you pinball. It gave you that 3D map isometric thing where you're behind Sonic, picking up the giant balls. The second game gave you the pinball, which was so good that they packaged it as its own game. God, that was good shit. Remember which PS1 game they first fired up and got sweet sorry Sony computer? Well, now we just have to fucking show it while we wait, don't we? For me, it was, I believe it was Soviet Strike. That's an obscure fucking title. I had, oh, well, actually, the first one I would have opened up, in all fairness, would have been the demo disc. But I was very lucky. I didn't just have the black demo disc everyone else had. I had demo 1 on the gold disc. Now that's... I'm not going to explain that. If anybody knows their PlayStation lore, that shit was quite rare for its time. Is the disc unscratched? Is the disc unscratched? It's fine. I think. The music wasn't lingering. You could tell if something was wrong, the music would linger. And then you'd be in trouble. Big trouble. And then you'd get that black-white text that would tell you about piracy. Oh god, do you remember the very first games? They came with like arcade games like Tetris and Galaga, just to pass the time. while the game would load, but they were dropped super early on because there was no need. Oh, I rented Twisted Metal 2. Fucking love that game. I haven't seen the show. I hear it's a mixed bag. Oh, speaking of shows, watch The Bear. I finished watching The Bear. Don't watch season 3 of The Witcher. That fucking sucks. It's all over the place. Don't do it. You're better than that. We're better than that. And now Henry Cavill's gone. Fuck that shit. Oh, the Booski. We got the Booski. And the Crow. Well, Crow's still probably out having a smoke. Let's bring you in there, Shabby. How you doing?
What's up, babe?
How long you were waiting there for? Did you see me naked?
Yeah, heck yeah. It's the best part.
See,
Yeah.
someone appreciates me. Skep, who said ew when he was on. That's why we've never had him back on. That's the only reason.
Who? Skep? Oh, yeah, screw him.
Well, I wanted to. That's why I was nude.
I bet that Skabibi guy hangs out with that modern racist chick.
But yeah, but I mean, like, that's because he's racist. I mean, it's like birds of a feather say the N-word together.
Oh yeah. Let me pull up the stream here real quick.
There you go. I'm sharing the screen too. It doesn't like sharing screen when there's nobody in anyone else in the chat. They're talking about their bandwidth, motherfucker. I actually don't need to show anyone else but you. Crow's just doing
back.
Mike. Oh, perfect timing. Guess who's here? That's right. The president of Rwanda. Wait, no, it's Shabby. Him too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me bring up this thing. Yeah, I'm albino. Most people don't know that about me. I'm a black albino.
You're re-vitiligoed.
A lot of people think I'm white, but actually, I'm hecka black.
No.
Like, hecka.
Okay, no one thinks you're white because, as we all know, you're Italian, and Italian people aren't white.
Right? We're the brown of white.
You know, there are people out there that fucking say it like as an insult, and like there are Italians, especially Sicilians, apparently lose their mind over that.
I bet Modern Medusa would be one of those people. She'd probably say it.
She does give me strong "I will kill you if you break pasta with over the pot" energy.
I usually use a blender.
You drink it like a protein shake.
Yeah.
Way to insult your ancestors there, man. This is why Rome fell. Cuts to like 2,000 years ago, and Shabby's great granddad or whatever is he's just not in the mood to cook pasta normally. So instead, he just kind of like grinds it in the mill and just eats it that way. And then like 10 minutes later, a bunch of Germans are just tearing down statues and carrying off women. And he's like, what did I do?
It was an accident.
It was an accident. I'm the greatest.
My pasta's the greatest. What's the problem?
Pasta powder, bro. You like your starch? Yeah, starch. Naruto?
Oh, yeah.
Where is he running? Please don't tell me he's running. No one likes Naruto running, not even Area 51. Can you believe that shit happened and no one really remembers anymore?
That happens like every week. There's something that happens and then nobody remembers it.
Yeah.
Right? Like today's little Tay died. Next week, you know.
I heard about that.
It'll be George Bush died or whatever. Nobody cares. Okay, just life goes on.
Wow.
Nobody really cares.
Just in the wind.
Life goes on and on and on and on.
I watched a video where like a Tozy, if you ever seen him, he was covering it, like little Tay possibly dying.
Hold
he's
on,
like-
hold on. We got a technical issue. If you
Oh.
see the screen, you'll see what the problem is.
Yes.
Boop, boop. I guess I got rid of you, because that was a new one. Fuck you kind of went like into a warning light. But go on. They can hear you anyway.
Oh, I just found it so fake how he started the video off like this would be one of the hardest videos for me to talk about or something because it has to do with a little girl dying named Little Tay possibly dying. And it's like, you don't have to like it's just so lame to mix all this fake emotion into it. Like if you care, be genuine and stuff, but I don't know, it's just this fake kind of like, yeah, I feel really bad because the subject of this video. And if I don't do that, people are gonna say I'm just profiting off of someone else's death or something. You know what I'm saying? By the way, I'm gonna do a live stream in a bit talking about Tay's death.
Of course, and
Make sure to be the tip.
Are they actually dead though?
I don't know. It's like up in the air, I guess.
Are you gonna do
There's
a high crimes just to see if they're like might be dead?
it's gonna be a high crimes where we watch Little Tay die, and that's
in
gonna be
real
our
time,
biggest high
and then
crimes. Yes.
watch them decompose over the next few days.
That's the
Little Tay-
best one. Yes.
Little Tay is
That'll be a dab stream for you. You'll just have their body just slowly decomposing.
I'll
while you're
dab
doing it.
every time
every
we see a
10
worm or something.
Yeah, every time you see like a part of them like collapse in on themselves, you do a dab. Fucking hell. You know,
We're such jerks. Everyone clip this and expose us, please.
particularly Crow, who is clearly the most homoerotic and yet also the most homophobic one of us.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah.
I mean, wait, no, he's here, isn't he?
Oh well,
he's
never mind.
great.
You're clearly the most homoerotic of us all.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little bi sometimes, maybe, you know.
Who would you be bi
No one's
for?
looking.
Who's your Jude Law list? You got anyone? And don't say me. That's a given.
I'm gonna go with Gene. I'm gonna use him for his money. I'm gonna, of course, be the.
I pictured you as like a trophy wife with a huge prosthetic ass and like these giant rings and like fingernails, massive like fake plug hairs going out. Daddy, I need a new purse.
Daddy, I need a new dad rig, Daddy. It's like, okay, but only if you let me be top tonight, Chubisky. Only if you let me be top. All right, bitch.
No, you kind of like hold his hand like in between your like giant nails and be like, oh baby, don't you worry about that. You just know what we promised. I'll let you do that when you get me a new desk.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that. Ooh, I could get a desk out of them too.
Oh,
Good
see,
idea.
now the wheels are fucking turning. Yeah.
Get a new computer, a desk. Probably get a new house. This is great.
Everyone has a price. Everyone has a price. Doesn't always have to be money, but there is a limit. Gold Digger Biscuit. Yeah, you're gonna be Anne Nicole Smith talking about having astral sex in court with dead Gene.
Yeah, Gene says Shab only likes me for my money. Well, you only like me for my many, many talents. Okay, how awesome I am and funny and everything else that's positive about me. Okay.
Preach it, Queen. Preach it.
Yeah. And my big peenie.
It just cuts to us like some MTV like trash show. We're having a conversation like, what did Shabby mean by this? Oh my god, I can't believe Shabby just said that. Like, I can't believe Shabby said that. Like, what's Gene thinking? Sorry, where am I? I've got a delivery here. I honestly think that at the end of the day, used to would become really pissy with each other as you live together because like your habits would just drive each other apart.
I would definitely have to beat him on a regular basis in order to just deal with the.
Where's my money, bitch? You just become his pimp. You got like a belt.
Yeah, I'll beat him every now and then just to get my anger out, my frustration.
Oh, it was a hard day at work. You're basically Patrick. He's SpongeBob, and Jack's the little clam they were looking after.
Gene is more like Squidward, right?
Yeah, I'd say he's more of a Squidward, but if you
like, he's a prick like Squidward, and then I'm obviously hilarious and funny like SpongeBob.
He's not a prick. Reality's just beat him down. That's all Squidward is. Reality's just kicked him in the teeth and told him his goals will never be reached, and he's surrounded by mediocrity all day. That does sound like Gene, in all fairness.
Oh, damn. Gene says that in our gay relationship, he would be the top. Damn, Gene, you gonna show me?
Are you going to have some primal play right here on Low Energy Videos? Like, share, and subscribe, and throw donos.
Oh, Gene. Manhandle me, Gene. Ah. Such a hunk of a man.
You guys are about the same height and weight, right, Shabisky?
Well, he's fatter. He's fat or whatever.
I've seen his arms. He has a little. I haven't seen your arms in the flesh because I've not seen you in the flesh. I've seen Gene in the flesh, and he has a little bit of muscle, just a smidge of it. I don't know about yours. Let's hey Shabby, I'm gonna make you full screen. Give us a flash of the guns and see what you're working with.
You want to see my gums?
Guns.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that'd be gay.
It would be gay, but we've already crossed that Rubicon a long time ago, brother.
I can't see.
I can.
Hold on. All right, here. Wow.
Oh, okay. I take that back. Yeah. No, you got some fucking flex. You got a Popeye thing going on right there. Nice little bulge. You got a bulge to match your bulge. Yeah.
Yeah. Got two bulges.
Shabisky just takes a dab and his muscles expand.
Yeah.
It just shows fucking Snoop Dogg coming in onto one of his muscles, just getting fucking high.
Shabby the stoner guy. He'll come right in your eye. Alright. What are we covering next?
Well, you guys hold on the fort while I both urinate and pick up more alcohol. The two might be connected, but I'm not drinking my own piss. Unless money's on the table.
I'll give you $5.
Yes, you will, but not for drinking piss. Huh? You didn't say anything about drinking piss. When
I'll give you it. No, I want to see you drink your own piss. Entertain me with your piss drinking. This is great.
Just because you did it for Jared does not mean that works on me too. You got to step up your game, son.
I bet you won't play porn. I bet you won't play porn on your stream. Bet you're too dumb to do it. You can't even figure it out how to play porn on your stream. Ha.
I'll show you. I'll show pictures. I'll show pictures so vile that you won't even know they're porn because you're too pure.
Whoa. Yeah. What? Yeah, aren't the Irish supposed to drink their piss when they're drinking so they can make sure to get all the alcohol? They don't want to miss any. I'll take that as a yes. He's probably just drinking his piss right now. His mouth is full of piss.
It's just a picture of Lev, like so you know the Kim Kardashian. She's popping the bottle of champagne and it's going into her the glass on her ass. It's just a picture of Lev with his cock out and he's like pissing into his own mouth.
Yeah, look how big and my plastic ass is, guys. Wow. I can even hold a glass on it. We should fund me getting a plastic dick, Drunken.
Oh my god. Look at his ass.
The body is round.
Oh, of course. Someone donates now as I'm sitting back down. $1 for shots. No, $1. I didn't even get any audio because I have it set. I have limits. Thank you so much for the $1 though. $1 for shots. No piss allowed. I agree. Let me go and grab it. And by the way, I loved how you guys were saying that. I had my headphones on, so I was literally urinating while hearing it. So it was a lovely experience.
Hell yeah. You're a lovely experience.
Thank you.
So, Drunken Crow, did you enjoy your cigarette?
I did. I almost need another one, but I am gonna hold off.
Whoa, that's so courageous of you, Drunken Crow. Can't believe you would do something so amazing. So let's talk more about modern racist Medusa.
Oh, she shit herself.
She what?
She shit herself. That was definitely a shit.
Yeah, I didn't see that part. What, she farted on her stream, on her video?
We can show it. We can show it.
I wanna see the poop.
Well, you don't see the poop, but you get to see her reaction. But apparently, you guys already beat me to it, so.
You get to see a little bit dripping down her leg at the end or something.
Okay, Shabby, she is a porn worker, so maybe go out and reach out to her. You know, maybe ask her her rates. It could work.
Yeah, like how much to get you to say the N-word while you flash your pussy, huh?
And shit at the exact same time. Yeah.
Yeah, I want you to shit and yell the N-word at the same time. That turns me on.
If Billy the Fridge can get 10 grand from a German guy to shit on a table, you know, you could spend 25 quid to have her say the N-word while, I don't know, sharding.
No, she does it for free.
That's true, yeah, it's more of a hobby for her than a job. So I'm drinking, speaking of piss, this actually looks a lot like some very healthy urine right here. It's Zesty Lemon Beefeater London Gin. So, yeah. Also, Shabby, I think you were saying, like, I thought you're meant to drink your own piss. That's the Vikings. They're the ones that did that. They do the magic mushrooms.
Yeah, never mind. You guys aren't that tough.
Well, we do have a little bit of Viking going on in us, so maybe we picked up a little thing. Rather, we get the power of the potato. Potato man. Thank you so much for the donation. Very much appreciated. Yeah. Here is a shot of the Beefeater's gin, and I will simply say, Andavar.
Andavar. I agree with that.
Oh, that was a bit of a larger shot than I expected. I don't know where my shot glass is, so...
Whoa.
Was that good for you too, baby?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I felt it a little bit, I think.
Is it in yet?
Whoa. Oh, my God.
You know, when I was a
Gene,
kid...
is it in yet? Huh?
Like, when I was just starting to get into, like, girls and sex and all that shit, I swore that would happen to me one day until I got laid. And she was like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine sized. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I realized, oh, fuck, we are our own worst enemies. Like...
Yeah.
Like, the only way you can the reason Cobes isn't going out and having fun and all that shit out in public is because he's banned from 90% of the social interactions he could do in Casper, Wyoming. But also because he just tells himself that he's gonna go out and be mocked and shamed. Bull fucking shit. As for Jared, he probably has been legally banned from exiting his house. Like, he probably can't legally leave it.
You shouldn't be able to be, like, within 10,000 feet of a school or something.
He shouldn't be in the same time zone as a school.
He should have to live on a little shitty island in the middle of the ocean, like, away from kids. You know, no kids around.
I am 100%.
None of that.
Yeah, I'm 100% okay with that. Hell, was it? There's an island in the south of the Pacific. I think Britain runs it. It's a tiny little place. There's only a few thousand people live on it, but it has the largest population of prisoners to people. I think it's like 40%, and a good chunk of them are sex offenders.
Oh damn! You heard that, Gene? It's your kind of place, Gene.
I think their national anthem's the Sex Offender Shuffle.
We like to touch people without their consent. Yeah.
I am truly happy to say we get to see her shart again. One more time for the old souvenir.
Yeah, let's
Right in her rear, too.
hear it.
Let's hear it. And then we will move on. Move on, if you will. By the way, I've been out of the loop for the past few days there, Shabby. Do you know any updates on Sturgis? I saw that his real name and like what he actually looks like from the waist down, which is no shock, really fat, being leaked.
We just messed with him on tap recently, and he got banned from Twitch, but then Twitch gave him his channel back, even though he said that I look like a pedophile on his Twitch stream. Maybe they didn't catch that.
Crow, could you send me the link again, please?
Oh yeah.
Thanks. Because we're in a group call now, and if I were to go to your channel, it would just fuck up all everyone's cameras. Well, Shabby's camera, basically. Because Shabby's a tender, soft boy that needs constant care and protection.
Until you rub me and I get hard.
Well, we all get hard when we're rubbed. The real question is what we do with that information.
I run.
And
I
that,
get confused
sir,
and just run.
Is why that's why you are both a king under the power of the Lord for not giving into lust, and you're also a fucking dweeb. Loser. Whoa. Virgin boy. You see this bus full of supermodels pull up and point and laugh at you and then drive away.
Yeah, that's one of his other things. You're a virgin. It's like,
yeah, you're a virgin. I saw that.
It's so weird. To me, it's so telling this for for one adult to say that to another, because it's like getting laid is not some big challenge. Like,
it can be if you're really socially awkward. There is a truth to it. Because I'm socially awkward, but I got laid at 18, like a normal person.
I don't go to bars much and shit, but I'm sure if I went to a bar tonight, I could get like a bitch or two to bring home.
They might not be, like the marriage material and shit, but at the exact same time, they're, if you want to get laid, you want to get your dick wet, it's doable with surprising ease.
Yeah, like, for one, I mean, like, I'm talking about, like, I'm gonna bring home some sexy bitches, but, like, just getting laid in general, you could get some half-ass looking bitch, some ugly bitch, some whatever, to fuck. Like, it's not that hard. It's not that complicated to get laid.
People want to get laid.
On the left, I don't know if he said that I look like a pedophile.
Look, you know what? He looks like Steve. I think you can see my comment there. He looks like Steve Carell's playing the character in The Castaway, like Tom Hanks' character.
Like, he honestly, the way he acts, the way he looks in this picture, he looks like the kind of dude that would have somebody like locked in his basement.
He looks like he's been blocked on every social media for like all the OnlyFans girls. Like he's permanently banned from OnlyFans.
He looks like the type of person that you won't let your children get candy on Halloween from.
Yeah, he's just moved in. He just moved into the neighborhood. He had to go around to every single door, and now the kids are told not to go anywhere near him. No, they won't explain why. A lot of the kids are too young to understand. Just remember what you were told when that officer came in with the guy in the giant suit, going, "Watch out for strangers, kids." That's a stranger. Okay. Yeah.
And he also makes it a little more sus when he always has a hard time like making eye contact. Although he's not doing that when he's looking at the camera. Obviously, there's not eyes there, but he can't look at the, like, I imagine if you were talking to him, it would be the same. He doesn't want to make eye contact with you much.
He calls everyone fat. He calls everyone out of shape. In fact, he calls everyone in the Drunken Peasants community, myself included, fat. Now, he's right about me, and he's right about a lot of the people in Drunken Peasants community, and my own community, and every other community that mocks him. But here's the thing. Dude, glass fucking houses. And 5.8 Could you speak up, please? I know you've got giant ass fucking saucer caveman ears, but I don't. Could you speak up, shorty?
He looks like he weighs more than me, but I'm taller than him.
Yeah, no, you'd have to kind of like willow tree over him, you know, like, and he'd have to like stick his neck up to stare at you.
On camera, he doesn't look like he's only 5'8", but damn,
no, because
yeah,
that's why he had this
like,
just enough intelligence to realize that the camera angle, the way he's working at, would make him look the way he does. Like it
makes him look like he could be bigger than me easily.
Now, I need to make this very clear.
You're taller than me.
We are making fun of how he looks and his height. There is, again, context for this. He goes after everyone who disagrees with his takes on Eric July. We also make fun of his speech impediment. But he also makes fun of people for being mentally challenged, virgins, blah, blah, blah. Now, when you hear the term projection, you kind of think, oh, that's a cheap low bro. Exhibit fucking A. Look at this fucker. And he's also throwing insults at people every fucking day. It doesn't work like that, brother. I'm sorry. I hope you find somebody who loves you for you. And it should start with you as a man, because you don't love yourself.
Do you guys remember the Geico caveman commercial?
Yes, he gives me that vibe. I remember the TV show. Fuck's sake, there was like 6 of them.
That's funny. Yeah, he's the kind of stupid guy that hates on trans people, and then one of his arguments is like, oh, they think that they're men, but no, biologically they're not men. And it's like I said the other day on Tap, it's like that's not the argument that trans people are making.
Yeah, because they have no argument against it, so even if they do understand the difference between sex and gender, they just dismiss it. That's the power of religious thought, that's the power of conservative thought, that's the power of stupidity. And maybe he also might be, because let's be honest here, he is on the spectrum to a degree. Like, not many people are talking about this, but the way he moves, you said it yourself, he doesn't look at the camera a lot. I don't look at the camera a lot either. Like, he is on the spectrum. But as I say to Cobes and anyone else on the spectrum, that ain't a fucking excuse. That's an understanding. That's even a reason. But what you do with it is important.
I think he has weird mannerisms, but I don't think that anybody should necessarily try to diagnose him. I think that being a neurologist and working with the brain and all that, that's way more complicated than like, oh, he didn't look at the camera, he's awkward and stuff. It must be autism.
But no, what about the way he's constantly going on about numbers and stats all the time? Like Ben pointed this out. He is basically Rain Man. Like, he's constantly going on, my numbers are going up, yours are going down. I'm winning, I'm always winning. Like, that is kind of a glaring red flag. Like, I went to college with people like this, and my college was geared towards people with disabilities. I should know, I was one of them. Like, I'm not saying this is an insult on its own, but when you combined it with all the other things, I think he is on this. Now, here's the thing. I wouldn't put money on it, but I wouldn't be shocked if it then turns out, what, just because you're making fun of me for disabilities, we're making fun of you for being a prick. So anything's on the table. Once you're a prick, all bets are off, including the fact you're on, especially because you would mock people with disabilities, and he has mocked people with disabilities.
I agree with you on that. I was talking to John last night. If you're a complete trash person, anything's on the table. I can. Yeah.
You want to play this game? You have to play by the rules everyone else is playing. You don't get any special dispensation, especially because he started this war. Like, it is mean that you feel like it's punching down. So here's the thing: never make it just about it. Always give him context. Hell, give him context he himself won't understand. But since this came out, like, I imagine his statements are going to shift. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, like, he's going to still say what he thinks is important, right? Like, he's still going to go and say, like, oh, Eric July is the greatest guy because he's not listening to the wokes. Who normally says that? No one, except for people who are obsessively online.
Yeah, and I didn't really know what much to think about him in the beginning, but like when I was on tap and he's like, it's for me, somebody he has like little to no interaction with so far. He's like, that guy looks like a pedophile. It's like that is the most immature bullshit ever.
Yeah,
Like
he had no. It was
say.
so like bottom of the barrel. You know, he might as well say that like, oh well, it's like whenever you think of like the worst feminists, like the feminazis, the over the top sort of misogynists. Well, you're a male. You're a white male because of that one meme from like a few years ago of that one fucking caricature of a human being. He is a great example of a caricature of somebody who is like, you're unloved, you're a virgin, no one likes you, no one wants to be around you, you have disability, you're fat, you know, you're short.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you're just describing yourself. Jared does the exact same thing.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah, like it don't get me wrong. If someone just come up and just make it about him being on the spectrum or him being short, and I'm on Tinder as much as the next man, fucking short men get a bad fucking rap. Just because I'm on the good end of the spectrum where women are like, oh my god, I want your babies because our babies will be nice and tall. I've actually gotten that. I've gotten those DMs and I'm like, block. But like,
that's how it is.
It just
chicks want like a 6 foot or taller guy for the most part.
There are women
or something.
out there who genuinely want that shit because we all have our preferences. And
I think most women, that's their preference. They don't want a short guy. They want a taller guy.
Yeah.
They want, you know.
But there is a truth to that.
They always ask, well, what's your height? And then like it doesn't matter how tall you are. You ask them what's their weight, and they're like, "Oh, that's offensive."
That's true. I do see where they're coming from, but there is a truth to that. And you know what I noticed? Age. You can ask a woman. That's an older thing. It seems younger women are more okay with this, but probably because like social media more or less promotes your age, usually on like your apps and shit. Hell, if you're on Tinder and you have to show their age, and I don't swipe unless they're at least like 27, because I'm in my 30s now, and I don't want to hang out with a fucking teenager. I don't want to hang out.
Yeah.
I just watched the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and they had a very good impression of what teenagers acted like. I don't want to be around that, and I definitely don't want to fuck that. Like, oh my god, the easiest way to find out if you're into younger people or not, if you have a jailbait mechanic, talk to one in a social setting. Just go on.
Well, I can't remember the comedian, but they judged heaven for Muslims or paradise or whatever. You get 72 virgins, and they were like, no, I don't want 72 virgins. I want like 72
sluts,
like 40-year-old hookers. Yeah, that know what they're fucking doing.
72 women behind the bar with 2 kids, and they just want to fucking let their shoulders sag and go, oh god, buddy, do you have a hotel nearby? Yeah. Can we just go there and I'll let you stick it up my ass? I don't care. You know, like,
what?
I 70 fucking 2 women who have
let me do
experience.
Oh wait, no, you're talking about the woman. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, misgendered you all this time there. I thought Shabisky was a Tuscan version of Sabrina.
Yeah.
My daughter. You want to meet my daughter? Shabisky is Italia. You're coming down the stairs in this big long white dress, like your curls, like you're twirling them, like, Papa, you are embarrassing me. But no, like everyone has their preferences, but I will say that short guys do get a bad rap. It fucking sucks, and this is where people like Bagel Boss came out of it. And if you ever know who Bagel Boss is, Shabby, you remember Bagel Boss, don't you?
Maybe if I see him, I don't recognize the name.
Tiny, like New Jersey sounding motherfucker. He was in a bagel store. He lost his shit over women being bitches.
Well, he was mad about him being short. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that guy.
I think he's dead now. I think he died of a heart attack. But he was he would drive around. We watched some of it. Yeah, one time we were on stream together and we watched one of his videos where he went into a Starbucks filming himself, very IP2-esque, and he was waiting for one person, particularly a woman, to say anything out of the ordinary, and he would just fucking lose it and be told to leave. And he went in to go to a toilet, and she said, "Oh, do you want to make your order now?" "What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm going to steal from you? You fucking..." And then this flung out like the worst slurs. As it turns out, after he had his heart attack and he was on his deathbed, he's like, "Oh fuck, I was abused as a child. What I've been doing is wrong." But you don't want to be at that point right at the end to go, "I'm a horrible person." You know, like that seems like pointless. You want to learn that when you can change it. Oh, we just got a donut.
Round.
No time.
You guys are all pervs.
Whoa.
I just won 99 Luftballoons.
BB, it's been a while since you made me genuinely laugh. Not just sort of chuckle, but laugh. You guys are all pervs. I just want 99 Luftballoons. Now Crow got that. What about you, Shabby? Did you get the inside joke? Well, it's not so much an inside joke. It's more of an elder person joke because we're getting old and we remember the old times of the 80s and 90s. Yes. Remember? That's the reference
I don't get it.
Luftballoons. It's the 99 the red balloons.
99 Luftballon.
Yep.
But do you remember the girl who sung it?
I do not. I think she was attractive. I don't know.
She was jailbait. She was one of the earliest cases of jailbait.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she had a follow-up song called something like Taxi, and it was based off a real-life experience of an older guy paying to get her into a cab to take her back to his hotel room, and she was like 16. And it's just like, "I'm just waiting for my taxi. Well, why don't you get into mine?" But it's all in German. So it sounds actually kind of nice. You listen to it, you're like, oh my fucking god, this guy wanted to rape a teenager. That's bad. That's like...
I take back my...
Hey, when you would have watched it, there's a chance this came out, the 99 Luftballon came out before you... were even born, right? Or at least you were like 1 or 2.
I was born in 95.
Oh well, oh Jesus Christ, man. I'm a fucking 88 myself. By the way, Shabby, what about you? What year?
91.
91? Christ, I'm the oldest person here. About time that fucking happened. Especially because I'm always around Krendar on Thursdays, so he's always got the years on me. Usually I'm actually the youngest, if anything. But yeah, like, you can look at her and be like, yeah, she was kind of cute. And she was cute for the time, but I mean, like, if you at your age now was hitting on her, back when she was doing the 99 Luftballon thing, yeah, that's a bit sussy-wussy, buddy. But I mean, yeah, like...
The fact that I was born in 95 and I even know of the song, that says something.
Well, because the song was amazing. I like both versions of it too. That's quite rare that you do the you have the German and it. It's actually an interesting song. Like, it's basically, you said 99 red balloons up and it started World War III by accident because people thought it was a missile launch. That's the whole point of the song.
Oh, that gives it a new fucking meaning. I thought it was all like happy-go-lucky.
It's meant to be because everyone's playing around with 99 red balloons, but they accidentally start World War III because it was the middle of the Cold War and they were in Germany. So yeah, Todd in the Shadows has a video, a retrospective on the song, but yeah, it's hell, you want some sad fucking shit? Listen to The Police. Half their song is about being a teacher who's having an affair with a student. It's like this internal multi-universe, the police verse. And you're like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. This would not fly today. But anyway, Shabby, give me
Yeah, babe.
give me a when you instead of say cheers, do you say something else? I'm gonna knock this shot back.
I normally say cheers.
Okay, make something up on the spot.
Queers.
All right, fuck it. To all you queers.
Cheers, queers.
I do have a drinking cheers before you take a shot. It's it's here's to honor. Oh fuck, I'm drunk. But
you're holding yourself pretty well if you are. I didn't notice.
Well, I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Here,
what is it? Here's to honor. Here's to getting honor. Here's to fuck. Jesus.
That's the sort of drinking cheer you have at the start of a drinking night because it's very long.
Yeah.
By the end of a drinking night, like that's the thing about Andavar. It's great because it's like I made it up. I told this I think a few weeks ago on the Bearded Ramblings. I was going through a list of different things for shots for donos. So every shot I would do a version of cheers. So Kempai, Salute, Prost, stuff like that. And then, and of course, Schlanta for good old Ireland. Schlanta.
Yep.
Not Schlanta. Schlan. It's Schlon.
Schlanta?
Schlon. Yeah, like start saying the word schlong and then just turn it into Schlonta. Schlonta.
SCHLAN.
Say it as you think it sounds right now.
Schlanta.
Good. That would work. Because, but we call that the American Schlanta. And that's fine because you're American. I don't think your accents can pull it off. Shabby, you okay?
No, I was just looking at your mom. I mean, your butt or whatever. I don't know. What are you up to, babe?
It's all right. I heard some audio. Did you want to mute that and deal with that, or
you
what?
Heard some audio?
Was that from you? It could be from Crow. Then.
Yeah, yeah. There's background noise. My sister-in-law's home, and
all right. So well, if you ever need to mute it, that's fine. It'll be a bit hard to tell without an image.
Well, I have push to talk on, so that I.
Oh, that's the best about worlds. But anyway, yeah, the Andavar story. We went through all of it.
The body is round.
Hold on, we just got two. We just got more.
Here is to honor. Here's to getting on her, to staying on her, and if you can't come in her, come on her. Here's to honor.
I remember the
Here's to honor. Here's to get on her, to stay on her, and if you can't get in her, stay. Yeah, BBB just sent it.
Yep, come on her.
Thank you so much for the donation, man. I have to finish the Andavar story, and then I'll do another shot. So we went through all of it. So I asked chat. This is back when August was still on the chat to come up with different like they sound like they're real world things, like they're real world versions of cheers, but they're just a bit off. And after a while, everyone gave me all these massive long ones, and then I mispronounced one of them, and then I eventually was like, what about Andavar? So now I shout Andavar, which is the closest thing we have to merch material. Anyway, thank you so much, BB, for the $2 donation. Here is another shot. Can I not make a giant one this time? I cannot, apparently. I made the exact same amount as last time. A 4. A good old 4. Right. Fan-fucking-tastic. Can we get Sturgis off the screen? Mostly because the more I look at him, the more all I think of is like... how many of you are Star Trek fans?
No.
No? What about you, Shabby?
I don't like Darth Vader.
You don't like Darth Vader? That's good, because he is technically the villain. He's a tragic villain, but, you know. There's an episode in Next Generation where they all devolve back to their proto-human. and there's a moment where one of the crew members become a caveman, and he's in like a ragged version of the uniform, and he looks like your boy. He looks like your boy. So yeah, let's swap.
Are you sure he's not a Neanderthal that survives the Ice Age?
Like I said, like if Steve Carell did a caveman movie, it would look like Sturgis there. Like, as I down this down, this is actually going to be my shout this time round. Oh damn! Gag reflex. Gag reflex.
I'm gonna step out for a cigarette again.
Gag reflex. Gag reflex. Gag reflex. Are we in? Oh god. Okay, so what happened was the shot went mostly down my throat, but there was a little bit that cloyed in my back on my throat. It's only going down now because it's so potent. It's fucking gin with lemon. My throat thought it was being poisoned. Oh wow. Oh, that was not that one was not pleasant. It'll be a pleasant result, but like Jesus Christ, I need some beer. And it's fucking Peroni. You know what? We're gonna watch some Cobes. We're gonna watch some fucking Cobes. Bleh. I agree. Bleh. I agree. Yeah, favorite son on the I believe the 6th. Yeah. We got the 6th of next month, your favorite son, on here for 3 drinks minimum. So you better check out for that. By the way, did you get to see the documentary for Cobes there, Shabby?
I guess not.
His latest one? You didn't? Did you get
I don't
to
think
see...
so.
You were in the chat for a little bit when he was being grilled by Jeff and Billy and Ben, though, right?
Recently, Jeff Holiday.
Yeah, it was like only like 2 or 3 episodes ago. Like, hold on, let me bring up Drunken
I don't think I
Peasants.
saw any episode recently with Jeff Holiday on it.
Drunken Peasants. Wait, what? Oh, because it's live. Yeah, my bad. Videos. Here it is. 10 days ago.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a stream. But yeah, he I'm a big fan of this guy because he's I love his FBI shirt. He's big into like the game retrospectives. If you know Salt Factory and Patrician TV, people like that. He's kind of like that. And then out of the blue, he released Empire of Dirt, the documentary where he was interviewing Cobes. He went to hang out with Cobes for a few days. And to say that it's being controversial in the community is an understatement. So Ben and Billy reached out, picked him up, dropped him in. And I think he held himself up pretty goddamn well. But Jeff, when he saw it, lost his shit. And as a result, he said some stuff, but Son did his research and was like, oh, come on, man. Jeff, where are you? So eventually Jeff shows up, already shit-faced from a previous drinking stream. I think this was the Mimosa, the Passion stream, because his mate's back there. And they grill him for a long time while he's also getting absolutely smashed. And halfway through the stream, I pop in and go like, hey, Son, would you like to be on my drinking stream? He's like, yeah, sure, man. And the reason I bring that up is because there's a chance you'll actually see it. It'll be different, but I do have some criticisms about the overall documentary. But I have some praises that Jeff, Billy, and Ben, Cobes' fucking enablers, will not. I'm saying this now. Not because Shabby's here, So that definitely helps. I didn't actually plan for that part. But because I have my own take on it, and I believe it is your take too. But on top of that, I also want to pick your brain over your game stuff. Like, it is just a cool win for me, simply put. Like, I'm a tiny stream, and I got your favorite son coming in to get shit-faced with me. Like, hell, like, no joke. Like, I'm not washing your balls there, Shabby, but I'm gonna say that every time you show up, it's pretty damn cool because you're pretty damn bigger than me, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah, a little bit more people should come through and stuff.
Smudge, a smidge, a small iota. But anyway, let's move on. Speaking of Cobes, though, let's see if he's put out anything else new. We have to see if he's put out any. Yeah, see, right now number 2 is still your favorite son's one. I will say it is the weaker of the 3 documentaries put out about Cobes. Like, that's not unusual. Everyone's been saying that, but again, for different reasons. We have to see this. Oh shit! Everyone's being asked so far, so I'm gonna ask you, but I wouldn't blame you if you don't want to show up. In March, we are having another fan meetup in America. Do you want in? It's in Philadelphia.
Maybe. I've never been to Philadelphia.
I know that's a bit of a stretch for you, but a lot of the people who are coming to your one in October, and I actually might try to get into October 2024 myself, either to do a meetup with my fans or to hang out with your boy right here, up above me. But we have, I'm going to be there for Paddy's Day. And I'll be there from the Saturday to the Tuesday. In reality, I'll be there from the Friday to the Wednesday, but obviously I'll be traveling those 2 days. But while we're there, the following people will be joining us. Raisin, Two Guns, Magicus, Missy. Dirt apparently is in. Troy said he'll try to make it. Mickey says that if he can get a car ride, he's down. Anyone who wants to show up is more than welcome to come over the course of a few days. Even if no one shows up, I'm going to Philly for Paddy's Day. I've already got the hotel locked up. I just have to get the flight. So yeah, we'd love to have you, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, like, I know that's a bit of a journey for you, and it's, if I'm right, you don't.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really do journeys like that all that often, so.
Yeah. It was a big thing when I flew out to Seattle. It's the first time I've flown since I was a little kid. You know, but yeah, maybe.
Hey, like, as we get closer, I'll ask you again, and but all I'm gonna say is, if you want to keep the cost low, you'd probably want to commit before December, because I'm going to Paddy's Day. Any hotel, any flight will skyrocket in price. But on the plus side, you know tons of people in Philadelphia, as do I, who would put you up for the night. So that could save.
I'm gonna stay at Raisin's house. I'm gonna sleep in her bed and make her sleep on the floor.
It's not even a sex thing; it's a power dynamic thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell at her too, just to make myself feel good.
You just kind of like walk in and go like, "Where are these fucking kids, Raisin? They're my kids. Not anymore."
Yeah, these are my fucking kids.
You put your cat down. And just kind of hisses at the kids, and they all kind of run out. Like, eh!
Yeah, this is my house.
This house looks stupid. There's not nearly enough. Fucking weed stations.
I'm gonna fix up her place.
Yeah, she needs at least 8 more bongs. You know what? For that, you should just stay with Missy. Then she'd have like more bongs than even you would.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take over Missy's house.
Oh, you'd try, and she just kind of glare at you, and then you'd stop.
She can't stop me. I'm the greatest. I'll punch her in her boob.
Famous last words, everyone.
I'll punch her titty if she talks shit. Okay, I ain't scared.
Wow, says the man who's clearly never grabbed an all-natural double D. Like, if you punch those fuckers, your hand is going right back into your face. That's like the reflect spell from Final Fantasy, right? Anything you are putting is going right back into your face. Those bitches can fucking take their lump. Why do you think big titty girls like a guy who's all handsy? Like, they don't care. Because they can't feel it. It's just padding.
Also, they have sandwiches.
Well,
Snacks.
every woman has sandwiches. Oh, you mean like as food? Okay.
Yeah, they're probably hidden under flaps or something. But
oh my, no. I was actually just thinking instead of flaps, call them sandwiches. Like, how many people? Honestly, how white would you have to be to call like pussy flaps sandwiches? That would have to be some hardcore whiteness right there. Like,
should put some meat and lettuce and some mayo.
No, let us put my meat into your sandwich. What? Hey, there's a reason I get laid in America, okay? You guys are fucking easy mode.
Don't forget the mayo.
Well, yeah, that's why I have so many kids that I don't care what a court says. There's no way you can prove that.
Well, there's summer kids. Some are here, some are there.
A man's job is to spread his seed. Whether or not it grows or not is none of his fucking business.
I keep coming in my yard and burying it, but nothing ever grows.
Well,
I don't know what's wrong.
Well, I mean, there was Cherbisky, but are you ready to talk about that?
No.
That's what I thought.
The death is too soon.
Yeah, about that, Dad. Fascinating how suddenly all that money went into your bank account at the exact same time. Cherbisky tried to rise above their poor upbringings, and they succeeded. But suddenly, Cherbisky fell down a flight of stairs. Oh, how did that happen? Suddenly, Cherbisky gets themselves a fucking amazing cat who's not been on screen this whole goddamn time.
Yeah, he's not in here. He'll probably come and annoy me soon. He likes being annoying.
Is there a routine for the cat? Is there like a daily routine where the cat shows up, or?
He just goes back and forth from mostly annoying me all day or wanting my attention to like just sleeping around here or something. He's just sleeping on the other side of the house. And I walked across the house and back, he'd probably follow me in the office, back in my office here.
All you have to do is walk by a cat, make a slight noise. They'll get up and follow you because, I don't know, they'll think that this is a better part to sleep in.
Jack just has a daily planner. He's like, 1 o'clock, wake up. 2 o'clock, shit in the bathtub. 3 o'clock, bug Cherbisky.
I knew what, like every day around about when the sun started to set, I found a cat in the corner staring at the sun setting. When I had my my little Scrabbles, he was obsessed for about 2 years over the sunset, and you'd always find him at 6 o'clock in the corner of the room, watching the sunset, being reflected on the wall on the back. And when I used to smoke weed, like a lot, which wasn't that much by, say, shabby standards, but it was pretty good by the average human being standards. I would like just sit there with him, and like we both get why the sun moving across the wall was fascinating. But once I was not stoned anymore, it lost its charm. And I feel like I lost that connection to the pure, you know? There is so much joy in this world that it can be tiered, and I think the peak joy is one without any caveats. But what is it? I don't know. I don't have words for that anymore, but I've felt it. We've all felt it. I think that's what all of human goal is to reach. I thought it was a fucking three-way while girls are begging to have my babies, you know? No? Well, what about maybe you know, launching fire on people who destroyed your whole family? No. What about saying that I love you all, like, share, and subscribe? Oh God, that's it. That's it.
Oh, what
That's
about
it.
modern Medusa sharding herself?
Maybe that was her moment of pure perfection. That's why she kept it in. That was her moment, her clarity. She's like, oh my God, I peaked as a person. I just sharded.
One girl, one fart. Oh yeah.
You
Or
know,
shark.
that video spawned the entire cake farting porn industry subcategory. And every time I have seen cake farting show up in my thumbnails, I know, because I've never looked for cake farting, but what I have done is I have gone to affiliated links, and as a result, it's resulted into my moments of like, oh wow, I probably need a break from porn. I think I've gone a little bit too far down the rabbit hole, especially her hole, because she's doing bad things. She's doing bad things with that hole.
Whoa.
Oh my God, I didn't actually explain the whole purpose of this tangent to begin with that led to this moment where I'm talking about girls farting on cakes. Right, so Paddy's Day stream. Raisin and I will go to a pub. One of the other guests will film this. We'll live stream this. And our goal is to eat a bag of jerky of this for me and a bunch of shots for her. And the premise is never have I ever. Because she can't handle her shots. I can't handle my heat. As a result, we found a nice balance.
I can't handle both.
You can't handle the shots?
Or heat. I am I can't do spicy.
But here in Ireland, when you become the honored title of drunk, when the drunk league shows up and gives you the drunk medal on the side of your chest one night, when you're like pissing yourself outside of a pub that you've just been kicked out of, you can handle all your basics. Like, all right, so what's your best drink and what's your worst drink to have? Go with best first. What are you most comfortable with?
My best drink? Okay, so if I'm doing hard liquor, it's going to be Captain and Coke or root beer. Just some sort of rum and Coke.
So you're like your syrupy, sort of sugary stuff.
Yeah, and it's usually a double. If it's beer, I do a Corona with lime,
of course,
and a little bit of grenadine.
That's nice. That's a nice thing going on there. Shabby, I know you like your Blue Moon, right?
Heck yeah, and Stella and Heineken. Heck yeah.
What would you say if you put it on a plinth? Because Ben took you around to some really decent beer places. I was there in the stream. I saw it firsthand. What did is there any beer standing out at all that really like you have like top tier? Like if you had a drink for the rest of your life?
I'm not sure, but I fell in love with that one drink. I forget. It's a really popular drink that's like ginger, kind of tasting.
Like a Moscow Mule?
Yeah, that. Yeah, I fell in love with Moscow Mules when I went there. At least if they're made right.
That's a good cocktail. That's a good one to work with right there. Yeah.
I was in shit, what was it? I was in Tennessee, Woodford County. I think it was Woodford. But I had a Woodford Mule.
Okay.
And it was whiskey instead of vodka and ginger beer, lime, and whatnot. It was fucking delicious.
Okay. So I got my story. I didn't actually expect this to become a Moscow Mule esque inspired stream, but here we go. Because I got a story too. I was back in January when I did the first meetup. I had a day before leaving, and my goal was to get from my hotel to my hostel, out there in Hunters Point, across the river or via subway to Manhattan and go up to Central Park, so I could just wander around Central Park for a little bit because I love Central Park. Central Park's absolutely glorious. By the time I got into Manhattan proper, I was already like 3 bars deep. So my priorities changed, and I found a bar that I went to when I was going on the failed American cross country trip years prior. So I went in there. Nothing had changed. It's still cool. It's a really cool place. Duffy's, I think it's called, and they're in Manhattan. Went in, and I told her I'm probably gonna have to go back to my hotel and pack up and leave after this drink. And she was dub. She was a dub because big shock to no one unless you're outside of New York. There's a lot of Irish people who work in New York. Proper Irish, not Irish American, but like actual from Ireland. So they, I asked her, I'm heading back to Dublin in a few hours. I want a drink that will stick in my head. Give me an example. And she's like, yeah, how about the Duffy Mule? And I'm like, what's that? And it was all the standards of the Moscow Mule, but they added their own unique whiskey. And I tried it, and you know what? It wasn't that great. But the experience stuck in my head. I downed it, I left, I went back home. That was the last drink I had. Technically, this was this year. I keep forgetting that, but this happened this year. Like, that was the last drink I had in New York, and you know what? I would have 5 or 6 of them if there was no other alternative, but like, I've had much better. Give me a mojito. I guess I'm more like a sort of like a refreshing,
like
refreshing. Yes, yes.
Summer drink.
Yeah, more uplifting shit because like cocktails. I found cocktails take 3 forms: the sort of uplifting, sort of rejuvenative sort of cocktail. The winter cocktails, which are the ones that have like a lot of cream and like if you have Baileys and shit in it.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, heavy. They're basically ice cream with a lot of alcohol content. They taste lovely, but they weigh you down. They like make you feel really heavy. And then you've got like cocktails that are much more like sharp, which would include a mule.
I worked at a place. We had this thing called we called it a cider, a Cedar Shore cider. Cedar Shore was the name of the place that I worked at, and it was Malibu pineapple, Malibu lime, and Malibu mango with sweet and sour and a splash of Coke. So it was kind of
Magicus would love that.
It was basically like a Long Island, but with like shit ton of flavored rum.
That's a shit ton of fucking coconut right there. Christ.
Yeah, I don't do coconut. I can't do coconut.
I'm actually doing. We got 3 drinks minimum. We got 2 Guns Raisin and Magicus coming in next week on Thursday for Bearded Ramblings and 3 drinks minimum afterwards. And Magicus is going to be drinking Malibu because he's all about that Malibu because he's all about those merfolk, right? Right, so I need to go and pee, and then I will be right back, and we can get this video started. How about that? Because that would be kind of nice, don't you think? Like, share, and subscribe, you fucking peasant plebs. I love you. Marry me.
What? Who? Oh, dang. Alright, show us your butt now, Drunken.
I'm not gonna do this on my screen or on this stream.
We want to watch you fart.
I do have to take a shit though. I might wait a little bit.
Whoa.
Don't wait that issue. Just go. Go and resolve it. Shabisky is a chatterbox who doesn't shut the fuck up. My god, you can't get a word in with the man. But, you know.
I need to poop, but I don't have my green skin tight, scaly suit on with my boobs hanging out.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Alright, let's get on with Cobes. Bap!
To be chilling like Rockstar villains. This Revenge of the Reaper beef jerky is made with Carolina Reaper.
What would a Rockstar villain look like to you, by the way, Shabisky? I agree.
This stuff is no joke. I tried the first piece exclusively for Patreon. See how many pieces I can do. See if I can do more than one for this video. I have a monster Java coffee mean bean to cool my taste buds, as well as plenty of water. I got a little bit of bread.
Oh god, I swore that was the Dark Master in the chat. The Dork Master.
Hot beef jerky challenge. Holy.
You okay there, Sweet Pea?
Yeah, I was getting a chair, but then I think something needs to be done with that chair because it doesn't seem like it's safe to sit on. So I didn't. So I put it back.
Yeah. You don't yeah, like if you're feeling uncomfortable, you can just fucking leave. Like, that's okay, man.
No, it's fine. I just want to sit, and this other chair I have is shitty, but it's fine. Carolina Reaper's hotter than Ghost Pepper, I believe, and Ghost Pepper is something that I did before, and it was hell.
Yeah, I've had Ghost Pepper. It's not great.
Yeah, and Carolina Reaper is, I think it's something along the lines of Ghost Pepper is 1 million Scoville units, and Carolina Reaper is like 1.2 million or something. So it's a good bit hotter than Ghost Pepper.
I watched a video once on stream of a dude who he was an English guy who got one of those like chemically like in a lab produced super Scoville units, and they came in like a little drop, and he put a few drops in and tried it, and the paramedics had to be called.
Yeah, I saw like they sell like a little bottle you can buy that I saw, and it's like $100 or $200 or something. It's really expensive for just this little bottle, and yeah, that I think maybe that's what you're talking about. It's
like
over the top.
He was gray haired, had a little goatee.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I saw the video, but I've seen on Amazon these little tiny bottles. They'll be like $200 for it, and it's like some high amount of Scoville units, way beyond Ghost Peppers and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like super dangerous.
It's not about it's not about flavor. It's just about like fucking getting like getting the clout of saying, "Hey, I survived 50 million, 50 billion, 50 quintillion Scoville units or whatever," while you're saying that like no longer being able to shit. Like I wouldn't call that a win for you there, buddy.
There was this like gummy bear challenge. I can't remember what the Scoville was, but my brother and roommate at the time, they split it in half, and they couldn't handle it, and I ate a whole thing of it, and I ended up puking up blood. It
Yeah.
was so fucking hot. I did not like it. I think I still have the video, not of me puking up blood, but me of trying to survive it.
Yeah, people need to understand how dangerous that kind of stuff is. It's not good for you.
Turkey's no joke, dude.
It's a very white person thing to do.
$48 is a fair price for those wands. I don't charge you for the time it takes
White
to stain and
people
dry
aren't.
it.
When you think about spice, you don't think about white people. So
Well, then
I
you've
think
never had mustard, then, have you? Like mustard will make the average tongue. True mustard will make the average tongue go like. Bleh, bleh, bleh. But of course, we kind of like roll it off because we think like, oh, the processed mustard. No, I mean real mustard. Like you get off the fucking ground, like you fucking grow it yourself. And that shit is a spice. It's not a very strong spice in comparison to say wasabi. But like it's strong enough to make the it's like a good introduction shit. Hell, pepper, black pepper. I remember as a kid, I once ordered a pizza that had like a lot of black pepper put on top of it, and I actually like peed myself. I was crying so much, it hurt so much, I peed myself. That was an awkward night for everyone involved. And then I thought back at it, and like my ma did that. She fucking got that for me, didn't she? And she doesn't deny it to this day. She thought it was funny. Hey, if you didn't get thrown into a pack of rabid rats as a child, then you don't know how to impress your mother.
It's me.
Because your dad will send you out to a pack of
handful
rabid
jerky
bears.
right there. Tear this piece in half, make it easier to eat.
Dork Master, are you Gene Morgan? You're giving me strong Gene Morgan vibes right now. Gene Morgan pretending to be another person. Welcome. Although we've had you on before, I think. Alright, let's see. Because he, you know what, Cobes, in all fairness, he can handle his heat. I actually don't know about you there, Shab. Eat. Well, what's your stance on it in terms of food? Like, where's your limit?
I only like mild kind of stuff.
Okay. I'd have thought living out in the desert, you'd have had a tolerance for, like, good, strong Mexican food and shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's Mexican food. But...
True. Yeah, I mean, like if you're gonna have something different and strange, or you're gonna have Burger King, like what are you gonna get as a kid, right?
Yeah.
It's the king, god damn it!
Wait, did he just?
Yeah.
That's a hot tamale.
Yeah, we noticed.
Whew.
Did he spit in his cup?
Would he drink it? Is he gonna go pure Jared? You never go pure. You never go full Jared. Boop. Hold on. Boop, boop.
I'm gonna pull a John Morgan and be like, okay, yeah, what you need to drink after having something hot is milk, because milk is more viscous than water, beer, whatever you're gonna drink.
4.5 minutes later, your point is repeated. There's a great video I put up, didn't mean to, like the best ones you never really plan for. and it's me trying this incredibly spicy fire noodle stuff, and I go in and look for water, and then I'm like, oh god, there's no water, and I rush over and I get it. But then you see someone in a comment, dude, the milk's right there. The milk's better for you. Motherfucker, I'm in panic mode. Do you not know how people don't think when they're in panic mode? Like, if you hear a shot, there are people who will hide under cars, and it turns out to be this another car backfiring and shit. Like, people will act stupid when they're shocked and scared. Except for Cobes, who is always the king. He will just shut up and look at his phone and say, fuck you, trolls, over and over again. Yep, there he did. He just fucking drank the damn
You
thing.
need a whole lot of jerky in that bag.
That or he's just spit on the ground, which I don't doubt he spit on the ground.
It's Cobes.
Yeah.
He likes spitting on the ground.
Watch the documentary. Favorite Son showed this. See all those there? That's intentional. He had it so dusty that he wrote "fuck the trolls" with his finger. You can tell because you can tell when a finger is being used to write in dust on it. And he was like, I bet you'd find it really funny. Instead, Favorite Son's like, all I'm gonna say is that his room wasn't that dirty, but his TV stand was really dusty, and this thing was like multi-layered, caked in dust. This thing was like disturbingly leveled of dust. And afterwards, Cobes got very butthurt about the fact, and well, here we are.
Knee-jerk reaction because of how spicy it is. Good jerky, but holy fuck is it spicy.
Why did you spit it back into your cup?
Should have swallowed it sooner.
I don't think you can really tell if it's good jerky.
No, yeah, it's fucking. Oh no, he did. You're right. You're there. He spat it on the ground because yeah.
So he just gets.
He posted this.
I love his ghetto ass bullshit.
Back him up the,
he just gets what are those called?
The little the ones that like the cleaning crews for like commission.
You can fill out. You could just suck up a whole bunch of water and it doesn't care. It's what it's meant for.
Yeah, in the UK here we put little like Google eyes on them for fun.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, I forget the name of them. I have a broken one in my closet over there. It came with the apartment. It can't move for shit. But the engine still runs, but it's all like humped up. But yeah, like those are like the most like baby's first vacuum cleaner. Motherfucker could get a Roomba. He's actually got the perfect environment for one too. He's got an apartment where there's only like 3 doors because it's not going to go out into the hall, is it?
No big deal.
Shop vac. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. We call them something else over here, but I know the term. But he's got, look at that really fancy motherfucker back there. That would be a few hundred. That's like $200 most likely. And he just lets it gather dust. You can still see the dust on the frame of it. Fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept it in the stream. I'm gonna throw that into the vac as well.
This jerky is really spicy.
Yeah, we figured.
Up my mess real quick. I definitely say that's how much my spicy craving. That jerky's a 10 out of 10. You like spicy.
They're called vacuums. Shabisky is such an ignoramus. No. Shabisky has cherry wood floors and only uses brooms. Yeah, he has a lost princess to a fallen empire who doesn't know it in like a tattered rags cleaning his floor, and her only friends are a bunch of talking animals.
I have 72 servants that keep my house clean.
You have Jewel from Deadwood. I don't suppose you know that reference, do you?
That's in my state, Deadwood.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that first time we talked, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you're gonna have a like tons of like Deadwood references," but they're like, "Nah, the place is a bit of a dive."
Oh, the streets are so small, but at the time it had one of the biggest Chinatown or areas.
Yep, they show that in the show. There's an entire like thing with the tong and shit like that. Oh, you've seen this, or at least no, Magicus saw this. Have you seen this there, Shab?
Some Dr. Seuss shit now.
Oh, Lord, we in for a fun time.
What's up, bitches?
I do apologize for my cultural appropriation. It will happen again. For example, hey, Shabisky, what's up with you with the Italian hands thing?
It's a me, a shaboopy.
It's me. Let's go and make the pizza. One of the best fucking Twitter things I ever saw, and if I ever find the actual thing, I will have it as a background. It's this Blasian kid. He must be like 20, at best as old as 20, and he is he's from a wealthy family out of California, and he is obsessed not with the gangster lifestyle, not with the mob, as in like the Italian mob, like chic lifestyle. He claimed to be like Italian American, like other kid, basically. He felt that he was actually like that woman who thought that she was from Germany, who thought that she was transracial. That's the term. But he was like this incredibly scrawny Asian kid who believed that he was like not just Italian American, not just Italian American, but like a mobster, like a big mobster. He felt like that represented who he is. And for ages, he was posting to no one in his feed of just how like, all these images of him in the pool with these huge chains and giant fucking shades with a giant cigar that he probably stole from his dad. And then underneath one of these, where he has like a wad of cash doing the picture, you see someone say, "Hey, I make the pizza." And his response is like, "I'm done. I'm done." He went full egghead. He went full fucking egghead. It was glorious to see. "I'm done with you. I'm done with the bigotry and the racism, and I can't handle this anymore." And we never saw him again. He is vanished. No one knows where he went to this day. He's probably in his 30s now. This was a few years ago. But the first time I saw it, I almost pissed myself laughing. Because all it took was just some random, what you just did there, for him to just fucking collapse in on himself. Credit where it's due. Jared lasted a lot longer.
Oh, yeah. In bed?
When is he ever going to get the opportunity to fuck another living creature consensually in bed?
Hey, he has a hole in his mattress, okay, and that's good enough.
Exactly. Like it's like objects. Like he fucks the concept of self-worth repeatedly. You know, like pride, shame. Like he fucks that shit right in its ass every day. Right until somebody introduces him to the concept of public pressure. I want to because you know what, Cobes gets out there, not very often, not as much anymore, but he gets out there. Jared, when he gets out there, he's never talked to another person on stream. If you noticed that, on stream he'll talk to another person on Skype. He's never had another person in the shot with him. You at least went out to the desert with 2 guns, and then the camera went off. very sus-like. And when I asked him, he was very aloof about what happened.
Yeah, basically, I killed him, and the person that comes into the chat as 2 guns now, that's just my sock account.
So who did I hang out with and sleep on his couch in Philadelphia with?
Does he live there? Where does he live?
He lives
Wow, what a maggot. Who even lives there? That's dumb. Don't they know that that Nevada exists?
Nevada's a cool place. Too bad it's too big. Trubisky's ego is too big for anyone else.
It's true. And it's not my fault. It's just naturally really big because I'm awesome.
Right? Like, you were just born with a giant... You're Yakub with his giant fucking forehead, but you're like, it's your ego.
What, am I supposed to be amazing but have no ego to go with it? That makes no sense.
Right, you should... How dare... let's start gaslighting them. How fucking dare these fucking lesser embarrassed shame people be fucking, like, so weak that they will limit you, the greatest.
Yeah, these peasants. God damn it.
These peasants, these shit shows, these fucking
these bearded ramblers.
Oh, don't get me started on those bearded rambling motherfuckers. I hear one of them is fucking Irish. How further away could you get from Nevada, where you live? Why do they hate you? What's their problem? They had to get away from you? Fuck that shit.
Yeah, where's Irish at? Where do I go to find that?
All right. So you. Yeah.
Is it below Texas?
Technically it's above Texas, but it's beyond the water at the end of douchebag land. That's where all your haters live, aka the East Coast.
Gene, babe, let's go to Irish land. I'll let you be the top for once.
Yeah, it's like Ram McNally, you know, people wear hats on their feet and hamburgers eat people.
Everybody wears green every day.
Yeah, it's we all wear sweaters where spindly Irish women who are pointing saying that you're no good, the sweater just bounces off their spindly fingers. Like the boink, 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 and they're like, "You're no good! You're a shame! You shouldn't have been born! I don't feel anything at all!" Yes, that was a Family Guy reference. Oh, let's have a look in the chat. All right, so of course we got Shabisky, so we got Dingle, just proving it that Dingle is your long-lost brother, who is very awkward but will not actually outright state that he is your long-lost brother.
Oh, there he is, yeah. Yeah, Dingle has a crush on me.
Yeah, he does. And dude, just make your play. Even if it's an absolute fumble, at least you can say you did it.
I'll
Troy,
come in your face, Dingle. There.
Shabisky,
you make this move.
Billy Boy, Razun Goyle. Huh, I wonder how big his dick is. Probably very, very big. Southern Ireland, right? I love how you fucking say that there, man. That actually shows a lot. There's Ireland and Northern Ireland. We don't call it Southern Ireland unless you're talking to a Northern Ireland person. If you've ever heard anyone say the South, they by default can only refer to the North. So you can only have heard that from someone from the North. Like, no joke. Like, it's not like the North-South divide in the Confederacy. There is this tiny enclave of people, some of whom think that they're English. They're not. And as we watch Brexit happen, it's kind of like, well, we have this place here that's a part of the EU. You remember the EU, don't you? That's where all the tariffs exist, but it's where all the help exists. You remember the help? Me sitting on my Social Security? Yeah, I remember the help. Ah, I don't like what my country is right now. But you know what I do like? Well, not Jared, but I do like content. And you did not see this video, so
today we're gonna be.
I'd like to see first
if I ran
reactions.
the dog show because we all know, bro. Your boy here is running that show.
This,
I'm running
by the way,
first
made
show.
Magicus piss himself.
You get what I'm saying, son? You know I ain't playing. Them furry
ain't playing.
He ain't
cats,
playing.
That is. Not the doggies. But I do like it doggy style. Ah,
Where's
shit,
Egghead at? That's a good question. Someone get Egghead.
Anyways. If I ran the dog show by Tish Rabe. Sorry.
Off to a stellar start.
Amazing comedy. Keep it up, Jared.
Slightly different. Hey, look, my clock here says 1:11. Oh, you can't actually see because of the colorblind thing. That's fine. 1:11. It says right here. You know who else did 1:11? Evan LeFavor. Ha! Now that's funny, isn't it? 1:11. Evan LeFavor. Just like Fallout 4. Ain't I regular here, kids? I'm one of you humanoids. Like, it is like him trying to interact with humans like a fucking alien that was misprogrammed, right? He was like a fucking vanguard that his programming was fucked up in re-entry, and now he's like, I am just like you. I like sex with consenting people. What? Yeah. Adults who consent.
Consent? What's that?
Right? Like, it would just be like 1 + 1 = the dial-up tone from the 90s.
Can you turn the video up a little?
Sure.
I'm a cat in the hat, and today we will go to the short, shaggy, tail waggy super dog show. Dogs are mammals like us, and their senses are keen. We will meet lots of dogs, and you'll see what I mean.
You see, if he was cool, he would have made a single Brett Keane reference. It was right there. But he's not cool.
Check that shit out, bitches. Damn. I want that thick brown one, son. That's what I'm talking about.
What? What? He wants to fuck a brown dog, does he? Let's hear that again.
I feel like he's trying to do the kind of humor I'll do.
Damn. I want that big brown one, son.
He can't do it right where it actually like works. Like, I don't know. Like when you hear him talk about the dog on in the fuck the dog, he's trying to be funny. He's trying to make a joke, but all it is like it comes off as weird.
Because yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he knows the principles, but he doesn't know the implication. He doesn't know the implementation of it, I should say. Like, he knows what it is to make a joke out of it. He's got all the pieces together, and he makes a result out of it.
Yeah, the thing is too, making those kind of jokes, like, it works more for somebody like me that people know, like, I don't want to fuck dogs, but Jared, though, do we really know that he doesn't want to fuck dogs?
Exactly. There's too much sus around him, right? It brings him more...
Yeah, it brings 8-year-olds, so him wanting a dog, that wouldn't be very surprising, really. When it comes down to it, it's like, oh, that too?
I want to know his opinion on Clifford, the big red dog.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know, does he know who Wendy Wisconsin is?
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't talk.
Every dog is invited. The tickets are free. It's starting right now. Grab a leash, follow me.
No.
I guess that one goes out to the BDSM crowd.
This isn't fucked up at all. He's shirtless and he's reading a kid's book.
And talking about BDSM and fucking dogs. But brown dogs too, so throw in a little bit of race play as well for good measure. Hey Jared. Hey Jared, I got a question for you. Do you know the Muffin Man? I skull fucked the Muffin Man. That's not where the joke was going, but okay. Like that's the sort of like level of awkwardness he'd do. Like, it's like imagine if you put Jared into like a regular house party for like people our age. I don't mean people like us, but like just someone having a house party, like someone in like a 9 to 5 job, and you know, like they're very sort of like
People would talk to him and then be like,
Well,
"What did he just say?" and walk away and be like, "Who's that weird guy over there? I don't like."
Yeah,
him.
at first,
Talking to him."
at first it'd be too polite to do anything, but as the night went on, you know,
Yeah,
so
before you know it, everybody in the party's like, "That guy over there is a fucking weirdo."
who invited him? Like, is
invited
he like
that
a
guy?
relative of yours, or? Hey, Jared, just so you know, some people have been saying some interesting things about you, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm really great. Do you want to see my dick? Like, and he wouldn't whisper it either. Like, she'd be whispering it to me, like, "No, you want to see my dick?" And then he just, without even like pulling, he's pulled out his dick. Like he'd be shuffled out, and then he'd be like, "Okay, okay." And then afterwards, it'd be known as that party. You know that party? Yeah, I went to that party with the guy. Oh, I've heard some rumors about that guy. I got to experience those rumors firsthand.
He starts reading Dr. Seuss, and all
There
of
are
a
millions
sudden,
of dollars.
start missing.
So
You start
what?
talking to him about chicks, and he's like, "Yeah, I love 8-year-olds."
Hey, you know what they say.
Preschool nearby. Oh man.
The
Hot.
earlier the fruit, the sweeter the flavor. No one says that. That
Oh,
makes
God.
no sense. That's not how any fruit works. Actually, I own an orchard. What's this about fruit? He was saying about how fruit, the earlier the fruit, the oh no, that's what. Believe it or not, I'm sorry. What's your name there? George Genesis. Okay, Mr. Genesis. Apparently that's not how fruit works. Like big shock. Like it's not. But you know who does like that? Pedophiles. And everyone just goes quiet. He's like, well, what if I was? And then it just cuts to like a flashing car as he's getting dragged into the back of it. You know, like all right, off you. Oh, dude, I'm just saying. One day we'll be on par with. Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna be part of the LGBTQ movement, man.
They'll
Trust
make a
me.
statue dedicated to me. And my 6-year-old lover. Hey, 6-year-olds still don't want you. You know what? What if it turned out, as freakishly as it was still all true? He still would be the bottom of that rung. Like, if it turned out that like, imagine if we were in like a Handmaiden's Tale universe, where like the worst case situation happened, and like the pedophiles won, he still fucking would be at the bottom of that rung. He still is the lamest of the lames. Like,
I like to picture him as he's going to jail, and not even a gang of pedophiles, or no, a gang of pedophiles beat the shit out of him. Like, yeah, I like little kids, but
they're
this
like
guy is the worst.
They're like the pedos that only like 10 and above, and they heard that he likes he'll go for younger than 10. And like, fuck him, he's a freak, weirdo, kick his ass, guys.
big shock. I'm not into this shit. Into like looking into like the mind of like child likers and shit. But I bet you anything that there is like a sort of like a totem pole of like priorities. Oh, he likes them when they're literally right bored, or like, I wait until the day before they have their first period, or I wait until they post their first OnlyFans pics because I'm a normal person. Ah, Mr. Senator, hello. You know, like, fuck off with that shit. It's not just that it's illegal; it's that it's immoral and it's abhorrent. Like if it's like having incest, right? I know incest is getting kind of a bit of a pass these days, but there is a reason why we kind of look at it going like, what the fuck? Like, oh well, I fucked my cousin. You don't say with a child with 3 eyes. You know, like, bruh, kill me, mommy. Aw, isn't he a blessing?
Incest is a weird thing, but it seems to only be immoral if they're really immoral, if there's some sort of reproduction happening, because then
Yeah,
like you're
because then
saying,
it becomes a reality of why it's immoral, right? There's a reason a moral
I
label
saw
was
this
put on it.
clip of a streamer that was talking about it, and he was basically saying that, except he said like he was talking about morals, and he was saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong with incest morally, uh and a bunch of people like posted on Twitter and were acting like he was basically saying that people should commit incest or something, or whatever. And it's like, no, he's talking about the moralities of it. Like, it's weird and it's something I'm not interested in, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, two people that are related having sex automatically just immoral. It's like, no, it's only when, as far as I'm concerned, only when there's
I've met
actually
people who have married cousins and shit in like African communities and coming over here as immigrants, because we get actual like Africans rather than like African Americans. They're coming up from like Nigeria and Gambia and places like that, Kenya, and you're gonna hear like, oh yeah, we're actually cousins, and you know, you kind of stare at them and they know, and they go like, yeah, I know, culturally it's a bit different, but you know,
a
it just
lot of
is what it is, you know.
a lot of famous figures. Edgar Allan Poe married his cousin. I think Einstein did as well.
Charles Darwin did, and their daughter died of epilepsy before she turned 13.
Well, I'm not promoting it. I'm just
no,
saying
no, I know, but like, there is a reason. Like, you get beyond it. If you don't make kids, great. That's kind of the main thing, because the idea is that you're kind of overlapping all the pros and, more importantly, the cons. The cons seem to show up 10 times more than the pros. But if, for example, a same-sex incest, I suppose there is technically nothing wrong with it, right? Because nothing's going to come out of it. But here's the real thing. Why were you focused on the family part of it and not just finding a person who had those sort of traits? Like, there's 8 billion people on the planet. You couldn't find another person with those exact same traits?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
But there is this. I think it's in North Carolina. There's this very inbred family, and one of the sons can't speak, and he just barks. Apparently, like you ask him a question, he just barks.
I know in New England, I think was the highest family. It was like the Watfords, and they kind of overlapped. What was it? Red Dead Redemption 2 actually has a parody of a family that was famous, the Braithwaites or something.
Yep,
and they were just, yeah, they overlapped like over like 8 generations at one point, from the first to the 8, and there was only like the very rarest of people coming in, and like, oh, to the point where they became the inspiration for like the inbred hillbillies, Hills of Ice, the Cyraxes of the world. Like, you expect these fucking goblins come going like, I'm gonna put a baby in your belly, waving like a fucking piece of metal around. They're fucking video game mutants. You got a point lookout, you get Cyrax. You know, like, you just aim your gun, you go into vats, and
well, one of the Easter eggs in Red Dead Redemption 2 is there's like this little outhouse, and one of the family members of the Braithwaites are locked in this outhouse, and she looks like one of the people from The Wrong Turn or The Hills Have Eyes.
yeah. Incest ain't fun. It's bad for a reason. It's not the sort of like, oh, that's just the government. Because big shock libertarians kind of like incest a little bit, because government is bad. How dare you say who I can and cannot love? Just like Jared. Hell, again, Cyrax claims that his family has some incest going on. Really?
Dark Master is a libertarian, so maybe that explains why he's so special.
Well, but Dark Master, I think he wants a underage Filipino girl.
Whoa.
The reason I say that is because there's a running gag that libertarians love their Asian wives. They always seem to end up with Asian fucking wives who are of questionable age, but it was legal to marry them in that country.
Well, yeah, I mean, he should just, I mean, if he has a complaint, move to that country and then marry him there.
You can't in Thailand because they responded in kind. If you go there, you face 30 years in prison. Which, you know what? I'm not normally for totalitarian governments, but you know what? Fucking A on that one. Yeah. Yeah, they come over there to try to fuck your women for no other reason they fetishize it. Hell, you ever want to see something crazy? Go and watch Mongers in Asia. There's always a fucking... what did I say earlier? There's always a bigger fish. And there's always deeper scumbags. Exhibit. Look at this mother... I was saying this when I watched this live. He looks like the Balski Lord of the Rings Gollum. If you've ever seen The Hobbit, the cartoon from the 70s.
The Preciousest.
Yeah, you want the Precious? Like, he looks like Gollum with those fucking eyes.
Bugs. They live the world over.
He looks more like a Boglum than Cobes does.
These are big dogs and small dogs and dogs in between.
If I had children, I would trust them more with Cobes than
I like the BBW.
Jared.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would 100% trust kids with Cobes, not because actually I wouldn't trust him with Cobes because not because he would like intentionally try to hurt them like say Jared would, but rather he would do something like, yeah, you can play with my shotgun. Like he would like, yeah, you want some vodka?
I would be fine with that. I mean, oh, my kid accidentally got drunk. Oh, you're a bad babysitter. And then Jared would be like, oh yeah, I touched him a little.
Yeah, there is. Don't get me wrong; those are two completely different. Like those are scales above each other, right? Like we played the bathtub game. I'm sorry, sir. What did you say as I'm pulling my gun out of my holster? You know, like compared to, oh, sorry, they had some of my. I fell asleep on the couch and they drank my drink and I think they got a little sick. I'm like, okay there, Josh. It's okay. I expected something like this would happen. I'm never getting you to be the minder again, but a word's a word. Here's your 200. You take care. Please don't drink yourself.
Yeah, 200? I want to be your babysitter.
Well, I'm thinking like a one night would not be a problem. A week is where Cobes would really start to show his shit. Like he'd have to boot up his PS3, you know, like
he'd be doing like a beef jerky video, and then he'd accidentally spit the beef jerky in the kid's eye. Oh shit!
And the kid kind of like a scream. Well, hell, I'd scream. That's fucking Carolina Reaper spew right into your fucking eye, and the kid would run off, and then he just gotta stare at the kid and go like, I guess I have to deal with that. He just kind of waddles off, and all you hear is this baby crying as he's trying to like get the gunk from his eye. The point is, Cobes would actually try to fix it. He'd be very bad at it, and he caused it. And it was bad for me to ask in the first place to look after him. But I would indeed pick him over Jared. That is not a hard sell for me. But both would be bad. They would both be bad outcomes. There are better people.
Yeah, it's like, who would you rather babysit your kid? Someone who's irresponsible and dirty, or someone who's irresponsible, dirty, and touches kids?
Right. That's like say, who would you rather have your kid hang out with, Stalin or Hitler? Well, Stalin. Why?
Definitely Hitler. Oh wait, no, Stalin.
No. Hitler had some very interesting opinions on his 14-year-old niece.
Oh, I didn't know anything. I didn't
Oh,
know
I
that.
forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had some before he met Ava, and even a little bit after Ava. In fact, Ava's first suicide attempt was so he could contact with her. She had 5 suicide attempts in her life because Ava Braun, the most stable of women. Little known fact: my ma used to hang out with the son of her official photographer. He was an Italian guy who was also Mussolini's first photographer, and he once brought out a picture book that had a lot of Mussolini's early sort of shit, including a very young Hitler doing the. There's a meme of Hitler in a black suit in like a black background where one of his arms is stretched up, and it makes him look like he's doing a rave with like text in between. Yeah, I've seen the original prints of those because the guy was actually really interesting because he was pro communist during the Spanish Civil War, and they fled to the Canary Islands, and that's where my mom met him after he died and his son took over a bar way out on the east coast of the island. Fascinating stuff. I actually have to get that shit together and make a video out of it because my god, that dude is really cool. But tangent. Point is, I wouldn't have left him with Hitler because Stalin actually liked kids, and I don't mean like kids the way Jared liked kids, because as he said, children are easy. You just make them feel like they're the most important person in the world. And you know what? He's kind of not wrong. Like every time I've ever had, as an adult, have to interact with like a really young kid, all I have to say is, "Oh my god, is that a new bike?" And that's it. Like, you've become their best friend.
Wasn't it like it was either Leningrad or Stalingrad where basically they were defending the city
From the Nazis, and they had to eat their own kids, or like the
no,
kid.
it was that, and it was just like the army was just made up of kids.
Oh, I do believe that was early on in the war, before really early on. I think that was Minsk, or Kiev, and they had a large amount of really young, like 10, 12-year-old soldiers. Near the end of the war, the thing switched, and it was the Nazis did that with the Hitler Jugend, the Hitler Youth, and that if you've seen Jojo Rabbit or Downfall or any of those end of World War II from the Nazi side, you get to see that like 8-year-olds were carrying around heavy machine guns and assault rifles. They were child soldiers, and they did the exact same thing child soldiers did, which was die, and were very bad at being soldiers. Like, by the time you're bringing children out into war, you failed. Like, it's... You talk about defending a society. What society? Like, you've run out of people. No, the dead don't give a fuck. Like, it's why when I see a 12-year-old in Walmart getting his first shotgun, I get a little scared for America, you know? You fucks are freakishly weird with guns. Not as much as this guy is freakishly weird with kids. But actually, no, about on par. I'm gonna say that. You guys are perverts with your guns. Hell, I'll say it now. I have never heard of of gunplay before America. That's what I'm saying. Guns existed before America. They weren't very good guns, but how many girls wanted to get done doggy style with a gun pointed to the back of their head before 1776?
And it's only fun if the gun is loaded and cocked.
Ah, I know you're joking, but like, Christ, even that makes me freak the fuck out.
Yeah, bitch. I'm playing with the trigger, bitch.
Yeah, you don't see me, but I'm doing a sort of like anxious thing where I'm bouncing my feet back and forth right now. Like, I do not appreciate the idea, because I know that there's someone in our community who's big into knife play, and I know other people who are big into age play, and I'm like, no, bad. Like, like I know it's all play and it's all for show and shit, but Jesus Christ, like, you think that's something you want to look into?
Well, I think with gunplay and if we didn't have guns, let's say guns didn't exist. Yeah, it would be knife play.
No, I know someone who's into knife play. The visceral side of it appeals to them.
Well, there's also people that are into like other people eating them.
Yep, vor.
Yep.
I knew someone who was into vor.
So I don't think guns. I think that's just another category, and guns don't really. That's just another category, and if guns didn't exist, there'd be something that would take over that little.
Okay.
Flamethrower play.
Oh, I got one better for you, Shabisky. Battle scene play. There are people who draw these massive, incredibly complicated wars. Like, say, for example, an army crossing a bridge. You got artillery, and you got tanks, and you got troops. But then the defending army, who's losing, a lot of them are losing, like, their limbs and shit. A lot of them have their tits out. They're all women. The end of it is women. It's like the women are being literally conquered. That is some fucked up. How many hours go into that shit? Because I've seen these pictures, and if it didn't have the weird sexual undertones, would be really cool in like a Warhammer book or something like that. But people post this shit as porn. And I'm just there like, I know I have different strokes for different folks, but there is a limit. Jared is a great example of a limit. Or well, actually, I was about to say, or someone else talked about dogs, but well, Jared was talking about dogs.
Just saying, son. Gotta grab.
Like, share, subscribe, guys. Donations for shots.
Damn, check out Pedro and the mustache, bro.
Pedro, huh? Oh, race. Oh, he needs some good racism too.
Mexican
mustache like that.
Yeah.
Dogs are loyal and true.
You know what? I could see him with a big fat Mexican not luchador.
Sombrero.
What's the name of the band? They're all wearing black, and they're from Mexico, and it begins with M. And they're all playing like songs, and they're very upbeat and silly looking, but they're kind of like it's like a big band. It's like a big type of music. Mariachi band.
There you go.
Yes. Like, I could see him with a big mariachi band, big fucking mustache.
Oh yeah, the other guys are dressed like traditional, like mariachi, and he's like in a Dragon Ball Z outfit. And he's
maybe as Vegeta going mustache.
Sniff everything: people, rocks, grass, and trees, and your crotch. Dogs can do lots of things, like running and catching, and howling and prowling, and sniffing.
You know a few things about
the crotch.
The crotch, huh? Okay. So why the crotch specifically?
Because he likes brown dogs.
Go. Oh wait, didn't I show you that already? Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Dude, it's McGruff, the crime-fighting dog. You guys remember McGruff?
No, this is fucked up. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like this either. And it gets. You see, Shabisky, you know Jared, don't you? There, Crow.
Yeah, me and him are friends. We're gonna take down DP.
Obviously, you and him are, but like,
yeah.
Crow, are you aware who Jared is?
Yeah, I know who Jared is. And that's why I don't like this.
No, I don't like this either. None of us here like this. Like, that's not why we're watching this. We're watching this because, despite the fact not liking it, he is making it so easy trip into him, to tear at him, to doom marine this fucker. Because the shit he is saying is like so out front that one day this is gonna be up on us, up on, like, he'll be in like a chair in a court, and they're gonna read the transcript of this.
I'm gonna contact Chris Hansen right now. This is fucked.
I agree. Ow, indeed. My soul mostly. Ow.
Yeah, that was my sister-in-law.
Hi, Crow sister-in-law.
Stop beating your sister.
He's so Jared makes him so angry. Okay, her so angry. That
yeah, it hurts her in the brain.
Yeah.
Just the thought of Jared.
Also, cats have been known to attack people on several occasions, so you know what? You just deal with it because cats are love somehow, even though they try to kill you.
Shit, I cracked out on crime.
If they cracked out a crime, McGruff would fucking Dirty Harry you, okay? He'd be like, "There's no camera here, motherfucker." blow like 2 giant chunks into his fucking chest with his magnum. And then kind of like do the NCIS thing where he plants shit on like Jared, or like he was coming at me with this gun. You know, like
it's so weird because like the way he is, like all into, he still keeps being into like little kid stuff constantly, and it's like makes me think like I remember when I was a kid and there was that shift kind of where you stop really caring about stuff like that so much, and your interests change, and everything, like, and it's like he never did that. He never went.
He did, but something happened in between then and now, and he relapsed, and this is where he is. That, like, no joke, like, this is a great. What you said there was like 100% true. People grow up. It's why when you got all those people, because you like nostalgic shit, right? Did you see the new Teenage Mutant Ninja? The Turtles film.
Honestly, that's not very nostalgic for me. I didn't really grow up watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Honestly,
but
I think
you do nostalgic stuff, right?
Oh yeah, me and Crow, and I think he was there and stuff, and John, like we've done some stuff where we went down kind of nostalgia road. We started watching some old episodes of different cartoons, like Angry Beavers.
Yeah,
maybe Hate Arnold or something.
Fucking glory.
I think we may have watched some Ren and Stimpy and stuff, and I kind of want to watch some old Pokemon episodes, even though it's kind of dorky and shit, just because of the nostalgic reasons. It just
everything up to the JoJo League had some fucking clarity. But here's the thing: it's clarity still to sell you some fucking toys, because everyone introduced a new Pokemon. But you know, I 100% agree with you there. Like, man,
yeah, it's like it's something that you enjoyed at some point, and you just want to relive it a little bit. That everybody does.
He never kind of moved past it though.
Yeah, it's not really.
He's probably.
I don't know, it's almost like it's not nostalgic for him because he was just doing it yesterday and the day before and the day before. He never. I don't know. For us, there's just like 20 years. It's like, oh, dude, I haven't seen Angry Beavers in 20 years.
Right.
Like, let's watch it again. Maybe I'll remember some parts or something, right? But for him, it's like he was just watching it a couple days ago. I don't know. Is it really nostalgic at that point?
No, it's hiding at this point. He's hiding from the world. He's hiding from the fact that he's still living. No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna take this one back. I was gonna say he's still living with his parents. This economy, even if he had a halfway decent job, all right, fine. But like, he's still living with his parents because of, again, context. He's living with his parents because he was too scared to move the fuck out. He doesn't have any friends. I've noticed this. This is a very important thing. He has no friends. No one comes in and helps him out. But he never does a live stream with anyone. Like I said, he never is on stream with anyone. He doesn't go out to like parties or bars, or he doesn't engage with anyone. He's just always online complaining about someone else, usually someone who is doing something he wants to do. Ben caught this early on, but it's a easy catch in all fairness, because he's always jealous. Everyone the best example had to be Pushing Up Roses. I've never hid this. I think Pushing Up Roses is hot, and so does he. Difference is, I'm currently backing her to be the head of the I forget the name of the trophy she's going for this year's Inked. She got a new tattoo, and it was so cool that people have put it forward as a potential. Fucking go for it there. Christ, that looks so cool. He wanted to fuck her, and for her to do all the perverse things that he wanted him to do. She had no idea who he was, because he had no idea about context. She blocked him. He made 3 videos mocking her. That's the difference between all of us and him.
I understand nostalgia, and I don't care how like invested I was into a certain IP that I was nostalgic about, but if I seen this person, Jared, talking about my beloved nostalgic IP, I would no.
Yeah.
I would probably off myself. This is
I
weird.
couldn't help it after he introduced himself in late old school DP, early new DP. He was obsessed with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it kind of put me off the Turtles for a little bit. But I grew up with the Turtles, like that. I watched all the movies in theaters whenever I could, and I had the toys, and it was good. I had tapes of it. Like it was that and Captain Planet. I was a hardcore Captain Planet fan. It was some good shit, but it was a cartoon for kids. You're allowed to move on from this, learning and enjoying what you did, and putting it into practice. For example, using it as an opening. The amount of I talked earlier about Tinder, like the way it is, like a lot like people are like, oh, you have to be a certain height. A lot of ones are quotes from old cartoons. If you liked old Simpsons, we'll get along. A lot of girls want the exact same thing, to vent over old Simpsons and how new Simpsons have gotten. That's a great opener. Because we're all dorks at heart. We all have our shows. And if we don't have shows, we have our music. Music is the real thing, I've noticed. That's beyond me, but that's a conversation. Him, he peaked at 12. He just, I don't know. I know I'm getting a bit drunk, so I do apologize. I'm rambling like crazy. I was worried about you there, Crow, but like it turns out I'm the one who's fucking this shit up.
Oh,
fine.
It's about 8 o'clock. It's been shit. What is it? 4 hours?
I'm not like oppressive, but like no. Like this is nothing. Like I can go a good bit longer. Maybe not like too long. Maybe 2 hours at most. But yeah, I can tell the alcohol's done its job. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. This shit won't last its job forever.
If I keep drinking the same way I have been, I can last another 2 hours.
Okay, let's see if we can. It's coming close to 1:50 here on my clock. Let's see if we can last 2 more hours. If not, oh, love lost. Like, except for Jared, of course. And I do apologize for keeping interrupting you there, Shabby. I know when you do get. Yeah, no, I know when you like to talk, you kind of have like a long trail sentence. So, like, Shabby, like, what would be if you tried to give Jared some advice, like positive advice? What would it be? I know there's a lot to pick, but you just think one thing that in particular you yourself would be able to pick out from all of that and go, here's my 2 cents.
I don't know. I'm not sure there's anything because I feel like I don't know. I almost want to say something like more personal. Like he needs to be
Yeah, go for it.
like he needs to grow up and kind of look towards some sort of passion and something he likes other than kids, of course. Um, uh, I don't know. I think one of the things that I really like that I did through my life was I grew the passion for like making music and everything, and it really I think uh it made me like I'd say realize my self-worth and stuff. A lot of people don't maybe like think they can do much in this world, and I think he even someone like Jared probably has a lot of capabilities, and he could accomplish huge amazing things, but like not gonna do it from your parents' extra bedroom playing with toys.
You could in drips and drabs. You could as the opening.
You could well, you could do that kind of stuff if you actually work towards something on the side.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's one of the things that he could take advantage of is that instead of just taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't have to do anything, take advantage of the fact that your parents will support you enough where you could sit there and you can work on uh building a skill and perfecting something. Like it could be a million different things, but it doesn't have to be music. It could be
Look
lots
how
of
long
things.
it took him to get OBS working. I just watched one video on YouTube. Boom! I had the basic understanding how Streamlabs worked, and how long did it take? Remember, he used to put shit.
It's laziness.
Yeah.
It's just obvious laziness.
All right, everyone's saying it in the chat. Let's talk about it. I have no idea who this is. Little Tay is dead.
Lil Tay is someone who was a rapper, but it was all a scam or whatever because her brother was telling her to say all this stuff and act like she was. He says youngest flexer of the century, so she'd be like, "Look at my money, look at my car stuff," and her videos like went viral. But it ended up coming out that it was her brother just controlling her the whole time, and that like her. Yes, huh?
Can we all agree it's 2023? Yeah, just cut the lil part out of your goddamn name.
But how do you not know they're small? They need to know they're small.
Yeah, they're small. Like
a kitten.
Lil Wayne. Do you think Lil Wayne is like this tall or something? It's like no, he's a little guy.
I don't give a shit. He gets a pass. He gets a pass.
No, you have to commit to the bit. Lil Wayne is the first to be sent into the gulag.
Oh, fine. We're apparently we're fucking sending everyone to the gulag.
The gulag of social, social dismissiveness, not a literal. For Christ's sake, man, read the goddamn room. I don't want to start a genocide of rappers. However, about those ukulele wielding motherfuckers, well, there is time.
But this is probably fake when it comes down to it.
That she's not dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think there hasn't been enough proof so far that she is, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Yesterday this came out, I think. So yeah.
It might be just a big thing to get a bunch of attention to her more than her family or whatever.
Here's from Sky.
Lil Tay, child rapper, dies aged 14 as family say brother has also passed away. A child rapper has died suddenly aged 14 as her family spoke of its unbearable loss,
beep boop
revealing
AI
her brother
voice.
had also passed away. Lil Tay, whose real name was Claire Hope, rose to fame on social media as she bragged about her wealth and posed in expensive cars. She was only 9 years old when she appeared in videos calling...
All right. So, what makes you think that this is fake?
Because her whole career is fake from the beginning.
Yeah, but didn't one of No, that was a bad example. Didn't like there are cases where like you could be fake as fuck, but you know, like when your heart stops beating and the paramedics can't resuscitate you, fake or not, you're dead.
Yeah, not saying it couldn't be true, but just like until like they don't even have a reason. They don't even have an explanation on how she died or anything.
Yeah,
It's just she died.
That's true.
So yeah, I bet.
But they're gonna go to court, aren't they? At this point, like if they fuck this up, like if they really are like, oh well, they come back, well then they're gonna go to court.
Also,
it was just one Instagram post. I don't know how much trouble they can necessarily get in for that.
Hold on, she was only 9 years old.
Also, what's a little sus is, oh, it's not only her, but her brother.
Yeah, her brother was the person controlling her. That was part of the whole
I'm waiting for the
scam going on.
Yeah, plays what she was doing. Private little post. She's being in age of custody, battled with her parents. Yeah, it's possible. I'm gonna take it the same. I'm gonna take it as like, well, I don't have a stake in this game, so I'm not gonna take it as anything other than if it is the case. Honestly, a part of me hopes that it is a fake, so that a child didn't die.
Yeah,
you know.
Go to the Daily Mail. How are they quoted?
Oh yeah, the Daily Mail, the well-known.
Are all of these like not good sources there?
No, the Daily Mail sometimes has been a little bit on the right winger, especially during the vaccine era. They would post some really
in quotes.
Yeah.
Of controversial social media. Yeah, look how they seem to be putting it in the more like the other ones are just reiterating what's already been put on Instagram. Oh, dude, and the cops say they have no record of their passing.
Right, that's a little bit okay. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe there is something going on here. Fuck.
I should count down until it gets exposed that she's not dead.
Dude, show a cabbage next to little Tian's face. Like, who will what will last first? Her death or the cabbage? That's a Theresa May reference right there.
Yeah.
When Theresa May became prime minister, and no one had any hope in her, so they put a cabbage. Someone had a live stream 24/7 of a cabbage next to a picture of her with googly eyes. And what will decay first, Theresa May or the prime minister, prime ministership? And sure enough, the cabbage outlasted her. Yeah, even the guy was like, he had to rush out to a party store to get a bunch of like random shit to put around the cabbage, and you could see him like putting like the bunting up and fired like little party stuff you'd have at New Year's. He's like, he put like a little hat on it, and he's like, oh, I guess the cabbage was rotten as fuck, of course, because it was like a fucking head of cabbage, but it was still like it lasted longer than she did as the head of the PM of the UK.
I wonder how well it would go over to just make a channel called Rotting Fruits, and just like today we'll do watermelon watch a watermelon rot. Next to like live stream. Next it'll be apple. After that, I wonder how well that I bet that would go over well. Actually,
I mean, we're watching a PDF file read a children's book, so.
Yeah, there is everyone. I watched footage of like a time lapse of like birds be born, and hell, even birds get overrun by mites over the course of 3 months from like somebody's window, which that's a sad one. But except for I suppose the mites. But there is a market for everything. The reason I brought this up is because there's a scene where Magicus basically pisses himself laughing, and it is there's a blonde dog. It's like a cocker spaniel, and he talks about wanting. Well, I'll let him say it, and it's just there we go. Alright, so it's this scene. I want to show everyone this scene. I'll show the scene tomorrow for people on VR. What's his name? Alan Reyes and Burnt Toast will be joining us. So tune in for that.
Dog's eyes can be golden, dark, brown, or light blue.
Yeah.
Round or triangle, or almond shaped too.
Oh, you see, he said that because he's got almond shaped, except he doesn't. He's got more like pearls that you get from the sea, from a Lovecraftian nightmare.
Yeah. I like the blonde bitch with the long hair, bro. Fabio up in here, son.
He wants the See, I just needed to hear him say that on my own channel. He wants to have sex with the blonde dog. I know you're saying like, oh, he's doing it as a sort of a joke and he's not getting it. But I think I'm taking it in a different way. That's his cope. He's telling himself. He's projecting. Because the only animals that ever gave him the time of day were dogs, because dogs have been bred to be very friendly to humans. Because humans give them food and comfort and friendliness. He has not that in his life. He has something else in his life. Or at least he wants it, because he's too dumb to do it with humans. But with dogs? Did you hear about the story of the guy on meth in Florida who was caught having sex with gators?
That I think I heard of that. That sounds familiar.
That was a few years ago. This is gonna be him. He's gonna be found fucking like a bunch of dogs in someone's yard. That's the end of Jared. There will be no more Jared after that point. We won't even hear when it happens on his channel. He'll just make a video and then he'll be gone for like 2 weeks.
If dogs weren't meant for that, why would they be called wiener dogs?
Why are they called bitches, God damn it?
Yeah.
That'd be like a horror movie, but like reverse Pet Cemetery.
Oh.
Whoa.
Have the old guys show up and be like, yeah, people fuck dogs around these parts. We used to think that was a bad thing. I still do. They call me crazy old man because I think fucking dogs is sick as shit, bro. But since the new mayor got into town, well, there's a reason we call this Bitchburg. Don't walk your dog out at night and always have it wearing a burqa. Damn. I like the look of that one's muzzle. Ugh. No. No. All right, food. I know that might make people some ill, but you know. Here. This is kind of interesting. Boom, bam.
2 hours outside Antananarivo, this village, a place where knife-wielding
Cobra.
men chase down cars and
King
vans.
Cobra
Upon closer
JFS.
inspection, I noticed these men are actually trying to sell something, and they call it Cuba.
What's up, squad? Welcome back to Street Food.
Oh, fuck you bringing this Hasalaba t-shirt here. This motherfucker here. You've probably seen his face. Do you recognize him?
Hezbollah.
Yeah, Hezbollah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know his fucking name. I don't give a shit.
I for him on UFC, the video game. There's a face mask for him. You can buy.
I will not lie. He is a grown ass man. I would fucking punt this shit the second I saw him. He is very pro Putin. He is very pro Putin. Yeah, he's very pro Putin, very pro Russia taking over Ukraine, very anti trans. I would fucking just punt this little shit the moment I saw him. Don't kick the baby. Kick the fucking baby! I'm sorry, but when I saw it, I'm like, come on, man. Come the fuck
I didn't know he
away.
had disgusting views like that.
Yeah, he does.
What a poop head.
Yeah, like, because he was well respected by the... He's kind of like Steven Seagal like that after the fall of the Soviet Union. A lot of people came over to Russia and kind of were like, hey, Russians are kind of cool. This is where men can be men. What does that imply, you motherfucking piece of shit? What the fuck does that imply? You can't be a man over in America? What's the difference? Is it has to do with gay people?
I have a problem with Steven Seagal, but I will not dive into that.
Well, everyone has a problem with Steven Seagal. Have you seen him how he cuts carrots in Belarus?
Well, I have a problem with him being like, oh, I am a third degree black belt. And no, he's fat as shit.
No, yeah.
No.
He got his didn't he get his black belt or like his blue belt in karate or taekwondo, and then he couldn't get any further higher, so he went off and set up that really fake stuff that's only accepted in Russia. It's not Kroda. It's the one that he promotes. Like he's the head of their school.
Of course, it's the one that he promotes.
Yeah, it's like everyone who rushes at him at the big events have been basically trained to flip. They're basically, it's the stunt artist school of combat, where a flubby motherfucker can mildly twist his wrist and make somebody like flip. Now, don't get me wrong. I imagine you could turn that into a real fucking school of combat. Again, twice tonight. Watched the JonTron video on it. It's fucking hilarious because he goes after Steven. As well, we all should. Steven is a fucking laughingstock and technically a traitor. Like, if Russia does fall with American troops driving through Red Square, I don't know what it's called. Like, it's not called Red. No, it still is called Red Square anymore. Just drag him back home. Like, so how much money did the Kremlin give you? Like, he should be like bare ass naked, strapped to his arms and legs in like fucking chains, and like I don't know. Have him his worst enemy, the fucking Huffington Post, the entire editorial staff of the Huffington Post, the most annoying left-wing motherfuckers, giant ass glasses, turtlenecks, pink hairs, multiple genders, glaring down at him going, "You were aggressive to us on Twitter before you were banned." Well, because I'm better than you, because I'm a real man. Prove it, fat boy. And they throw down a fucking staff at him, like a piece of wood, and they pick it up and they have a fucking fight. Two egos enter, one ego leaves. That's a democracy right there. The will of the fucking people.
Oh, that's how it should be.
Right? Like, we all agree at the end of the day, we could save a lot of bloodshed if we just had two champions. Like, the left versus the right would just send these two bricks of meat. It'd be, or else it would be the right versus the left, and it'd be like the mountain versus what's his name? Something Martel.
The Viper.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, just to show how fucked up politics are, the fucking mountain would be on the left and the Viper would be on the right. He'd be constantly justifying all his weird ass actions that were resulting in. I might be gay and brown, but you know what? I'm not a fake like you. I'm honest. I support all rights, you sack of shit. This fucking Giga Chad Sigma Alpha male, like this fucking mound of meat going, "You're a bad man and I don't like you." Well, that's just your opinion, bud. It's freedom of...
Today we are going to Madagascar.
Sorry, I just came a little bit. I'm drunk. What can I say?
Make Koba one of the most difficult things I've ever cooked. A giant
I've been playing too many
mixture that's cooked for like
too many historical games
and sold on the streets with a machete to cut into it. We'll also be making a traditional Malagasy porridge with zebu, which I'll tell you about later. And no, it's not zebra. For the Koba, start with 5 cups of raw peanuts. I got the red skin dudes here, which are significantly cheaper. Roasted at 350 for like 12 to 15 minutes until golden brown, and then let it cool. Now comes the fun part, peeling all these peaners. We tried shaking it in a bowl, 5 out of 10.
Don't say that! Don't say that shit while the fucking t-shirt has a questionable image on the front of it. Okay? Don't go there. Plus, you know what? You know, peeners are okay to be flex, but you can't do it on my stream because YouTube won't like that.
I
between our
agree with
hands.
your situation. It's your stream. If he was just like cooking and then he was wearing like you know, a shirt that
shirt
had
or something.
a shirt that had
shirt?
no, a shirt
Yeah.
that had Hitler on it.
Whoa.
It really
That's
depends on
better
the
than
well, it depends on the context, right? If Hitler, for example, is dressed as Sailor Moon, getting their nails done, I'd own that shit. Hell yeah! They're at like an anime convention. They're like, I'm feeling really pretty today. You're gonna make modern day fucking Catboy right there. Hitler would have been Catboy.
I'm gonna get off of here. I gotta go do some dishes and stuff, and I'm gonna stream in a bit.
You check out Shabisky's Scream, everyone. He's important, unlike us.
Yeah, in a little bit, I'll be live. But yeah, all right, I'll be in the chat though.
All right. You take care, sweet boy.
I'll
miss you.
We've already missed you already. I'm not missing him, but it's a nice thing to say.
I'm gonna use the bathroom and smoke, but I will be in the comment section for my smoke break.
Okie doke. Rare case where low energy videos.
Fucking no, get
Oh,
John.
you're not gone yet. Go!
I'm gonna pee my pants. Get John Morgan in here.
Oh, he wants to come in now, does he? Wait, he wants to come in. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll bring him in. Sure. Why not? Yeah, let's have more fun together. John Morgan. Add. Seems that he shows immediately after Shabisky leaves. What are the odds? John?
What do you guys want?
Ask Crow, who just fucking left. He just said, get John Morgan in here. Shabisky just left. I'm waiting for him to come back so I can take a piss. So you know what? You motherfucker, you are on mic duty. Hold down the fort. I'll be right back.
Where'd everyone else go?
Smoke and Shabisky has to do some dishes and go stream.
Okay. I gotta say as many naughty things on the chat while everyone's gone. Try to get a strike on his channel.
Of course.
People in the live chat. What?
No,
what kind of stuff do you want me to say?
What the fuck are you talking? You don't ask that sort of question. You go and you say, "Can I say naughty things?" You already know in your heart, in your soul. Say it. Talk about your.
Well, I don't literally want to get your channel taken down. I got to open up the stream because I opened up another app and you called me. Oh, Raisin is in the live chat. Raisin doesn't like the drama that we've been engaging in the last few days.
My drama or your guys' drama?
Crow and my drama.
Oh, well, great thing that I don't have to feel guilty about that then. Hey, Raisin, you don't need to put your best boob top on, but you can pop into Mike if you want to have a rebuttal and have a debate, because that's what we need with alcohol on us. A fucking debate over drama. That'll go well.
So why did Shab leave?
He said he has to stream, and he also needs to do some dishes. He wasn't planned to be on. I asked Crow, could you reach out to him? And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And shock of shock, eventually came on, which is fair play.
Yeah, Shab missed a night of streaming, and then he came on and streamed for like 10 hours in the middle of the day.
That's Shabisky for you. I can relate to that. You've seen my routine.
To be honest, I don't pay attention that much.
Well, well, obviously, first of all, ditto. But second of all, like, yeah, I know. But everyone who talks about me says the following: he's kind of a bit erratic. Yeah, I'm fucking erratic. You're damn fucking right, I'm erratic. Because I don't know what I'm doing myself. What chance do I have? You know?
It's
What-
executive functioning. Scab has problems with executive functioning.
Okay, somebody's been watching The Bear.
The Bear?
You haven't watched it yet?
No.
Hell of a show. Especially if you've ever worked in the culinary.
I love The Bear.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I should.
About time you
be
come
outside-
back.
No. I should be outside smoking, but you brought this up, and I'm wearing my.
Oh, I just finished it last night. I have so many thoughts about the end of season 1 and the end of season 2, but that would be spoilers. So you like The Bear? Because I love The Bear.
I haven't seen it.
I know. I'm talking to Crow.
Oh yeah, if I actually you know Galen, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so I messaged him probably about a month ago or a couple weeks ago, asking him about his opinion, and apparently he hasn't watched it, but I really enjoyed it.
Neither has Krendar, and yet Krendar works in that situation nearly every day.
How many people die in the show?
One's 2, I think, so far actually, but one's off screen. It's set in Chicago, modern day, and about a guy who is from a very well-to-do restaurant whose brother committed suicide, but he left him his rundown sort of like beef sandwich restaurant, very sort of regular sloppy sort of everyday sort of place, and he wants to turn it into something special, and it's over the course of 2 seasons, and it's a fucking roller coaster of emotions, especially if you've ever worked in the service industry. And I have only tangentially worked with the service industry, but I think dated every single person I have dated has worked in the service industry, and a lot of my friends, if not all my friends, have worked in the service industry. Point in the matter, and point of the matter is,
Most people probably work in the service industry at some point in their lives.
Not everyone, but I'd say about I mean, like, how many people work fields? You know, that's a more interesting question. How many people work in farms? In Ireland, you'd be surprised. Not as many outside of Dublin. A lot of people will say, "Of course, I worked a bit in farms. It's a good bit of money." But in Dublin, oh no, that number plummets down to next to none, and the service industry jumps up. Particularly petrol stations. Everyone's worked in a petrol station.
The 2 service industry jobs I worked, one was at Target, and I worked, I don't know if it would technically be in the service industry, but I worked on the security monitors, and that was a college job. And then the other one, I worked at a gym, and it was probably the worst job I had, because it was nepotism. The person who managed the gym was given that position from his sister-in-law. And he, like, if you talk to him, it seemed like he acted as if his status was if he had like a PhD or something. And what he did is he fired the cleaning staff because it was a family. She inherited a bunch of money, the owner, and she bought out 2 Planet Fitnesses, and both of them shut down in like 2 years. They went out of business, and his logic was that he was going to make bank firing the cleaning staff and hiring one person pretty much minimum wage, like $1.25 over minimum wage, to clean the gym in one night with nothing but a spray bottle and this cleaning solution. So it's like the Dunning-Kruger effect for you. And he was getting mad at all the young kids that he was paying an extra dollar, like $1.25 an hour, to clean the entire gym in one night, and wondering why it wasn't getting done.
Hey, that first of all, like, how long did that place last, for the record?
Well, like I said, 2 years.
Yeah, that didn't. Yeah, like, oh wow, real. It's a like shocked Pikachu face. Um, you have to understand, you're probably going to be the most sober person here tonight. So if we say something repetitive or whatever, well, yeah. But Raisin, to answer your question in the chat, do you want to make a few calls? Is that up to you? Point is, if you're free, pop in. If not, no worries. Because we have that little corner down there. In fact, I'm gonna put John Morgan's one down there where you are, and move the alert box, which is where he would have been in case there's overlap, right here. Yeah, the like I honestly do not appreciate how people. There's actually a great scene in the Bear where somebody says, "So I hear you're a world famous chef," and he's like, "Yeah, he is. He's a world famous chef. Like he's actually a like he's a Michelin star shit. Like this. If you ever seen the show the Menu, which shows all like the world famous restaurants from Netflix, then the guy just goes immediately, "What's it like to be an utter fucking loser?" You're like, and some people laugh, but most people just kind of stare at the guy like, "What the fuck? Like, what do you think makes money? Like, the best chefs in the world
Not
have
being
their
a
own."
loser.
Yeah, like what's that? Like working in an office? Okay, people who bankroll restaurants who make a fucking fortune if you do it right. Like the best chefs in the world have their own media empires. Like forget a cookbook. Like you'd be surprised how quickly someone can turn out. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay is Mango has met the dude. Mango Jones has met him twice. Got some tips from him. I ate at one of his restaurants. Like the dude started out, in all fairness, a decent, like he was already well established in the industry. But there are other people, like Jamie Oliver didn't come from that place. He came from a fucking farm. Guy Fieri. Where the fuck did Guy Fieri come from? I don't think he honestly come from money? Did Babish came from money but didn't come from food money? Like he had passion for cooking and he wants to become a world famous chef, so he went and did it, and now Babish is, well, on our screens right here. But Guy Fieri. Okay, so Columbus, Ohio, off to a bad start if he's got money on him. 1968 is an American restaurant author and a Emmy Award-winning television presenter. Side all of the world. You know the Sphere in Vegas. He allowed an entire episode of one of his shows be played on that a few nights ago. So one night in Vegas, for like half an hour, it was just one of his shows playing on the damn thing.
What about Coves? Is he a chef?
I honestly have never talked to the man about cooking. I've talked to him more about cocktails. Early life, Guy Ramsey, Columbus, Ohio, sons of Penelope Ann Nee Prince and Ferry, grew up in Ferndale, California. High school foreign exchange student in France, where developed an interest in food. Doesn't really say about his past. Like if he had a big ass fucking, like his dad was the ambassador to Russia, or his mom invented a condom. You know, it's just some fucking weird. Like when you read Wikipedia articles, you'll find like really interesting facts like that. Like I know the girl whose dad had the first franchise, but sprinklers in Ireland. And you're probably thinking, okay, that's whatever. Every fucking residual ever since went to her dad's pocket. That's money. Now that's money right there. Like you don't like you it's hard to quantify that level. He was like one of the top 10 people. Like who the fuck invented Velcro? Who fucking cares? Who the fucking like exported it?
Who invented the light bulb?
Right? Who marketed the light bulb? Would be a more better question. Like where's the fucking money and power? Edison was an inventor. He did create some things, but
he was the Steve Jobs, Bill Gates of his time.
Yeah, he fucking stole. Hell, Steve stole the idea of a desktop from Xerox, and because Xerox wasn't smart enough to copyright the idea of a desktop, and here we are with a mouse and Windows and a start button and a task manager.
Now, to be fair, with Edison, he did give credit to the inventors that like made things under his company's name.
True,
like,
but what about the ones who
understand,
didn't?
Well, people didn't understand how capitalism worked back then, so he would have
Tesla.
seminars. What's that?
Tesla would be the good example of that. He had no idea how that shit worked.
But it's not like he claimed, hey, I invented this stuff.
No, but he did say he owned it, and the most obvious and glaring one had to be the film camera. Because, as a result, indeed, and that means all the residuals.
Yeah, it was the kinetoscope, but that's capitalism. That's how it works. So,
but here's the cascade effect. Everyone in New York, where all that shit got started, felt that they owed him a penny because he sent thugs around to beat the living shit out of you if you did not pay. So what did they do? They packed up. They all put their money together. They went out as far away, which was just a bit of an old failed apple orchard, I do believe, at the time, and boom, that's the trickle-down effect. That's the true trickle-down effect. There's no such thing as a trickle-down economy, but there is a thing as a trickle-down effect. We live in a post Facebook, a post post Twitter, post Facebook, a post MySpace, a post Windows, a post internet, a post fucking computer game, post anything environment. You keep going back and you're gonna find somebody smacking a rock together to see that like sparks fly. It's fucking brilliant, and it's scary too, because it's the nuances that people make the money in. It isn't the people who invented it, you know?
Says I'm 33, I'm 28.
You have the soul of a 45-year-old.
Hey, I find I know how to goof off and have fun better than most people.
Really?
Most people don't know how to chill and get upset and angry too easily.
Hey, I put up with you a whole goddamn day, and I didn't get angry at you. I enjoyed your company.
But it's not just with me. I find a lot of people don't know how to just goof off, and so many people will get upset when people make jokes and freak out, and I think I'm better at just showing up and chilling compared to a lot of people. I find I'm less than a killjoy and everything than a large percentage of people.
You're not a killjoy, no. But I will say, you at least now, because you said it yourself, like you're not interested in going to Shabby's meetup or mine in March because you know it wouldn't be your cup of tea.
Yeah, but that's because when I'm in crowds or places where there's a lot going on, I get migraines and have seizures and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it wouldn't be ideal for you. It's why we don't. I'm not shocked that Asterios didn't want to come back. He's a recovering alcoholic, and how do we introduce him? I got a 15-year-old bottle of whiskey, like to welcome him, and he's a recovering alcoholic. Oh, well, that's fuck up on my part. He's always been polite since, but yeah, that's me not paying attention. Like, no, you're fine. You're just not everyone's. You'll never be everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay. You don't have to be. But what I do notice with you is that you do still get natural people coming in to love and respect you. That's a good sign. You don't have people coming in who are friends with you just as tools to attack a third party. Wow, John, you make a lot of good points. You know who doesn't make a lot of good points? Bitch Lord 6969. You want to talk about her for 6 hours? Yeah, bring me on. Yeah, you know the people. Like I said, you know like that. You're cool. But anyway, let's wrap this. Let's watch this one. We only got a minute in. Christ.
7 out of 10. As if peeling them wasn't painful enough, we tried various 200 IQ ways to remove the husks, like placing them in water, where a decent amount of it does float to the top. I was foolishly committed to peeling all of these, so we just kept struggling along. Brad suggested that we peel them one by one, which
seems like too much work.
It seems like a tremendous amount of work. It probably is worth the flavor, but I mean, you got to say that while you're peeling every one of them. This is where you get distracted in conversation. This is why wives quickly became the mistresses of gossip. Oh, so you can't go off and do all the important things. You got to stay home and tend to the food that will take hours to do. Suddenly, everyone knows everyone's secret. How? One.
Oh, I mean, this is why we need robots.
It's why we need replicators. Give me a filet mignon, with I don't know, a fancy sauce. And there you go.
If replicators, they would just take over the galaxy by eating all the metal.
Well, it depends what they produce, right? The whole point of replicators is that they reconstruct atoms and reconstruct them. But of course, if you reconstruct an atom...
Get the reference?
No, I didn't.
In Stargate, the replicators.
Oh, okay, yeah. One of the best scenes ever is when, I think it's either Apophis or the guy who killed Teal'c's dad. He's losing his ship to the replicators, and all you see is the Jaffa firing at them desperately as he's like, bring my ship around, we've lost this battle. And you hear it's like, as the doors are closing. That's some fucking Warhammer shit. Hell yeah. Yeah, like,
I liked it when
I'm all for that.
When they like assembled into like humans for the first time, and the one dude, they had to use his humanity against him, and he was like
Daniel. I think Daniel was the one they tried to use, or O'Neill.
Yeah, and they put the like hand in their skulls in order to like fuse with their conscious or whatever, and then they lie to him about leaving with him and showing him Earth to like what humans do and everything, and then they set the bomb to detonate like several seconds sooner, and then he's like, they said they'd wait for me.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. When did I thought that the show ran out of steam when the Orans were brought up. Oh, well, it's got some donos. Thank you so much. The Ori.
I took my raisin on a Saturday. Bang boy, is that girl
then,
with you?
Yes.
Hold on, I gotta read
the
I gotta read the donation. I took my raisin on a Saturday. Bang boy, is the girl with you? Yes, one and the same. You know, if it turns out that you, Billy Boy Blue, are indeed Raisin Girl, considering I met Raisin Girl, Raisin, you got some fucking splaining to do, god damn it, lady. Unless, of course, Point is, I owe someone a shot. Yeah, the Oran. That's where I thought the show went downhill because they got rid of the Goa'uld system lords. After a long period of, you thought Apophis was bad. How about Seth? How about Anubis? Blah blah blah. There's always another one. But what about like all the and then of course you got Atlantis, which I'm not talking about Atlantis because Atlantis fucking sucks.
I liked Atlantis. Atlantis was awesome.
Fuck you! It was a spin-off of a spin-off, and it felt like a spin-off. They had nothing going on. The fucking vampire dread motherfuckers. Whatever. Don't
The
care.
Wraith?
Yeah, fuck him. Wasn't
Now,
it?
Stargate Universe, that was bad.
Oh, or Continuum. Did you ever watch Continuum? The cartoon?
Wasn't that a movie? Oh no.
Yeah.
I knew there was a cartoon. Never bothered to watch it.
That would always be on at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday on Sky One, and it was terrible. It was one season. They show the very first example of an ancient, or the founders of the Stargates, and they look like these. I don't know how else to describe them except for mutant alien angels. And and obviously then Atlantis retconned that by showing, oh, the ancients are actually just humans. Oh, why am I hearing the Halo? Why am I hearing the Halo music for some reason? You know.
John, what about this?
Sharkgate.
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 No, I've never seen that.
No. I'm talking about a movie where it's modern Medusa and yeah.
We're allowed to move on from modern Medusa. We're allowed to actually think greater. But if you don't have anything to talk.
Seeing the picture.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. You are watching the same screen as the rest of us, right?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream, but
okay.
She just like appears in Discord, and I'm just like, I don't know.
What, Medusa?
Yeah, I'm just.
You want to
like,
talk about Medusa more?
Modern Medusa sharding on women. That's the.
Dude, I know you're drunk, but there's different servers for that for a different reason, okay? Like, we are live on stream, you know, you keep that shit to the DMs. And PayPal.
Well, she's not literally sharding on other women.
No, she is sharding, though.
Yeah. No, I agree. That sounded like at least a mild shard. The one where you need to be... No, that shows your ignorance, sir. The queef is a very different creature. I've lived with enough women to know this. However, saying, and you know what else? I think she'd lean in on sort of like feminine power if she did that. But the real thing about the shard I want to point out is that she would have had to. It's only halfway through the video. She had the rest of the video, then she had to edit it, because there is a little bit of editing. Then she had to upload it, and then she publishes it, and then you're like, that was before or after your DMs.
We have to download the video and cut that out in case she removes it.
Oh yeah, no, our archivists of the world, you have a job to do. Like, she can't hide from this. She has to lean in on it. She has to acknowledge what she did, and that's okay. But she won't, and that makes it hilarious. So that's the context. The context is like, no, I didn't. Yes, you fucking did. Like, that's okay. We all do it at least 3 times to 5 times a day. Sometimes much more. But do you fucking acknowledge it? Sorry, Raisin.
Yeah, Raisin thought we were being too mean to her by fat shaming.
Oh, we were fat shaming her. Okay, well, I wasn't fat shaming her.
Crow and I were.
Oh, well, that's your failure, not my problem. So don't shackle me into your sinking fucking ship.
Oh, what's wrong with fat shaming her?
Again, if someone...
I don't know, Pudgy Bear, man. You tell me, because I've seen you. You got a punch. You can play bongos. I can play bongos.
Piece of
you can
trash,
have a jam.
I think anything goes.
Oh, true, 100%. But like, why focus immediately on? Did you focus immediately on the fat?
No.
Well, the point.
It was the shard first, right? Like, you focused on the shard.
Yeah, it was the shard first, but then,
obviously, yeah.
When you watched her move around and stuff, she clearly has a belly and notable chin fat, and she depicts herself as like a model. And then her big thing is she's kind of, it's like internalized sexism.
Yeah.
So she
and racism too.
Yeah. But she will like talk about how like, hey, women who are liberal and women who are like feminists and stuff just can't get with guys because they're fat and unattractive. So she fat shames, and then she tries to act like
It's Why isn't Shabby here? Oh, this would have been perfect. It's Sturgis. Like, it's Sturgis from DP. Like, he, all the problems that he has, he projects on other people. Crow, you were here for that. It's the same with Modern Medusa. But here's the thing. I don't think Modern Medusa's fat. I don't think that she has maybe the body she claims to have, but I don't think she's fat. And
well, the
I don't.
point is, she's not like the model she makes herself out to be in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And she definitely has some notable like pudginess there.
But then she'll turn around and insult people. But you're not talking about like Foodie Beauty or Shani. You're talking about just like a girl posting up on the Instagram that she has a fight with. Because remember what I said? Like, Modern Medusa went after a woman who miscarried.
Yeah.
Like, so, because they were having a fight at the time. So.
Yeah, and we didn't even do anything that bad. We just watched this one stream that she did at like 3 o'clock in the morning. All of us were fucking like, it was 3 o'clock. We were tired. I was drunk, and we made some comments, and she just like went off.
Well, she posted like 20 things on her Twitter, like clearly I'm not fat. Well, I don't care when you guys call me fat, but I'm not fat. And it's like, if you're so sure of yourself that you're not fat, then why
do
are you making like 20 posts?
I today got somebody who knowed me to just go, oh my god, you've lost a bunch of weight since last we spoke, and I was like, oh, thank you. And that was a really nice moment. I say that while I've noticed the shadow makes my cheeks look extra puffy. That's just the filter thing I use. But like, I'm fat. I am fat. I'm looking at my gut right now. I will not deny this. I can't deny this. I've seen Modern Medusa, and I can't say that she's fat, but for her to turn around and say that she's like healthy body weight that she's meant to be, and then insult another woman who isn't like Shani or Foodie Beauty or something like that, or hell, on the other end of the spectrum like Eugenia Cooney, like, it seems a bit glass housey. Maybe not as much as Sturgis, but it is a glass house if you're gonna do that. But I mean, like I said, like, that seems almost lowball for her, because she tends to go like, "Hey, I hope you get ripped apart by dogs." What? Yeah, like, that's what she does. Like, that's why we didn't have her on the show. It's why I called her out publicly only a day after getting her onto the show. Like, I said, like, hey, do you want to be on the show? She's like, yeah, sure, I'm looking forward to it. It sounds great. And then she posted a whole thing about a miscarriage baby. And I'm like, hey, that sounds like a schizo thing to do. And she sent me basically a version of what you got there, John, because I saw the transcripts. I didn't show them on screen because, frankly, man, I don't want to read all that. You didn't want to have to read it either. But, like, I get the vibe. And I'm like, okay. And that's why I'm honestly shocked that you didn't know that she has mental issues. Yeah, that's not justification. You know me better than that by now, I hope. That is a reason, but it is not a justification. What you do with this, if you still have the power to control yourself, rein yourself in, she doesn't seem to be reining herself in all too well, is she? If she's sharding on fucking camera. Like that, this could be a sign of something worse. You never know.
Great reason. I don't like hate fat people. I got a lot of fat friends, so can't be fatophobic. I'm friends with
Why are you gaslighting him, Raisin? What's wrong with
Yeah.
you? Why are you projecting your own fat-phobic opinions on yourself and your numerous celluloid points like there, and then a bunch of gay friends come in and go like, oh, and don't forget that part. Oh my god, what the hell is that? I thought that was a joke. Oh my dear, you look so great for it. And then they add an extra 10 years onto your age. No woman has been destroyed in a gangbang as much as a bunch of gay guys coming around and just fucking annihilating her at a house party by pointing out her numerous flaws.
Well,
because
personally-
it's guys with the faces of with the spirits of women. How can she fight against that?
Personally, I do like bigger girls myself.
Well,
But
curves are great.
yeah, her personality and her physicality, I guess, because I've seen the whole fucking. I've seen half an hour of it. Yeah, no.
Well, I've seen her nude. Like she is like she does like nudes and lewds. Like I've seen her naked. I didn't pay for it. It's all out
no,
there.
I'm good. I'm not gonna spend one fucking penny on it. I'm good.
I wouldn't say that she's fat. I'd say that she is an example of a modern day woman. In fact, better than some women out there. She's tall, for example. I can tell she's got a bit of tallness on her. But here's the thing: it doesn't matter if she was built like a fucking tank or she was built like fucking Shani, which is more like a bunker. It results in the same thing. If you are a good person, like you say, like both of you say, like don't all bars are off. It's just there are people out there who will take offense to it because they themselves have been hurt by genuine like you're fat and shit like that. And I don't mean like the way Sturgis says you're fat. You can laugh that shit off. But like when somebody goes, "Oh God, disgusting," because I'm a fat fuck, and I have been hurt by, say, I'm on a dating app. I've been on Charbait once, and I got a mixed bag. I got a mistress who was, and I'm not into this shit, and but she was like, "Oh, I like you. I can work with you," and I'm like, "Okay, this," and that was fun. And then on the spectrum, some girls looked at me and went, "Ew." That was years ago. I still remember that. Ew. That doesn't feel nice. It just doesn't feel nice. It feels like you're putting your best self out there and you're getting a rejected sign on you. That fucking sucks. But context is key. They like what they like. I wasn't it. That's cool. Could have they said it better? Sure. Did they? No. I have to deal with that. And they have to deal with it. And everyone else has to deal with it. That's okay. It's how they deal with it. Simply put, Medusa could have taken your insults better.
I mean, we started off with the fart.
And she did, because this was a fail. Like, this wasn't even an insult, it was a statement of fact. She farted, most likely sharted.
And that's what we started with, and then we went to, oh yeah, she's,
not the most well, she's not as attractive as she likes to make herself out to be. And the big issue is she'll be like, hey, these women who have have an average appearance are just ugly, and that's why they're like libtards and stuff, because they just they just can't be with a man, or they can, like, essentially claiming that the average woman's a femcel.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that she brought up. It was not only homophobic. She was like, "Oh, you liberal cuck." I read the conversation. I was just like, "What?"
Yeah, most people don't have the body of a model, but if you're gonna like talk a bunch of shit and
She doesn't anymore. Not as definitely. She never had a supermodel. Her tits would have, for example, been too big. Which I know that sounds weird, but supermodels actually don't. I've met a supermodel, and they are as close to elves as you can get. They are terrifying. They are haunting. I would not want to be around them for. I definitely would want to fuck them. They are not. The models are different creatures. I'm talking about super models. Like they are an actual. There's an actual title that you have to earn to get the title of supermodel. And there's a movie. There's about 5 movies in just like a movie arc. You're getting that. But models, hell yeah, I've been a model for Christ's sake. It's all you need is somebody willing to film you in a variety of different clothes and context. So that's all it is. But she isn't unattractive physically to me. What she is unattractively personality wise, and like hell mentally wise, because she's not all the way there. You know what they say? Don't stick your dick in crazy. Exhibit A, modern Medusa. That's it. Like you don't fuck crazy.
Yeah.
You don't fuck modern Medusa, especially if you yourself are crazy, because that's how you end up with fucking murder suicide packs and you're driving into the Grand Canyon. You know, shooting heroin into each other's arms, going wah!
You don't want to have kids. You don't want to pass the crazy genes down.
Oh, a lot of times they do have kids, and then they make those kids know that they didn't get a great deck of cards when they were born. You know. Bullshit though. Raisin, did you actually say that you were coming on or not, or what?
Oh, is Raisin coming on?
Reason says Gene
maybe?
the fat joke was
Yeah.
more about Eric July than you. Who's Eric July?
Oh, oh no, John, that would take far too long. That's the Drunken Peasants' latest not Eric July himself, but Eric July's biggest fanboy is going after Billy and Ben, and that has been the biggest goddamn fucking rabbit hole as of late. And don't get me wrong, we just had Sturges, the guy in question, on the screen in all his flubbery Neanderthal glory, doing what Medusa does, looking like shit, but still mocking other people for basically the exact same things, you know, like that they themselves have to deal with. I go after Cobes, for example, knowing full well I have a drinking problem and the same mental issues he does. Difference is, for example, I don't drive away my friends. I don't, and I don't.
When did I say that you made a fat joke towards me? Raisin's gaslighting.
Raisin, forget that question. Just come on. Just show up. We want you to.
Yeah, we want you to. It's a bit of a sausage fest. I need to go outside and rip the biggest fart because I'm not modern Medusa. And I need to also get more beer.
You have courtesy. You have etiquette.
I fucking know my place.
Are you gonna do it in like a one-piece, like tight skin suit?
No, I'm gonna walk out onto the decking in my very conservative Catholic town, strip off naked, turn around, open up my ass cheeks, and basically move my building back like 2 inches.
I'm pretty sure that that's more acceptable than what modern Medusa did.
And yet, you won't see it. And for what I did, but she decided to upload that shit. Okay, I'll join. All right, cool. I'll bring you in. Boop, 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 boop.
Now,
add friends to DM.
Red Eye mentioned like how he wants to eat worms or stuff. We had a fun conversation with Galen the night before about worms.
Worms are fascinating. Would you love me if I was still a worm there, John?
Depends on what kind of worm.
I think we were talking about eating worms, weren't we?
No, we were talking about worms coming out of people's bodies.
Oh yeah, no, none of that fucking shit. No,
And Crow didn't like what we showed him.
Yeah, pinwheel, pinworms, pinwheels.
We were talking about like people who go to
tapeworms. Oh, the thing to go up your urethra and shit.
Yeah, they're pissing out worms and
Yep. They're not technically worms, are they? They're like they're larvae of like a parasite. Yeah, parasitical fish. The one that
That's
goes up
still
your.
Yeah, there's fish but there's also ones that are like worms. There's tons of different insects
that's
and
still not okay. That's bad.
Oh no, it's very
What's
bad.
bad?
We. All right, Raisin. You have had to take liquid out of your body to sustain another. You are a mother. That's what nature gave those amazing moobs there for you. Wait, no, moobs are. I'm so used to saying that word. I can actually look at you square in the eye and say, booba. But boobus, your good old boobus, your boobus gigantus. But hiya, by the way, missed ya.
Hi.
Um,
you.
but you, it's weird. Like you're the, I'm the only one in all of three of you that is fucking moving. Hell, Crow is just a default stock image.
It's probably better that way because for whatever reason, Discord keeps making anybody who's using video go like black screen.
Oh,
So
well,
I
fuck
didn't
that
even
shit.
know Shabisky was here at first. Like,
Oh
I was
no,
like,
no,
what?
that's an
Where's his
issue
voice
on my
coming
end.
from?
This is why I asked you guys to
No, it
donate
happens
towards
on
the
the PPP and it
Oh,
happens on Shab's show sometimes too.
okay, that's I did not know that.
So when he
Fair
does
enough.
Dank Dumpster, like for the high crimes and stuff, it occasionally blinks on high crimes, but it does it a lot on some of those shows. Not as much anymore, but for a while it was doing it on all the shows.
All right.
Like all the shows that were going through Discord anyway.
As I was saying, you're used to creatures getting sustenance from your body. Men are less so. Whenever anyone drinks something from our body, it's normally because they're good girls. And with that, I gotta get up and use. I gotta use the bathroom for another different thing. And while there is an overlap, it's not
What
an
about,
overlap I'm cool with. Don't tell John; he wouldn't
about-
understand.
well, what about dogs? Like, don't they usually drink things that come out of a guy's body after they use the restroom?
Huh?
What the fuck are you talking about, John?
Usually dogs will drink out of the toilet and clean up
Oh.
after you if you don't clean up.
Don't you close the toilet seat before you flush?
I do. Some people might. Or
Well,
some
those
people might
dogs
not.
are not gross.
I think people have kids deal with that.
With toilet seats?
With the kids leaving the toilet seat up and then the dogs getting in.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Oh.
about like the kids drinking out of the toilet.
No. It's a wonderful conversation.
I don't
Children
know.
drinking toilet water. That's I've 3 and not one has yet to drink the toilet water. I'm just maybe
I
I'm
mean,
lucky.
I'm not saying they couldn't, but I don't know. I don't have kids.
No, they close the toilet seat. They just don't know how to aim.
I know they get piss all over the toilet seat.
It's more that like dribble down the front and around like the edges. And that irks the shit out of me.
You don't get them on like the edges. Like usually like you'll get a little like on the end, but what I do is I just use one strand of toilet paper and just wipe it
Yeah,
and then
wipe
put
up.
it in the
Yeah, wipe up. Because if there's splash, if there's sprinkle when you tinkle, please be neat and wipe the seat.
Wait. So it takes more.
Crow's like, wait.
It
You actually
I've never heard that rule before.
it takes more energy to lift up the seat than it does to.
What?
It take okay. Imagine lifting something.
No. You lift. You wipe the rim of the porcelain. You don't
I
pee
know.
on the toilet seat and then wipe that. That's a no. If
I
you do
know,
that, you better have wet wipes with disinfectant.
But it takes more energy to lift up the seat than it does to drop down something.
Yes, Billy. Yeah, I have vodka with me, so yes, on my end. Sorry, continue, Crow.
No, that's my argument. It takes more energy to lift up the seat.
Well,
women
I have
should
them
be
put down
able
the
to
lid too. Like all of us
Oh yeah,
drop the lid. So you have to.
It's
If you're
just a
picking
little
up the
foot.
lid, you might as well just pick up the seat with it if you're peeing.
I know, but like women are just like, oh, you pissed all over the seat. I mean,
Well, yeah. Because
fucking.
it sucks. Have you ever sat down and peed? It's not cool.
Well, to be fair, why would you not look before sitting down?
Yeah,
Usually
there's
when
a
I
fucking
lift the
light.
lid, I assume that whatever is under the lid has been left clean the way it was left when I left it.
Yeah, that's
if
on
it's
you.
during the day, like but sometimes you go to the bathroom at night. When
Yeah,
you live with people, you don't always turn lights on. I have a night light in there. I have a night light that rotates and it's pointed directly at the toilet so they can see it and aim better. I do my best.
I return, proud with the scars of battle.
You didn't drop the lid on it, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, damn it. Be more
It
careful.
tried to beat me, but I beat it. And now, for some reason, I feel 10 pounds lighter. Let us communicate about highbrow things such as economics, philosophy, politics, and
Worms
poop.
coming out of your penis.
You dribble. Billy says so.
Down the back of my leg, yeah. But
No,
you know what?
no,
I'm
not
keeping this in the
teeth.
goddamn stream.
Usually when I urinate, it takes
It's
like
on the back of
5
your leg. How
minutes.
did you manage that?
Hey, if you have to ask, you know, maybe you're not as cool as I thought you were.
Hooking it around. Like
you just stick your dick between
God, Raisin, you never heard about the back dribble? I thought you weren't a...
Hey, now there's a back dribble that, man, what are we talking about?
My sister and brother, or my brother and sister-in-law are listening to this whole conversation. And I'm having,
Hello!
like,
We commit many crimes and you are now all accomplices. Give us your crypto.
No
yeah,
crimes.
I'm having like 3 different conversations right now.
Fair
How
enough.
many
Well,
bags of
you focus on the
fertilizer
important
did
one.
you-
No joke. If you gotta end the stream, like if you gotta leg it, then I wouldn't. Like you're fine. Like I just I wouldn't want to feel like I'm imposing.
Oh no, they're in the living room. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're high as shit.
Sounded like somebody
Bring
said
them
let's
into
smoke.
the fucking chat. They sound like they're gonna be a fucking ball. No money,
Gonna be like a fucking Paul.
A ball.
A ball.
Have you never been invited to the Grand Duchess's summer gala? You fucking pleb.
Well, I have issues making out what you're saying.
Oh, is it because he's Irish?
Oh, what are you implying there, you fucking New England bastard?
Now, a lot of times if there's like with the audio, if there's like some kind of like static in the background, sometimes I have a difficult time deciphering what's being said.
Oh, I owe there's a glass of shot here. I owe someone a shot. I do apologize. All right, John. I asked this for Shabby. I did my own. And I've just said the old world cheers. John, can you think of any particular cheers word that would be very cool right now? A version of cheers, but from a different culture, even fictitious.
Live long and prosper.
I'll take that. Live long and fucking prosper. Kapla.
Sure. And then you get the Vulcan neck pierce thing.
They never did that one after another until your back was turned, and then they whisper, "I'm sorry, I have to do this." And then they go off and sacrifice themselves for the greater good. It's the only logical thing. God damn Vulcans.
Smells nice.
Context, please. There, Raisin.
Oh, there's a little Van Gogh vodkas, and the one I just opened is Dutch chocolate because it's almost finished, so I was gonna
Ooh,
finish it.
that sounds like it'd be better as a candle than a drink.
It kind of is. It smells a lot better than it tastes.
Yeah, whenever you add
I
chocolate to
don't like shitty
alcohol,
vodka, but it came in a gift pack.
I understand those. I remember one time I came back from Tenerife with a 12 pack of like these. The best way I can describe them is imagine if gummies were in liquid form and had a high proof, a 9% start, a 21% max, and there was 12 of them. And I was in Games Workshop, and I shared them around with all my friends. And despite what you think, nerds in Ireland are still Irish nerds, so we drink like fucking like any Irish person, a lot and regular, and we fuck too. That's why we always thought it was so strange. Like it was weird in the 80s and 90s to see like nerds in America on media being like a bunch of dorks in basements. We knew people like that, but that wasn't us. Like we fucked. Our girlfriends were nerds
my
too.
Nerd friends were like that too. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what
like
the hell?
we went to parties. They were nerd parties, or
Like,
they weren't.
The cool
Because
kids didn't fuck us, but
no,
the hot nerds fucked each
that's
other.
the thing. The cool kids did invite us out. They thought we were interesting. They would listen to us, and we would listen to them because
cool
they
didn't invite my nerd guy friends out.
you see, Europe always masters democracy. Fuck you, Americans. We know what it is to be a true democracy. Hell yeah.
Well, when I was in high school, like I was a geek and stuff, and typically the geeks, like we'd go to parties and everything. But to be fair, like I lived in I wouldn't say a rich neighborhood, but it's kind of hard for me to say that most of the kids I interacted with weren't kind of like dweebs. It's like they're Zoomer kids, so a lot of them are kind of like your prissy white kids. So like that's the thing when it came to like somebody being a geek, like that's why like online when people are like, yeah, John Morgan's like a nerd and stuff, it's like I was fully grown when I was like 13. So when I was in high school and stuff, I grew up in a society where a lot of kids were prissy little like white kids that got their participation trophies. So to me, it just seemed like all the kids were fucking geeks.
I must be in the minority in this conversation because.
Oh no, really?
You're
You've
from
got
the country, like everybody's a bumpkin where you are, aren't they?
So that means when you went to parties, they would have been like what, like ostracized loser parties for
Yeah, they were barn parties. I fucking went to a couple of them. I woke up, I fucking got drunk, hooked up with this chick, was blackout drunk, woke up, and we were fucking in a Quonset. I don't know if you guys know what a Quonset is, but it's like what.
I've heard of one.
Yeah, it's those metal like they're not barns, but
are they like half barns where like yes, there's
but
one
metal.
along the way up. Yes, there's one along the way up to Shemore that I passed. If you did a live stream if you watch a live stream of it, you'll see one passing me by, and I popped over and I waved at one of the young girls who was working in their family place, most likely. Because good place to store your tractor if nothing else works, you know.
I don't know. Wow, what was I think we were
Apparently you stored something else there too, didn't you? There, you fucking king, you.
Oh yeah. I think it was like a giant thing of like fertilizer that we were behind.
A big bag or like a big sort of like a mini silo?
No, it was like a storage thing of like you needed to have a forklift to.
Was it like wood?
Underneath, yes.
Yeah.
But the whole thing was fertilizer.
Oh, so it was just literally just completely exposed fertilizer.
Yeah, it was like it
wasn't even fertilizer. It was just like the pickup droppings and everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't shit, but it was like no. The
No, I
chemicals
mean,
were
yeah, because I've always noticed people out in the country will always differentiate between shit and fertilizer, and you'll say it the same way when you talk about a bitch who's a woman and a bitch who's a dog. Like if like the bitch is in heat, let's just say you know someone who has like the dog, um, a dog breeding farm, for example. They'll be like, I've got 5 bitches and they're all in heat. So in a few months, we'll have a bunch of new puppies. And if you want to buy them, there you go. With you guys out in the country, here and in America, I noticed, and the UK too. It's like, oh yeah, well, we got like a bunch of natural shit that we have in the silo there from the animals and from the people. And we also have this compost fertilizer that, and then they give a bunch of like chemical terms because there's so much different types of fertilizer. Isn't like different fertilizer for different soil types, right?
I mean, you got manure. You
Mhm.
got you need nitrogen in the soil.
pH, right?
I'm not familiar with that, but
Uh,
probably.
there's like a chemical value that if you look at the periodic table, and I
You
think
got your
it's
pH levels that determines how acidic it is or how like basic
yes, thank you, oh my god, one of the rare cases where I talk almost perfect arse, and then someone's like, "I guys" reference. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Um, yeah. So the acidity level needs to be focused on. Otherwise, like nothing will grow there, right?
correct.
No, I'm
No,
bouncing it back to Crow.
no, it's the acidity and the nitrogen and all the nutrients that. So when I was working as a farmhand, we planted turnips
Mm.
during like before the winter, just to like, we didn't harvest the turnips. We just planted them so they would reintroduce all the
Nutrients
back
back into it. Yeah,
Yep.
that already makes me kind of angry because I'm from the islands that made turnips edible. Like if you ever had a pasty, you know that turnips can be delicious. So the idea of all those turnips going to waste each year, do you at least turn them into biofuel? Because you can turn turnips into biofuel. It's not a very strong biofuel, but you could get some sort of return on it, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you could, but we as as a farmhand, we didn't do that. This was a
No,
small.
no, obviously.
Yeah.
What did you do with them? Did you just burn them
Things are
or?
lagging.
Well, no. What we did is we let the cattle. I mean, some of the
Oh,
new some of the nutrients went back into the ground, and then we let the cattle out, and whatever like propped up the cows ate, and we would sell the cows.
fair enough. Um, sorry here, folks. I just seems like she was having a conversation, and none of our business. Uh, Raisin's on mute. She can could someone type something into the general chat and just say that, hey, if Raisin, if you're wondering why we're not responding to you, it's because we muted you because we could hear you in the background. Because I noticed we were picking up a lot of audio shit. Yeah, no.
Yep.
That's not so bad. Like, I'm glad that you at least were processing that because I know in California they fucking destroy so fucking much of the crop each year. It is insane, and I do not like it because like people are not just starving, they're dying of dehydration across the world. But America will pay a absolutely colossal, especially California, will pay astronomical, colossal sums for water to water crops that will then be left on the vine, that will then fall off to keep the market safe.
Our people aren't dying, so.
Exactly, yeah. Except plenty of your people are dying.
Matter?
I lived
They're
with
not
a
in
family.
our borders.
No,
It's
no.
our water. Why should we have to share it?
Hey, white boy. Your borders include Chicago, which includes South Chicago, which includes a little house in South Chicago, which I lived in for a week, including a woman who had to go to the food bank each and every day. And my fucking shit, my shit was generally blown when I realized just how hand to mouth they were. And I come from a country that is.
Why don't they just get a better job?
I don't know. Probably because God hates lazy people, and these people who had not a scrap of fat on. In all fairness, not a scrap of fat on them was clearly lazy. I don't know how they did it. The devil works in mysterious and creepy ways.
It's God punishing them for their sin.
Oh, I remember when Haiti happened. Was it Pat Robinson? He said that was the punishment for them for abandoning the Christian church.
Yeah, and Pat Robinson died recently, I believe.
He did. He died in his bed peacefully because there is no God. He died for the value of his God. Remember, he should have died in prison, but he didn't die in prison. And why did he die in prison? Because money.
Yeah, when France annexed Haiti, they brought Christianity with them to civilize the people, and then now look at Haiti. They've abandoned Christianity.
Well,
they've abandoned their civility.
First of all, as a big old history buff, they secured that from the evil Spanish, who were also Catholic, and then they imposed the evil that is slavery. That was so bad that resulted in the only successful slave rebellion in history, which led, by the way, to an incredible increase of paranoia across the South of America. If it can happen in Haiti,
what they did.
Yeah,
they didn't rebel, and
if they didn't rebel, we wouldn't have the Klan. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, fucking tools. How dare they? Couldn't they be proud that they were being taught 1 + 1 = not you? You know?
To be fair with France, been doing a lot of research on neocolonialism with France. France does a lot of meddling still.
Yeah, they are desperate to try to feel themselves as Sarkozy and the guy who came before him, the one who was so bad that people who didn't want to vote for him but did because they were they didn't want to vote in a neo-Nazi. The current head of the National Front's dad, I'm old enough to remember this. He was running for office against Sarkozy's precursor, but the one I'm thinking of in particular. They were so insulted that they have a choice between a corrupt motherfucker and a neo-Nazi that afterwards they had gotten a bunch of decontamination units outside. So after they done voting, they went outside and people hosed them down, and would rub them down for chemical chemical agents because they were so ashamed of themselves they voted in this fucker. But no, yeah, ever since de Gaulle, you see, that's called de Gaullism. France has numerous eras of politics like all countries do, but because France had such an important part, you could even argue is Europe in a lot of ways. France's post World War II, well, of course it is. Actually, even that's up for debate. Tell that to the Basques, the Burgundians, the Normandy, tell that to the fucking nations. Like, you're smart enough to know that France is made up out of 18 different varieties of stupid. Because they're all going to clamor for their same fucking rights, and it won't get shit done. But France won't get shit done either.
That happens like in every country for the most part.
Not by ethnicity as much, say, in America or Canada, but it happens. Like in Canada, you have the Quebecois. Like they are a great example
like the
of that.
indigenous
Yes,
people. You got
the Oliats, yeah, like in America,
Spain, they're dealing with
Catalonia.
Yep.
I am
defrag.
I
Go on.
do not like the French whatsoever.
I don't
Oh
know.
my God.
No, you don't like the Parisians. You don't like the Parisians.
I
the
don't
French.
like the language itself. I don't.
Agreed. Because the French language is not the language of, say, Nice or Brittany or Normandy. Hell, fucking Revanche does not sound like any language else on the planet. It sounds ballistically insane. But then Napoleon was like, we can't have a country if everyone's speaking a different language. Boom! One way of speaking. You're all going to speak French. And only by World War II, it really started to show up. Because even in World War One, you had cases of people not being able to understand each other's languages. Imagine if, like, America tomorrow woke up and it was in charge of Alaska all the way down to the Falkland Islands. Now you try to make every one of those cultures work. Portuguese, Hispanic, all the numerous Native Americans, all the American problems that America already has, all the Canadian problems they have, Hawaii, the Caribbeans.
Something that's going on in a lot of countries, like Madagascar. Like a lot of them speak all these like native languages, and they're trying to force everyone to speak French.
Yeah.
And like Singapore, there's like 5 languages that like 20% of the country speaks, and they're trying to enforce English. No, English is the language, and like
well, it makes life easier. You see, that's what happened to India. India had 47. My bad. 47 official languages, not unofficial, but official languages, and they decided that Hindustani would be the most like convenient. Why? Because statistically 51% might have heard about it. But what else is English? Why? Because the English were here. Like what the they have French in their diatribe as an official language.
Yeah, well, French tried to
Yeah,
them.
they had a tiny little they had a tiny get them and Gao. Portuguese is an official language. You can learn Portuguese officially.
Because
they had Gao. My dad went to Gao.
Yeah, you had all the like Indian like trading companies, the European trading companies, and then in the 7 Years' War, they were all fighting with each other over India, and Britain won.
Yeah, and
then
I
guess Britain and Portugal allied.
Well,
with
it
each
wasn't
other.
the 7 Years' War. It was the Napoleonic War that really cemented it with Tipu Sultan and stuff like that. But the 1800s is when they really solidified it. After the mutiny of 1848, I think it was. That was it. Then you had the empire taking over from the company, and
well, it was the Carnatic Wars, and the 3 Carnatic Wars. They took place between the War of Austrian Succession and the 7 Years' War, and that was the war where Britain pretty much they pushed all the other like European powers out of India and like Bangladesh, and they pretty much carved it out for themselves.
The great thing about Portugal was that they were already allies. They are still the oldest connected allies, so out you go. But with France, yeah. And then, of course, Russia, as a little foreshadowing to the great game of the 1800s, they had interest too. They were pushing out eastward against the steppes. And on top of that, who the hell wants one particular country to be one particular strength, right? You want a sort of balance, or you want one person to rule them all. Your country, usually. So yeah, like it's It was crazy, and all the while, I watched this entire lecture on I think it's from LA LA's university, LACU, and they have this Indian guy basically stand up and go, India does not exist. It never existed until like 1646, like as a response to the Muslim invasions and so on and so forth. And you're thinking, oh, he's leading it up to like some sort of, oh well, India was better off under the colonials or whatever. No, there is no end point. It is a continuation. It's a great thing. I'll link you it if I can find it. But it's a 21 lecture. It's like a year and a half of him once a week coming in and just talking about, here's the earliest known things. Like, he talks about the real Aryans, not the Nazi shit, but the actual Aryan peoples who showed up, because they were a real people group that we know so little about, because we know so little about that. The bath culture in Harappa. We have the bath, and that's it. We know the place is called Harappa today, so we call it the Bath Harappa culture. Imagine if 10,000 years from now, somebody's wandering around like New Orleans, and they've, not New Orleans, say St. Louis, and they find the St. Louis Arch. And then that's it. That's all that's left of our civilization. Not just American civilization, our entire generation, like up to 5 generations in either direction. How the fuck are people going to make assumptions out of that? You know, like, we are in a... there would be almost certainly...
They thought it was a portal to the other realm.
Yeah, there would be following generations that would have left offerings, and then people who would have rebelled against the portal. There would have been like carvings saying that the portal is a lie. You know, like entire civilizations of it. Credit where it's due, Rick and Morty got that shit. I love some of the jokes where like someone just shows up to a caveman and goes like, you're okay. Then comes back 10,000 years later and a whole anti-faith. I don't care what the 12th prophecy says. I will open the portal to the reality that will be. You know, like, what the fuck? I just said everything was okay. It's Monty Python, the Holy Grail. He's like the gourd. You're like, praise the gourd. No, the gourd is a lie. Praise the shoe. Fuck this shit. Fuck Shabisky. I think we can all agree there. Yes?
Shab's still here.
I know he is. So bring him in.
Was he in the live chat?
No, I mean, really mean it. Like, if he's not, bring him back in. Unless he's live streaming, in which case we can't. We can't overlap on him.
He is.
Well, then he's not here. So you lied to me. Is Raisin here?
I see her. There she is.
Ah, is she talking?
I can hear you.
Oh, Raisin! I told people to tell you to mute you. Can I hear you? Can I hear you now?
I'm a mutiny.
I muted you because I heard shit in the background and I thought that it was none of our business. So I muted you just to have you a bit of privacy. But apparently,
yeah, no,
no one told you, so you would have been talking into the void. I'm sorry.
Did it switch back to the... Let me check my settings.
I can hear you.
Because right after I got invaded, I muted.
But you got invaded?
But you might have already had me... yeah. I was invaded.
By... Oh, okay. I was like, wait. Oh.
Fun to talk about because it just showed up in like my feed and stuff. I didn't get around to talking about it in my last stream. I think about Paul Rubin's death.
Paul Rubin? Go on. I don't know what that is.
Pee Wee Herman.
Pee Wee Herman.
Oh,
yeah.
Pee Wee Herman. I just said Paul Rubin.
Well, is that the actor that plays Pee Wee?
Yes. My God, I have been drinking. Like I did warn you, man. Like I am drunk. You're gonna be the only possibly sober person here. So just a heads up. But yeah, I know that he was a butt of joke for years and shit, and he wasn't actually all that popular over here. In all fairness, but not
You guys
because
do life wrong.
I know we don't like good stuff.
Exactly.
We did have Mr. Rogers. I remember that, but what we didn't have was PBS. The longest time we didn't have PBS. First time I ever saw I knew what PBS was because of Sesame Street, because Sesame Street was allowed over in the UK. But what we didn't have was PBS because due to licensing rights, I only would know what the fuck we're talking about years later. And if Mango Jones was in the chat right now, she'd be able to give you an entire breakdown of the eras of licensing A, B, C, D, because that's her thingamajig. But I will tell you guys that when I was in America for the very first time, I was like 6 going on 7, and I was in a hotel in Atlanta during the blizzard of 1996, and I swear to fucking God, all we had on for me was Lamb Chop and Lamb Chop Sesame Street and Pee Wee Herman. And I'll be honest, of all the three, I hated Pee Wee. No, hated Pee Wee. I knew who Lamb Chop was because I watched Lamb Chop previously. Because that was
Lamb Chop.
Well, that's because you're not a good old-fashioned follower of the word of the true prophet Moses, aka it's heavily Jewish centric. Or at least that's what everyone always implies it to be. I don't see it as such, but it is kind of geared towards Jewish, which is nice because it's nice that they have something.
Wait, so I've seen the stuffed animals. So, like, what did they even do in like the show?
Oh, they would just have like general moral dilemmas that would be resolved, like sharing, not stealing, telling the truth, helping each other out when they're in problems, and then there'd be a song to be sung, and or maybe there'd be some arts and crafts, and that'd be all Lamb Chop was.
Sesame Street.
Yeah, only without as much. No, sorry, with a little less racism. Sorry. You see, Destiny Stream has racism, but it's not as much there, and definitely classism. He was
like Oscar.
Yeah, like with.
But I didn't grow up with the Pee Wee show, but I liked the Tim Burton movie.
Everyone liked the Tim Burton movie. I liked the Tim Burton movie, and it was Tim Burton.
Adventure.
It was an adventure. He got his bike back, and it's such a weird movie too, because when you look at it, a lot of people got their early starts on it. A lot of directors, editors, cinematographers, like publicists. A lot of people make a very first appearance in that film of all films. And and then he went and exposed genitals in a place that you're meant to expose genitals in. It's like going to a brothel and being shocked.
That's his legacy now.
To some people, it will be, and that fucking sucks. It's not like Jimmy Savile, who turned out to be 100% justified of his hate. You only found out after his fact. Yeah, it is. It's 100% stupid as well. Like I don't support it. He was fine.
Well, but it's like celebrities, if they do something that's technically illegal, but it's like, hey, they're a teenage celebrity and they were called at like 19 smoking weed or whatever. It's like, who the fuck cares? It's like, that's the only thing you can think of about them now because they got in trouble doing something like really petty and like trivial. Now that just completely will undo all of their success or any of the content they were involved in.
Yeah, you won't. Well, it happened to Britney, didn't it? That's the big one. That's the big. It did happen to Britney. Britney Spears never recovered.
Yeah, I don't agree with how people went about that, but at least with her, it was a little bit more than just like, hey, she was caught once, like with some kind of substance.
To this day, I know for a fact that someone freeze framed a shot of her getting out of a car and you got to see her junk. People did not shut up about that, and you probably were like, you probably remember it, but like you were being young, but like people would not shut up about that for a month because this was the birth of the cycle. Kim Kardashian has been the peak of it, but there will be others.
I think Michael Jackson was probably the first great example of that.
Only after he got weird. When he was like sexy, it wasn't weird. But of course, we didn't know he wasn't sexy. But I didn't know he wasn't sexy. But like every woman I knew after the fact always claimed I never had a crush on Michael Jackson. He was always fucking weird. By the way, Raisin, I know you're talking, but I can't actually hear you. So I unmuted you. So what's the?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I see your icon flash. And I don't know if it's me or
Yeah, I don't
you.
know why it does that. Even when I'm muted, it just blinks. I'm not.
Well, you must be
sure
you must be picking me up. You must be picking up and going back into your mic. That's the only way it could happen.
Headphones on.
But how loud are the headphones?
They're not particularly loud right now, unless you're hearing very loud beeps while we're talking.
No.
Well, sometimes if you have like the settings, like the noise suppression and stuff, it will just pick up like generic white noise.
Oh, my shit is tight. I have air conditioners and air purifiers and everything running in here. Do you hear them?
We don't hear them, but sometimes it will just light up because it, at a very, very minor level, will like notice minor white noise.
But it's doing it when I'm muted.
Everyone, okay to watch a little bit more content before we wrap up the evening, as I am only now cracking into my 6-pack, and I still have 2/3 of a bottle of Beefeater's lemon zest gin. As you can imagine, I am ready to party, but I'm also been partying all night, which means that I'm up for a crazy night. Who wants to join me?
Let's watch Beavis and Butthead do America.
Copyright.
Oh, but it's Nostalgia Critic. Do you still watch Nostalgia Critic?
Sure, but we're not going to respond to Nostalgia Critic because I'm actually 6 degrees of separation from Nostalgia Critic, and the last thing I want to do is reach out to somebody like Rob and ask him to be on. He's like, hey man, I saw your review. I wasn't a happy person. I wasn't reviewing. I was getting drunk and watching shit. Stop, come back. Rob, please tell Brad I love him. I want his babies.
Can we watch another fart?
We can not watch another fart. I'm done with farting, but I think we are up for something that I was talking about earlier.
I haven't watched Nostalgia Critic since I was in high school.
Really? I watch him every time he puts a new video out. It's good background stuff.
I think he's kind of
He has his cringe, but I think he's moving away a bit from his cringe. But I think the biggest thing he did to piss people off was The Wall. If you saw Pink Floyd's The Wall, his review, the hate I've seen him got back was worse than when Change the Channel happened. And he got a lot of hate for Change the Channel. Like most of his colleagues left over that.
Wait, I thought it wasn't because they changed it. I thought like all these allegations came out.
That's what it was called. That's what it was called. Change the Channel. Yeah, the big movement was called #Change the Channel because they wanted Channel Awesome to change. It started with a friend of either Pushing Up Roses or Alison Pregler, and then the ball was dropped. And at the end of it, I'd say about 2/3 of the talent of Channel Awesome left in a massive exodus. Some of which have vanished off the earth. Others are doing pretty. Lindsay Ellis is doing really well for herself. But yeah, go on.
Wasn't it called like the Not So Awesome document?
Yeah, that's what it was called. I remember people responding. Brad Jones is brought on Drunken Peasants to kind of like have a vague talk about it. But if I'm right, he's like, yeah, I can't legally talk about that. To Billy and Ben, and that was the end of that. But he still did allude to it, which is unusual for him because he lost Allison out there. Those two were really tight until the split, and they weren't.
Well, I think wasn't it like the only two people that stayed with the channel were Brad and what was the one dude, Guru Larry.
Yeah, Guru, Larry, and Brad. Now, my favorite creator on YouTube, period, is Brad. Even more than TJ, more than anyone else. Definitely more than Vosh. Christ, I find Vosh incredibly fascinating, interesting, cool. But he's not my favorite. My favorite is Brad Jones, who's expecting his kid any week now, I think. And Muscle Tough. That time he has some positive news in his life. But yeah, they suffered a lot, and they tried to bring some people in, including one guy called Count Rockula, who ended up having a fight with somebody who, again, Ben and Billy mock. Actually, I think also the shit show go after. I don't know the guy's name, but he is like he hates the dude, and
And he got into a fight with who?
the Count Rockula. That's the connection. He's one of the guys that brought in. But like,
what about was it like Linkara? Didn't he?
He left a long time prior, but he just didn't officially announce it.
Well, I've never really seen his stuff, but I watched.
He saw
this,
his Oni players mocking him with his voice.
Well, I've seen people like what was it, the like meme where they were like talking about how they were like at one of the meetups and stuff, and he got triggered over people like engaging in small talk and stuff, and they were talking about how socially awkward he was, and then he went and told like what was it, like the Nostalgia Critic or his brother on them, and then when they were going up to their hotel, they said that they just saw him awkwardly waiting there with a big like smug smirk on his face, like I told on you.
Yep.
And then there's the meme, the illustration of it, and it's just like,
ooh. He leaned in on it. He even admits it. He can't. He tried to make it. And this is one of those cases where you try to make it own, like you own the meme. But this is so petty that I don't think it works. He does the meme. I think you can find it the GIF art. He plays the face the exact same way that he gave to the guys when they came up the elevator. There's only so much, you can own up. Like, aha, I pissed my pants. I'm living. It's that meme. It's the meme of the guy, everyone being laughed at because he's pissing his pants. Ha, I pissed my pants. I live rent free in your head. Like, okay, if that's how you want to take this. But beyond Lewis is pretty cool. I think you'd actually really like Lewis.
Who's Lewis?
Lewis is Linkara. Lewis believe his name is Lewis Lovehog. No jog.
I only know him from that meme, and that kind of behavior, it reminds me of like when I played Warhammer and went to a Games Workshop.
And the guy called you out. I remember you telling this story.
Well, no, like not. I'm saying like a lot of them were like just like that overall in general.
Well, yeah, that's a stereotype we were saying earlier about the nerd who can't get laid. The thing is, Lewis has been married twice. So, like, he's a great example of, like, that's a stereotype that exists and also doesn't exist. All things are in a shade of gray, right? Like, Sturgis is a great example of somebody who lives in his his parents' basement, right? No, we don't know his details, but we saw him earlier today, what he looks like, and he acts like what he looks like. A fucking online troll. You look at me, you can make that assumptions. But I can tell you some stories that make people who have been much older than me go, "Oh my god!" I've had a person say, "I haven't lived my life" after talking to you, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You lived a great life. What the hell?" But
I gotta say, like you, like you'd consider yourself a nerd, but like when I talk to you and stuff, you have a level of, I guess, self-awareness and just basic decency that the overwhelming majority of the guys that I met in those kind of stores just didn't have. So maybe
you met then. If you talk to them now,
I'm not talking about everyone
But
I'm not talking
now,
about.
would they have grown up? You know?
Well, the problem is they were all in their like 30s and they were all grown men in their late 20s, 30s, and 40s.
Maybe, but I'm like, this is a fairly new thing for me too. I was in my late 20s when I was in my mid 20s when I dropped out of the fucking last remnants of like a centrist, aka right wing with some caveats. Fuck that right wing shit. I went full fucking left. I'm on the left. I'm happy to be on the left. I'm really fucking ecstatic for the first time in my life. But if you talked to me 5 years prior, you'd have gotten some hints. You'd have seen a very different person. You talked to me 5 years prior to that, you'd have seen a very different person. Just like John, if I talk to you 5 years, hence you won't be the same person. You don't need to worry about those people when you were in Games Workshop years ago, because in many ways, and maybe even in the literal sense, in a few cases, they don't exist anymore. They have changed and evolved. And if not, brilliant. You get to be smoked for the rest of your life knowing that there's some fucking children out there who never grew up. Jared is a great example of that. So is Sturgis. So is God knows who next one is. So, and I guarantee you, at least one, no, I'm going to be not fair, 3 of the guys who were acting like a bunch of fucking dweebs to you in Games Workshop have not grown up. But let's say 3 out of 10. What about the rest of them? What about the rest of the 7? Have you thought, did you consider any of them your friends? I mean, how did you get there in the first place, right?
Well, I was like 12 and I was like the only middle schooler in the store. And a lot of the guys there did not, they lived with their parents and they were very like, I'd say a good example of how they were was like Kino and Spect. They were good like parallels. They one guy there could barely walk based on how big he was, and they got really upset whenever they lost. And I think with me, I don't think I was exceptional, like I won every game, but I think they couldn't really handle losing to me because I was a kid. And you could tell that whenever they lost, they made the most like absurd excuses. So, like, one of the excuses that it was all my models were painted the same. Which it's like, you mean, like, everyone else's army in the store and all the models on the box art and in the display cases, and then they, they just acted like a bunch of, like, man babies. They treated the game like it was a religion. They would freak out and make a big deal if you made a mistake, but then they would make the same mistakes, and they're the only place outside the internet where I've ever encountered people like that, and I'd say they really are.
What's the first rule of a stereotype? That's not a facetious
well, I'm
question.
talking about.
No, seriously. What is the first rule of a stereotype? This leads into what you're saying.
Well, I'm not talking about every single person in the hobby. I'm talking.
You just said every single person in the hobby who've talked to you.
Well, I
every
said
single
all
person
the people
there.
that I met in those in those stores.
How many would that be? 5, 10, 15,
yeah,
20?
Like 5 or 6.
Okay, so that means if you've got more than 3, you have something called a stereotype. That is literally all you need to make a stereotype. So what is the rule number 1 of a stereotype? Again, not a facetious question.
Don't know what the rule is.
That it comes from a place of truth that's then corrupted.
Okay.
And every person you described sounds like they are socially and maybe even emotionally awkward. I mean, and most people who get into game to like war games, like strategy games, and especially tabletop, are a little bit socially awkward. And then you showed up and you fucking floored them. Yeah, they probably didn't take it very well. But like, that was years and years and years ago, but this is the fourth time I've heard this story. It seems like if anyone's remembering this old memory, it might not be them, it might be you. So let it go. Like, it's fine.
I'm
It's a
just saying,
long time ago.
I just thought it was funny. Like when we were
Well,
talking about
tell me
Mist+Cobra,
another
it
funny
reminded me of
story
that.
that doesn't involve something I've heard 4 times over now. Give me something else. Give me something. Come on. I mean, hell, you went after Medusa. That's something new. That was a name I had not heard in a hot fucking minute. That was weird. But
You
also,
don't want to hear about the farting.
what are you talking about? We showed the sharding on stream. It was the
I'm
very
saying
first thing.
You didn't want to hear us talk about the sharding again.
No, what I'm saying is that was something new. It would be like if you were still going on about, say, Darkside Phil. Like, you moved past not Darkside Phil, sorry. Dark Master. You moved past him. But why are you still obsessed with these fucking people who sound like a bunch of man babies who also probably have mental disabilities? Yeah.
It's not obsession. It's
It
just
kind of
something
is,
where
because you're telling it to a guy who you've told 4 times over every
that's
time
'cause
you've been on stream this whole time.
That's because
I
you play
do.
Warhammer and you
So-
bring it up. So when you bring it up, it
And that's
reminds me of it.
But you always bring it up. We already know the story. You never say, "Hey, man, like you know the story," and maybe lead into it. Frankly put, it seems to me like you walked away worse off than they did. You think they're talking about, "Hey, do you remember that 12-year-old we mocked?" No, of course not. Well, maybe they do, which is also sad. Don't do that, man. You're better than that. Come on. Like, this is the thing. Every time you're on, there's always a moment where I'm like, dude, don't do that. We did this in person. This is just who I am. This is who you are. You're better than this shit. Don't obsess over the people who treated you badly. Move on. Learn.
Okay.
Like, no, and before you say, like, oh, well, but what about, but they were wrong. Yeah. I say this to Missy. I say this to fucking Missy. Yes, they say bad things about you. So the fuck what? Let them make all the wrong assumptions about you. Prove them wrong by just walking on with your day. You're not beholden to them. I'm not beholden to the people who say bad things about me. But like, dude, come on. I know you had a weird experience in it, but Games Workshop is full of weird experiences. It's fucking Games Workshop, or a hobby store that also had to play by Games Workshop's rules, because if it's a sort of like a general hobby store, then if you have the license to sell their merch, you have to play their rules. And if that involves the paint rule, I experienced that firsthand. It fucking sucks. It's not personal.
Paint rule?
Yes, I actually had to do that because I'm terrible at painting. My issue wasn't that everyone painted the same. Mine didn't cut up the snuff. I had a 1,200 sort of like a scout with a company rule, like just regular Ultramarines, my very first army. It was too shit to play on the table. That was it. And they said I couldn't play it. And I felt very bad. I spent a week and a half with a friend of mine working it. I actually cried. I didn't cry there, but I cried after the fact. We ate ice cream afterwards. There's a place around the corner called Epicurean, a big food place. And it was, it sucked. But now looking back at it, yeah, that's Games Workshop.
Okay, but to be fair, I really think I only bring it up with you because you mentioned Games Workshop, so it just kind of reminds me of it. And that's
I mentioned 50 other things, but it seems to be always the thing you go back to. Whenever I bring up Ben, you immediately go back to how you two fell out. Dude, don't do this to yourself. You're better than this.
You brought up Ben this stream, and I haven't talked about it.
You weren't in the chat when I brought him up.
I was in the live chat.
Yeah, but you weren't here and there. But the first few times I brought him up, I make notes of this. You know why? Because I do the same. This is not me fucking mocking or shaming. This is me going, dude, I recognize what you're doing because I'm doing the same. And it doesn't get us anywhere, does it? It just has us going around in circles or making us look bad.
I don't know. You're kind of still talking about it when I'm.
True. You're absolutely right on that one. So a new topic is required, and we have one right on screen. Is Raisin back yet? No, she's not.
I don't think so.
Bollocks.
What about Crow?
Yeah, Crow. I think he went to watch a movie. I'm out. Come with me, Raisin. He's saying, let the weirdo Medusa go. No one is beholden. Yes, I love you, Lev. Thank you. Let it be the Beatles. Well, at least we have fucking Billy Boy. Like, Bill.
Let it be John Denver.
Didn't they cover him? Or was John Denver a cover of the Beatles?
I don't know.
I think one covered the other. Billy would know this. Hell, we've actually been going for 6 hours. Maybe we should just wrap it up. John, do you want to wrap it up with like end video you want to watch?
You don't want to watch the short video again?
Yeah, let's watch a short video.
Well, I'm joking about that, but
I'm not. That sounds fun. Bop, bop.
Oh, here's I got a good one mentioning the short video. Here, I'm
All
gonna go
right.
to my Twitter.
Okay, we can do both. I'll leave this open. I was hoping Raisin would stay into the chat because we're talking about Philly cheesesteaks. Next Thursday, she's gonna be a member of it. 3 drinks minimum with 2 guns and magicas. If you think I'm annoying as a fucking drunk, you just wait until there's like 4 of us all up with different drunken opinions. You know? Also love Medusa. Hey Medusa, you finally got on the show, did you? Let me go and fix that up. There we go. That fixed that up. Denver was the cover of the Beatles. I fucking knew it. I knew one covered the others.
Now, when you say cover, does that mean they just did like a re-release of the song? Or like a rendition of the song?
Yeah, well, no, because then if it did it too crazy, you'd call it a remix, right?
Remix? See, I gotta catch up on my music lingo.
Me too, but
well,
when I was a kid, dance and trance music was the big thing, and remix was the major.
People ask me like, "Oh, what album of this artist do you like?" And I guess it's because I grow up in the digital age. It's where you just follow them on Prime Music.
Yeah, the top 100's kind of lost its oomph now, hasn't it?
Yeah. I kind of like, these are the songs of theirs I like. I don't know which album they're from.
You know, in particular, one show that lost something that makes me really feel sad. Top of the Pops. Top of the Pops in the UK was like this iconic show. And I really mean iconic. Like, so many people got their starts at their best performances ever. In a few cases, BBC cut them out because they were going to say, like, fuck the Queen or something like that. As I think it was not even Sex Pistols, it was the Ramones or someone like that. They said something like that was so, like, outrageous that the BBC cut them out. But regardless of all that, it was great for decades and decades. Black and white into early color, into early digital, to up to I think 10 years ago, and they desperately tried to stay relevant, real, but they couldn't. Once digital media kicked off, Napster was a fucking joke, but my god, it opened the floodgates for a lot of people who were like, huh, what about if we did this, but we just paid for the license of the license? Ooh, and that's where we get Spotify.
I sent a couple Twitter videos.
All right. When I find myself in times of trouble, if you guys find Raisin, tell her to come find me. Raisin is off doing her own thing. It's why she muted herself, and I also will. You know what? We're actually wrapping this. We're wrapping this up pretty soon, so doesn't matter if we mute her or not. Let's see. PSA. There's only 2 of them. It's weird still seeing the bird on some of the things. I miss the bird.
You don't think it was smart to change it to X?
No,
Dude,
no.
He had some weird obsession. Talk about obsessions. He has a weird obsession with the letter X.
Yeah, almost like he is an X.
I mean, he's changed his own logo of his own profile to X.
Yeah, he thinks that he wants it to be the WeChat of the West, where everything from Spotify to YouTube to probably gaming will all be interwoven into X, but it doesn't work like that.
Well, you don't want there to be a mega chat like it's that way in China because China's a totalitarian, authoritarian kind of country.
He wouldn't understand that because he's fucking Elon Musk. So he also, I hate to say it, but I gotta end the stream because apparently the signal's buffering like crazy according to yeah, I'm holding on, let me just refresh this real quick and see if that's the case. Because an error, use scheme frame frequency. Yeah, no, we're still good. My bad. Well, actually, my good, because it means we're still going. Hi, everyone. We've been sharing, and subscribing, even throwing some money towards the stream goal. You guys have been very generous tonight, but we're not quite done yet. Actually, maybe we are. Yeah, we've been going for literally 6 hours now. We have enough time.
I usually go for like 10 hours on my streams.
Yeah, well, you are very smart in that you can sleep in hours related to your goddamn fan base, and also do not partake of large quantities of alcohol.
Yes, that does play a role.
It might play a slight role. You know? You're right. I love you, John. I might not like you all the time, but I do love you. Never forget that.
I love you like an internet grandfather.
Yay! Although I honestly think that if anyone had that title, I thought it would be Red.
Yeah, Red Eye is kind of grandpappy.
He is aggressive with grandpappy, and you know what? It's for the good too. He's a very wise old mountain ape who's come down from the hills to teach us simple lowlanders the ways of the tall folk.
He's my internet brother.
No, that is 100% true. I truly do believe that. Listen, we have enough time left to watch this, so let's fucking watch it. Let's end it with a short. Is there anything you want to promote before you go?
Honestly, okay.
Not you.
Follow me on Twitter so you can see my posts of Modern Medusa, because she shared out a selective version of the DMs between me and her. So I want people to see the entire thing to get what's going on.
Go and look at them, because I didn't show it on screen out of pure unbridled laziness. That's it. Like, I quoted one of them where she fucking says the N-word. Like, oh, I said the N-word, big whoop, woo. Yeah. Medusa, there's a reason why you're not let back on certain shows. A lot of certain shows. And I'm wondering how long before you cut ties with Oni Plays. Like, you just... No, okay? This was a real blast for the past, by the way, man. Like, it was genuine, like, not you, but like Medusa. Because I haven't thought about Medusa in a while. Like, she's just, like I said, another name on my Instagram, but I'm like, what? yeah, she's generally cray cray, and while at first glance you're like, oh, you're making fun of a woman for having like a bit of cellulite and a bit of an extra tire. Yeah, we are. She's also a fucking racist who made fun about somebody trying to who had a miscarriage. Herpity derp derp. Isn't it good that she's a girl boss? Look at this girl boss sharting herself and keeping it in a footage, not in a stream. If it happens on stream, it happens on stream. But if it happens in real time, well, Exhibit A.
Strong women don't edit their own farts.
Evidently.
That's it. Do you guys realize me? I banned because I made fun of Amber Heard, and a bunch of people who didn't like Amber Heard or who liked Amber Heard came and destroyed my shit. You found.
I don't think she was prepared for an ostensibly attractive blonde woman to get so much hate online when she started doing this. I think she was honestly expecting to live in some sort of rarefied atmosphere where she could constantly shoot down firebolts of death, and she was surprised that bigger firebolts would be fired up or even down at her. I've seen people way bigger than her go, I wouldn't be around that psycho. So at the very least, they're aware of who Medusa is. Medusa is better than this channel. I acknowledge that. We are better than Medusa. It's a sort of mutually assured destruction. You know, like, oh, you got 50 nukes? I've got 1. You still want to fucking try me? Like, Medusa.
Zarbomba.
Yeah, mine doesn't need to be. Hell, any nuke is bad nuke. That's why I keep clear of this shit. It's why she's never going to be on the show. And it's why, you know.
No.
Oh, Raisin, now you show up.
Back into.
You walk back into the you walk back into the shorts. You walk back into the short. We went through our.
Did not click on this in chat, but what? So show me whatever the.
All right.
About.
So when did you click out? When did you back out?
I said something in the both chats actually.
Yeah, but like, what was the thing that you remember last that we were talking about?
A barn.
Oh wow, that was when Crow was on. Christ, that was far back.
Crow's not here.
No, everyone else bugged out, but me and John were about to wrap this shit up because the computer's starting to collapse on me.
Probably gonna get to bed soon.
I've got so much alcohol that I will be around, and DMs are open, I suppose. I got nothing better to do. I'm still wide and awake, but like, whatever. Do you guys want to chill? We can fucking chill. But we watched some nothing, and we talked about a lot. We even had a mildly tense moment where I told John to let old pains go.
Stop ruminating.
What are you ruminating about now?
No. Yeah, that's a redundant statement right there. Suffice it to say,
oh come on, if you can stir shit, I can stir shit.
Like I said, my DMs are open, but there is no shit to stir. There is no shit to stir. I know. Hey, we can create new shit. We can just pick a random.
No.
We can create a random.
You have to lick the spoon, and that's never a fun task.
Girlie, all you have to do is ask. Do I want to lick anything of yours? You see, you didn't just walk into that. You walked into that and crap. Oh, 100%.
Those saloon doors right open.
I was thinking more you walked in like you were in a crab pose right at this point. This is how a crab walks.
Myself like Clint Eastwood, like busting.
And I was seeing
doors.
I was thinking that joke out of Family Guy. This is how a crab walks. Yes, it is. I'm drunk. Fucking sue me, but don't, because I spent all my money on drink. You won't get a penny. Let's fucking let's wrap this up.
I sent you the clip, so that will take you like right to it. I find that it's the perfect.
I've seen someone twerk it in shart. So is there really a shart? Is there really sharting?
Yeah.
But clip not available.
If there's
Yes.
not showing
No,
up,
John,
disappointed.
that was the original thing, and then he found it. So it's
You're
around
eating
about.
worms, Red. They're not supposed to be delicious.
I have the same amount of subscribers for almost 8
Here,
years.
it's roughly about
You guys realize that?
30.
I had 3,000 subscribers in 2015.
Oh, you poor dear. Imagine only having 3,000 subscribers. Imagine only having 300.
And my TikTok was
Sounds
banned
like every other YouTuber.
because I made fun of him.
You know what the fun thing is? I get to sleep without worrying somebody's gonna throw a fucking flaming bag of shit through my window. Drama is fucking. Like I said, DM me.
Liked Amber Heard, came and destroyed my shit. You found or reported me. I found your content in 2016. Yeah. Really? I thought you've been around longer than that, Professor Platypus. I started
Raisin thinks
doing
Medusa's a very nice person.
videos.
No, I said she was always kind to me, I believe was what I said.
And she was always kind to me until I pointed out that she was happy that somebody had a miscarriage on Twitter, and then I called her a schizo, and then she said that was a terrible thing to say about her.
She was always kind to me until I made a comment saying that she's got a belly.
Yeah, you see, Raisin, there's things called masks. You might want to look into them, where like people lie.
I'm not saying I didn't say that.
I know, I
don't believe anybody who has a YouTube channel like
very
is without
healthy.
question.
What you just said, very healthy. I, for example, am wanted in 7 countries. I'm going to say which of those countries? No, because then the bounties will be active. And then my CIA handlers will have to take care of me. And all he said was, I'll have to take care of you one way or another. And I'm hoping that he sends Big Bertha again. But, I mean, Big Bertha's settled down with kids now. And she's probably not going to show up. Instead, rather, I'm just going to... You ever see the ending of Lions to Lambs? It involves John Hurt with a very small hunting rifle to the back of your skull. It doesn't end well.
Doesn't Big Bertha just like eat you in one bite, even if you have the?
There are many Big Berthas. For example, Modern Medusa could be considered one. Oh.
But I could have started a year later. I don't remember. But yeah, I have not grown at all.
Not grown in many ways.
Honestly, like, okay, I tolerate...
Stop fingering yourself, lady.
There it was.
That's it.
There it was. And I talked over it. One more time for the sweet souvenir, because I talked over it. No, John, I don't need your help.
Well, I have the timestamp.
What time? What number is it exact? 31.
I sent it to Crow.
No, just say the fucking number.
Oh,
he's going to. He has to pull it up from the DM.
It's 30 minutes, 37 seconds.
37. Thank you. No wonder it takes 30 minutes, 37 seconds?
Yeah.
So 37 minutes.
Back. 30 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. 28. Here we go. All right, now all of us be quiet and let's enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I have not grown at all. So honestly, like, okay, I tolerate women.
There we are. The crux of tonight, it seems, was whether or not she farted or sharded, and I... Oh, but it's got $3. Thank you, good sir.
$3 laid down BC Raisin is hanging around.
$3 laid down because Raisin's laying around. Would you be shocked that comes from BBB, but he's calling himself Bilbo T. Baggins?
Bilbo T. Baggins.
Raisin, give him a Blumpkin if nothing else. For God's sake,
what? If nothing else.
If nothing, let him cunnilingus the motherfucker. Just give him something soft, you know. Church bells are ringing. Church bell. Get yourself one of those whisks you put to the top of like a cappuccino, and just do his ball sack. It'll help the channel growth and other growths too, apparently.
Yeah, but
Thank
watch a few more seconds. It's just funny how
she responds. Okay, but I'm gonna do it in silence for once because I've got a shot to do.
That's it. That's the statement. I really don't like women.
that's the clip, right? When she says,
I really don't like
don't
women.
like
So
women, and then the 1 second
I
after
see
that,
a lot of women as sex objects.
But I like sex objects. Like if I was a woman, I would treat my dildos with respect. Most women do treat their dildos with respect. Like most women I know clean them. I knew a girl who scented them like a candle or a fucking scented oil thing. Like
now, Raisin, if you were wearing the same thing she's wearing,
you'd look amazing for starters.
Maybe in private, but like on camera, that's not really my style. I don't.
You have shown up in
you.
a fucking bathing suit on Pimp Monk's Mud.
Did I?
Yeah, one time you did. You said like, "Oh yeah, I've got this nothing else on, so I'm gonna wear a fucking like," and it was like a respectable, like classy bathing suit, but it was still a bathing
my bathing
suit.
suits are always classy, but like they're usually like they have like the skirted tops and stuff. Like they're cute.
Yeah.
You think you have a better bod than her?
I don't. Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, John. That's For starters, she is taller than a Raisin. Like she's got that spindly vibe going. She's actually got that Bayonetta vibe going on.
Like I have a belly. Like I'm a mom.
So do I. And so I think so.
And a booty. Quite the.
Can confirm.
The point is that she.
Like you've seen me, John. Do you think I would look good in that?
I think he's probably look no different because
that's about. Well, I mean, my arms might be thicker and I'm shorter. My tits are bigger, but other than that,
she tries to depict herself as this like really I guess like stoic model and everything, and she uses that as a way to like.
John, no one is not calling her not a hypocrite. She is a hypocrite. She's doing bullshit things. But it's weird that you are focusing on the facts of all her flaws when we can see it.
No. It's that some people think that I'm just fat shaming, and some people think that
at first glance it does come across as fat shaming. Yeah, she's racist as fuck. She's racist and sexist as fuck.
I know, but I'm just trying to like highlight that nuance of.
And it's an obvious nuance. The same way Sturgis looks like a Neanderthal. Name one person who was confused by that.
Taylor.
Okay, that's fair. Like I don't know the context of that. Fair enough. She honestly went in.
She was speaking first. Taylor and
Bill Portley.
Yeah, Bill both were saying that they felt uncomfortable, like and I get that. And I to some extent, like when somebody's saying something mean about somebody that has been said about them, there's that thing in the back of your head that's like, well, what happens when I stumble or when I have a low moment? Are you gonna come and kick me about how I feel about my body in that low moment? Because if that's your deal, like, and I think that that's why people react like that, though, and like it's certainly a thought that crossed my mind. Like that's all.
Way. I'm just trying to add clarity.
And I felt bad for them. Like, no, I mean, like that's.
Dude, even that attitude is kind of
like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. My kids, I have 3 sons. They have told me everything under the sun as far as insults. When my kids call me fat, I truffle shuffle in their face proudly.
You're fucking right too. Like, no one would call you fat who'd be worthy enough to be in your bed.
Damn right.
Fucking hell. By the way, you're fat with a PH.
Call everyone
and
fat.
an A and a T. And you know what I have to do with that? That is an obligatory slap on the booty. Mine or yours, it's up to you, but now one of us is owed the other. If I call somebody fat, and with especially the heavy
We'll
H
have to
at the
add
end
some
there,
kind of booty slap.
there has to be. Oh, forgot. Oh no. Or here's the thing: you do the shot, I do the taste, and then no matter what, both of us get up, smack, smack. Repeat the next question. Go.
Because right, if we do the never have I ever, if you hesitate,
Yes.
never have I ever, you get spanked.
3-second rule. No, that's unfair, especially when we're drunk. 5-second rule.
No, 3-second rule.
Madam, you just want to get spanked? For God's sake, I'll give it to you for free. Hell, I will not pay you because that's a different conversation for a different time. You know what the worst thing on Tinder is? You're having a great time with a girl and then she sends you her fucking rates. And then you realize not only are those rates proof that she never liked you and she was just, that, but also you can't afford her fucking rates. You're a fucking scrub. You're a scrub, bro.
She sent you
12,000. Oh no, on Tinder. She copy pasted it this one time. It always stuck out in my head, and I was like, we actually talked, and I actually asked her, "Are you a hooker?" And she's like, "No." "Are you a cop?" No, her response was back, "No, just like you're not a cop, right?"
I think it should be legal to be a prostitute.
100% agree there, John. But let's be honest here. At nearly 6.5 hours, I don't think we have the time to open up that new can of worms. Especially because we'd all be circle jerking
Take a deep
around.
dive into it.
John, I've asked you before, would you like to be on Coffee and Chat, where we literally just coffee and chat for like 2-3.
I've been on it with you.
You have. That's right. I haven't double dipped on guests yet. Maybe in the new year I'll actually have you down on and we have a new topic. But as you know, Coffee and Chat, the same with drink, just it kind of goes off in any direction because I'm a fucking rambler. I also want to apologize tonight, guys. I haven't been on my A game. I hope I haven't said that in too bad. I'm a little bit. Oh no, John. What you said was all John Morgan. I have not heard a single bad thing. Everything has been through the lens of John, and that is not me condescending or like treating you bad. We see where you're coming from. Our response back is where we're coming from. That's on the things that we've had issues with. We haven't heard a goddamn thing otherwise. Although, as this is proof why you probably wouldn't have a fun time in March. All of us are going to be like this. We're just going to be shit-faced all the time. And you won't be. So, are you going to have a fun time in Philly? No.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that I have usually when I'm
Yeah,
out.
right? I mean, no one really wants to be the designated driver. Someone has to be, unfortunately, but
Why doesn't everyone just do my drugs of choice?
There are people. Then you, sir, need to get yourself out to fucking Shabisky so he can take you out to some fucking commune where they will do some fucking mind drugs.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't want to do it.
No, he doesn't want to do it, but you're now in the region of America where you will meet people who will.
Yeah, but I don't think I could get Dirt to do it either.
Dirt's not from the West. He's from fucking like Virginia or some shit like that. He's actually coming up
I've been doing it with strangers.
Well, it doesn't have to be with you. With well, Shabby will still come with you. You do realize like he wouldn't leave you just hanging. He actually likes you. He has to like you. I mean, he's done how many videos, streams with you at this point now?
He'll come with the they're on like my drug of choice. Pretty
peyote, ayahuasca, or are you talking about shooting shit in your arm?
Coke.
Then what you need to do is go down to Florida. You have no friends in Florida? Because that's where you get your coke.
No.
Well, then you, sir, need to start thinking about a golf trip pretty goddamn soon. You'll hit coke, and you know what you'll do? You'll get shit done, or you'll be found dead in the bathroom. Just like I'll be found dead, I don't know, lined up against the wall after trying to smuggling guns into a foreign country to help a resistance movement. I've always pictured myself as like a freedom fighter. That'd be kind of weird.
If I gave you 30 milligrams of Adderall, 40 milligrams of caffeine pills, and then a bunch of neurotropic stacks, would you take them?
No, but I would take some cocaine, which is the same thing, right?
Yeah, I'd say I don't know. Some of L-triazine and DMAE, if you stack those and stuff, they're kind of more intense than cocaine.
Did you how much did you pay for your how many lines and how much did you pay?
I'd say it's like a couple $1,000.
Oh Jesus, you went for the height, so fair enough, fair enough. I thought you were going to talk about some low end shit. I only ever did it once, and it was some low end shit, about 150. Did 3 lines, and it was it felt, best way to describe it to me was like I was in a room full of like white paint. Like all I could think of was like, this is a very refreshing experience. Oh, it's gone. That's it. Like boom, I had the feeling and it was gone. And meanwhile, you probably saw like fucking you played with stars and shit. Like you felt like you could topple mountains with burps.
Yeah, you get a lot done.
Yeah. Although, you know what? Have you not tried speed for that result?
Haven't experimented with that yet.
You want to get shit done? You want to take your drugs? I'm just saying, it's weird that you started with coke, which I suppose maybe was offered to you and you just took the opportunity. That's how I did it. Most people are just like in situations where like, oh yeah, I'm doing coke, like a bump, and you're like, yeah, I'll fucking try it. Yeah, fuck it. By the way, you ever want to see the not value of a Christian upbringing? All you have to see is like the most holy people in the fucking world get offered coke and they immediately buckle. Or like they offer weed, immediately buckle. They shouldn't have drink and they're Muslim, immediately buckle. Like you're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll try. Almost like they have shit they need to resolve or some shit, huh? Nah. I honestly think if you're going for productivity, cocaine is great, but it's short-lived. As in, like, you're short-lived. Like, it's not the healthiest.
Well, yeah, that's why I do the Adderall.
Yeah, the combo. But here's the thing, like that's a combo in of itself. Like, have you talked to your doctor about? Yeah, I was gonna say.
They have a healthy heart.
That's good. What about the rest of you? What about your liver? What about your kidneys?
Well, I got lupus there, and
the
lupus is killing those. So
yeah, I forgot about the lupus.
Yeah, there's a lot of like peeing Kool-Aid because of it.
Man, just stay safe, whatever the fuck you're doing. Even if you're slamming shit into your arms, you always gotta remember that, like, though I wouldn't at all recommend any needle drug. And cocaine can be produced needle-wise. Then again, apparently so can alcohol. I didn't actually know that. Who the fuck would inject alcohol? But
ethanol.
Yeah, well, that will kill you straight off the bat. No, that's not how that works. Hell, yeah. Have you ever heard about this thing called air? Apparently, we suck it in every time we breathe. You know what you could do? You could fill up a needle and put it into.
Yeah, if you want to get rid of somebody and
you fill it up with air, and
yeah.
A syringe full of air is surprisingly effective. One of the best.
You gotta watch out for the wheel mark.
Well, that could also mean ringworm, right?
Well, the wheel mark, that I know this from Dexter, where he pricks them with the needle, and then they can see that the person was pricked by a needle.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're out of here. Well, I'm out of here. Been a fun chat to everyone who showed up. A bit louder crowd than I expected, and I'm happy with that. My night's not done yet, but if yours is, I hope you have a fantastic slumber with indeed lumber. And otherwise, you all take care. I'm done with shilling. You know the power of capitalism. And thank you for helping me fight it for a few more seconds.